The Energy Master Part 1. Origin Chapter 1. The ordinary. The late September sun filtered through the half-closed blinds of John Mercer's modest two-bedroom apartment in Oakville, casting long golden strips across the worn hardwood floor. John sat at his kitchen table, a steaming mug of black coffee warming his palms as he stared absently at the morning newspaper. His dark hair, slightly overdue for a trim, fell across his forehead as he leaned forward to read about yet another superhero battle that had demolished half of downtown. Third one this month, he muttered, taking a sip of his coffee. At 34, John considered himself painfully average, average height, average build, average life. He worked as a structural engineer at a mid-sized firm, drove a sensible sedan that was 5 years old, and his most exciting hobby was weekend hiking in the nearby state park. His wife, Ellie, taught second grade at the local elementary school, and their twin daughters, Sarah and Mia, had just started middle school. They were a normal, happy family, untouched by the extraordinary chaos that seemed to engulf the world around them. The newspaper was filled with reports of beings with impossible abilities, people who could fly, control the elements, bend reality, or lift buildings. Some used their powers to protect the innocent, others sought dominance or destruction. These superpowered individuals existed across multiple realities, sometimes crossing over in what scientists had begun calling convergence events. The multiverse theory had graduated from fringe physics to mainstream news in the past decade, as heroes and villains from parallel universes occasionally slipped through dimensional cracks into what John considered his Earth. John had grown up fascinated by these super beings, collecting trading cards and reading comics about their exploits. As an adult, he maintained a healthy respect for their abilities but was grateful for the relative peace of Oakville, a suburban community that had somehow avoided becoming a battleground for cosmic conflicts. "You're going to be late," Ellie said, entering the kitchen with a stack of graded papers tucked under her arm. Her brown hair was pulled back in a neat ponytail, and she wore a yellow blouse that brought out the amber flecks in her green eyes. John glanced at his watch and nodded. "Just reading about that fight in New Amsterdam. The Crimson Defender and some electricity guy tore up Fifth Avenue." Ellie leaned down to kiss his cheek. "Well, unless you want to explain to Mr. Peterson why those bridge schematics are late, you'd better get moving." John folded the newspaper and stood up, stretching his back. "You're right. Are you picking up the girls today, or am I?" "Your turn. They have soccer practice until 5. John nodded, gathering his laptop bag and keys. "Love you," he said, kissing Ellie goodbye. "Love you too. Stay safe." It was their ritual, a simple exchange that had become more meaningful in a world where skyscrapers could be leveled in moments by superhuman conflicts. John slipped into his jacket and headed for the door, completely unaware that by the end of the day, everything normal about his life would be obliterated forever. The engineering firm where John worked occupied 3 floors of a glass and steel building in Oakville's modest downtown area. His office had a view of Main Street and the park beyond, a pleasant enough setting that made the occasional monotony of his work bearable. Today, he was finalizing structural support calculations for a new bridge connecting Oakville to the neighboring town across the river. "Hey, Mercer, you see the fight yesterday?" called Derek from the cubicle next to John's. Derek was obsessed with super battles, maintaining an online database of heroes, villains, and their confrontations. "Just read about it," John replied, booting up his computer. "Seemed pretty destructive." Derek wheeled his chair into John's cubicle, excitement evident on his face. "Destructive doesn't begin to cover it. The Crimson Defender used some new move, they're calling it the atomic punch, completely vaporized Volt's force field. There's footage online." John nodded politely, only half listening as Derek rambled about power levels and abilities. While John had outgrown his childhood fascination with superheroes, Derek maintained the enthusiasm of a 12-year-old. John sometimes envied that passion, having lost much of his own to the routine of daily life. And the energy readings were off the charts, Derek continued. Scientists are saying it registered as a 4.0 on the Richter scale. That's impressive, John said, turning to his computer. But I've got to finish these calculations by noon, Derek. Derek looked disappointed but rolled back to his own desk. Send them to me when you're done. I'll double-check your math. The morning passed in a blur of numbers, simulations, and meetings. By lunchtime, John had submitted his report and was enjoying a sandwich in the park across from his office building. The sky was clear blue, unusually warm for late September, and John had loosened his tie and rolled up his sleeves as he sat on a bench beneath a large oak tree. He was halfway through his lunch when his phone rang. Ellie's smiling face appeared on the screen. "Hey, honey," he answered. "John." Her voice was tight with fear. "Something's happening." "There's a crash," interrupted her, followed by screams. "John, there's someone here." "At the school." "He's not, he doesn't look human. He's asking for something called the Nexus key." "The police are here," but another crash, louder this time. John was already on his feet, sandwich forgotten on the bench. "Ellie, get out of there. Take the girls and go." "John, I can't find them." They were in the gymnasium when the call cut off abruptly. "Ellie? Ellie!" John shouted into the phone, panic rising in his chest. In the distance, a column of dark smoke rose from the direction of the middle school. Without thinking, John sprinted toward his car, heart hammering against his ribs. The school was only 10 minutes away by car, but it felt like an eternity as John weaved through traffic, ignoring red lights and honking horns. As he approached the school, he could see police cars forming a perimeter, their lights flashing against the plumes of smoke now billowing from the east wing of the building. Officers were evacuating students and staff, guiding them to a safe distance across the soccer field. John abandoned his car half on the sidewalk and ran toward the police barricade. "My wife and daughters are in there," he shouted at an officer who tried to stop him. "Sir, you need to stay back. We have a situation." "What kind of situation?" John demanded, trying to push past. The officer's face was grim. "Some kind of meta-human threat. Special response team is on the way." But a deafening explosion cut him off as the gymnasium roof collapsed inward, sending a shockwave across the field. John was thrown backward, landing hard on the asphalt. For a moment, he lay stunned, ears ringing. Then he was up again, ducking under the police tape and sprinting toward the school before anyone could stop him. The main entrance was blocked by debris, so John circled around to a side door he knew from attending the girls' school events. It was hanging off its hinges, and he slipped inside, immediately engulfed by smoke and dust. The hallway lights flickered ominously, and the sprinkler system had activated, soaking everything in sight. "Ellie," John called, his voice barely audible over the blaring fire alarms. "Sarah, Mia." He made his way toward the gymnasium, guided by the sound of another explosion and what he now recognized as energy blasts, similar to the ones he'd seen on news reports of superhuman conflicts. Fear clutched at his throat as he rounded the corner and saw the gymnasium doors blown outward, twisted metal and splintered wood scattered across the hallway. Through the ruined doorway, John could see a scene from his worst nightmares. The gymnasium floor had been cracked open, revealing some kind of glowing blue energy beneath the foundation. Standing at the edge of this fissure was a towering figure, at least 7 feet tall, with skin like burnished metal and eyes that glowed with an unnatural red light. He wore armor of an alien design, covered in strange symbols that pulsed with power. And at his feet, lying motionless, were 3 bodies. "Ellie! Girls! John's anguished cry echoed through the destroyed gymnasium as he rushed forward, heedless of the danger. The metallic being turned, regarding John with cold curiosity. "Another insignificant life form," it said, its voice resonating with an electronic undertone. "This does not concern you, human. The Nexus key will be mine." John fell to his knees beside the still forms of his wife and daughters. Ellie's eyes were open but unseeing, a look of terror frozen on her face. The twins lay beside her, their small bodies broken and lifeless. John's world collapsed around him as he gathered them in his arms, a primal scream building in his chest. "Who are you?" he managed to choke out, looking up at the being who had destroyed everything he loved. "I am Vex-Nar, Harvester of Worlds," the creature replied, raising a gauntleted hand that crackled with energy. "And you are nothing." Something snapped inside John Mercer at that moment, something fundamental and irreversible. A pressure had been building inside him since he'd entered the gymnasium, a strange tingling sensation that now exploded outward from his core. The air around him began to shimmer with heat, molecules vibrating at an accelerated rate. "You killed them," John whispered, his voice hollow. "They were innocent. Casualties are irrelevant in the quest for power," Vex-Nar said dismissively, turning back to the glowing fissure in the ground. John gently laid his family down and rose to his feet. He felt different, as if he could suddenly perceive the world on a molecular level. He could feel the energy in everything around him, the kinetic energy in moving air molecules, the potential energy in the building's structure, the thermal energy radiating from the fires. Even the atomic energy binding matter together. "You don't get to decide that," John said, his voice changing, resonating with a new power. "You don't get to take them from me and call it irrelevant." Vex-Nar turned, seeming to notice something different about John. "Interesting. You harbor energy I did not detect before. Perhaps you know the location of the Nexus key?" John wasn't listening. He was focused inward, on the strange new awareness blooming inside him. He could feel energy flowing through his body, connecting him to everything around him. Without understanding how, he reached out with his mind and pulled at the energy contained in the air surrounding Vex-Nar. The molecules began to vibrate, faster and faster, atoms colliding with increasing violence. The air around the alien being started to glow, first red, then white-hot. Vex-Nar stepped back in surprise, raising some kind of energy shield around himself. "What is this? You are no ordinary human," the being exclaimed, his electronic voice showing emotion for the first time, fear. John's grief transformed into rage, and the rage into power. He pushed harder, accelerating the molecular movement to impossible speeds. The air itself began to transmute, as nuclear fusion ignited in the space around Vex-Nar. "This is for my family," John said, his eyes now glowing with the same energy he was manipulating. The chain reaction was instantaneous and catastrophic. In a blinding flash, the molecules surrounding Vex-Nar went thermonuclear, releasing energy equivalent to a 1 megaton bomb, but somehow contained to the area immediately around the alien being. The explosion obliterated Vex-Nar, vaporizing him at the atomic level, leaving nothing but a smoking crater where he had stood. The force of the blast threw John backward, slamming him into the gymnasium wall. The building around them began to collapse, but even as concrete and steel fell, John unconsciously created a bubble of calm energy around himself and the bodies of his family, protecting them from the destruction. When the dust settled, John stood in the center of a perfect circle of devastation. The school was gone, reduced to rubble, but extending outward in a precise radius of exactly 1 mile. Beyond that boundary, not even a window was broken. It was as if John had controlled the blast with impossible precision, containing a thermonuclear explosion to exactly the area he had allowed it to affect. In the distance, sirens wailed. John stood motionless, staring at his hands, which still glowed with residual energy. The enormity of what had just happened began to sink in. His family was gone. He had somehow created a nuclear explosion with his mind. And he knew, with absolute certainty, that this was only a fraction of what he could do, perhaps just 5% of his full potential. As emergency vehicles approached the massive crater that had once been Oakville Middle School, John knelt beside the bodies of his wife and daughters one last time. He touched each of their faces gently, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm so sorry I couldn't save you." With the last of his failing strength, John picked up his family and carried them to the edge of the destruction. He laid them gently on an untouched patch of grass just beyond the perfect circle of devastation he had created. Then, as flashing lights approached and helicopters thundered overhead, John Mercer turned and walked away, knowing that his ordinary life was over forever. He didn't know what he had become, but he knew he needed to find others who might understand, heroes who could help him make sense of the terrible power that now flowed through him. And somewhere in the back of his mind, a question burned. Who was Vexnar, and what was the Nexus key he had been seeking? John Mercer, ordinary man, was dead. In his place stood something else, something potentially more powerful than any superhero or villain who had come before. And he had only begun to discover what he could do. Chapter 2. Aftermath. The explosion at Oakville Middle School made international headlines within hours. News helicopters circled the perfectly circular zone of destruction, capturing footage that experts would analyze for years to come. The official story, hastily assembled by government agencies, attributed the incident to an attack by an unknown metahuman terrorist. The death toll was initially estimated at over 200, including students, teachers, and staff. John watched the coverage from a dingy motel room 30 miles away, his body still humming with residual energy. He had walked for hours after leaving the destruction behind, his mind numb with grief and shock. When exhaustion finally overcame him, he had checked into the first motel he found, paying cash from his wallet and giving a false name. Now, sitting on the edge of a sagging mattress, he stared at his reflection in the bathroom mirror visible through the open door. He looked the same, dark hair, blue eyes, the beginning of stubble on his jaw, but he felt fundamentally altered at the atomic level. Every cell in his body seemed to vibrate with potential energy. On the small television, a grim-faced reporter stood at the perimeter of the destruction, gesturing to the perfect circle behind her. "Scientists are baffled by the precision of the blast radius," she was saying. "Preliminary readings suggest energy equivalent to a small nuclear device, yet there is no radiation present. Experts from the Department of Metahuman Affairs have arrived on scene." John turned away, unable to watch anymore. He looked down at his hands, which occasionally glowed with a faint blue light when his emotions spiked. What had happened to him? How had he been able to create such devastation? And why hadn't he been able to save his family? Fresh grief washed over him, and the lamp beside the bed suddenly exploded, showering the room with glass and plunging it into darkness. John jumped to his feet, heart racing. He had caused that, without even trying. Just by feeling control, he whispered to himself in the darkness. "I need to learn control." But who could teach him? Who could possibly understand what he had become? John sank back onto the bed, burying his face in his hands. In his mind's eye, he kept seeing Ellie and the girls, their lifeless bodies on the gymnasium floor. And then the face of their killer, Vexnar, the self-proclaimed harvester of worlds. An alien, clearly, but from where? And what was this Nexus key he had been seeking? One thing was certain. John couldn't stay here. Authorities would be looking for survivors and witnesses. Questions would be asked about the strange precision of the destruction. And if there were others like Vexnar out there, They might come looking for whatever had destroyed their comrade. John needed information, and he needed help. He needed to find others with abilities, heroes who might understand what was happening to him. With this thought barely formed, John was startled by a sharp knock at his motel room door. He froze, every muscle tensing. Had they found him already? The knocking came again, more insistent this time. Mr. Mercer? John Mercer? We need to speak with you. The voice was female, calm but authoritative. John stood silently, considering his options. He could flee through the bathroom window, but what then? Keep running forever? Mr. Mercer, we know what happened at the school. We know about your family. And we know what you did to Vex-Nar. We're not here to harm you, we want to help. John approached the door cautiously. Who are you? He called through the thin wood. My name is Dr. Diana Veritas. I'm with the Sentinel Initiative. We monitor incidents involving extra-dimensional threats and metahuman manifestations. May I come in? It's important that we talk privately. John hesitated, then reached for the door handle. What did he have to lose? His family was gone, his life destroyed. If these people were a threat, well, he had already proven what he could do when threatened. He opened the door to find a woman in her 40s with short silver hair and piercing blue eyes. She wore a tailored charcoal suit with no identifying insignia. Behind her stood a tall black man with military bearing, wearing tactical gear and an expression of wary assessment. Thank you, Dr. Veritas said, stepping inside when John moved aside. The man followed, closing the door behind him. This is Agent Marcus King, she added, gesturing to her companion. He's my security detail. How did you find me? John asked, remaining standing as his visitors surveyed the small room. We've been tracking Vex-Nar's movements for weeks, Dr. Veritas explained. When his energy signature suddenly vanished, we investigated. Our instruments detected a completely new energy pattern at the site. Your energy pattern, Mr. Mercer. And what am I, exactly? John asked, his voice hollow. Dr. Veritas studied him with clinical interest. That's what we'd like to help you discover. Based on preliminary readings, you appear to be a previously unknown class of energy manipulator. The power you demonstrated at the school was unprecedented. I killed him, John said flatly. I made the air around him go nuclear. I didn't even know I could do that. Yes, Dr. Veritas nodded. And you contained a 1 megaton explosion to a perfect circle 1 mile in diameter. Do you understand how remarkable that is? Most nuclear physicists would say it's impossible. My family is dead, John said, the words like ash in his mouth. I don't care what's remarkable. Agent King spoke for the first time, his deep voice surprisingly gentle. We're sorry for your loss, Mr. Mercer. Truly. But you need to understand, what happened today has put you on the radar of entities far more dangerous than us. What entities? John asked, tension creeping back into his body. The light fixtures began to flicker as energy responded to his emotions. Dr. Veritas noticed the flickering and raised a calming hand. Vex-Nar was not working alone. He's part of a group called the Harvesters, beings from a dying universe who seek to absorb energy from other realities to sustain their own. The Nexus key he was searching for is an artifact that can open permanent pathways between dimensions, and they killed my family for this. Key? John asked, anger rising again. The television screen cracked as energy surged through the room. Mr. Mercer, John, I need you to calm down, Dr. Veritas said firmly. Your emotional state appears directly linked to your energy output. If you lose control here. John closed his eyes, taking several deep breaths. The flickering lights stabilized, though the damaged television remained dead. Good, Dr. Veritas nodded approvingly. The Harvesters are methodical. They'll have detected Vex-Nar's destruction, and they'll investigate. When they do, they'll find traces of your energy signature. They'll come for you next. Let them come, John said darkly. Agent King shook his head. You're powerful, Mr. Mercer, more powerful than you know. But you have no training, no control. And the harvesters have technology and abilities that have decimated entire realities. What does that mean, entire realities? Dr. Veritas sighed. The multiverse is vast, John. Countless parallel dimensions, each with its own Earth, its own history, its own heroes and villains. The harvesters have already consumed dozens of these realities. Ours is next on their list. John sat heavily on the edge of the bed, trying to process this information. And what is this Sentinel Initiative? Some kind of government agency? Not exactly, Dr. Veritas replied. We're an independent organization that monitors transdimensional threats. We work with heroes from across the multiverse to protect the walls between realities. Heroes, John repeated. Like the Crimson Defender? Quantum Force? Those people? Agent King nodded. Some of them, yes. Others you wouldn't have heard of. Heroes from parallel Earths who've joined our cause. John looked up at them, exhaustion evident in every line of his body. And you think I'm what, a superhero now? Because I killed someone with powers I don't understand? What we think, Dr. Veritas said carefully, is that you've manifested abilities that could be crucial in the coming conflict. We think you need training and protection. And we think you deserve answers about what happened to your family. John was silent for a long moment. Finally, he asked, where would we go? We have a facility, Dr. Veritas answered. A headquarters where heroes train, where we monitor dimensional incursions, and where you can be safe while you learn about your abilities. And if I say no? Agent King's expression darkened. Then we wish you luck, Mr. Mercer. But I wouldn't count on surviving more than a few days once the harvesters track you down. John stood up, decision made. There was nothing left for him here, no family, no future, no normalcy. If these people could offer answers and a purpose for the terrible power now coursing through him, what choice did he have? I'll come with you, he said. But I want to bury my family first. Dr. Veritas and Agent King exchanged glances. That might be problematic, the doctor said gently. Your identity has been connected to the incident. Authorities are looking for you as a person of interest. I don't care, John said firmly, a hint of blue energy glimmering in his eyes. I owe them that much. I couldn't save them, the least I can do is lay them to rest properly. After a moment, Agent King nodded. We can arrange something. A quiet ceremony, away from public view. But then we need to move quickly. Thank you, John said, the energy in his eyes fading. Dr. Veritas stepped forward, offering John a small device that looked like a wristwatch. This is a dampener. It won't suppress your abilities entirely, but it should help you maintain control until you learn to do so yourself. It also masks your energy signature from detection. John strapped the device to his wrist, immediately feeling a difference, as if the constant buzzing in his cells had been muted to a manageable hum. We'll leave tomorrow morning, Dr. Veritas said. Pack whatever you need. Where we're going, you'll start a new life, one very different from the one you've known. John glanced around the sparse motel room. I don't have anything to pack. Everything I cared about is gone. The scientist's expression softened with genuine sympathy. Not everything, John. You still have a future, and possibly a very important one. Get some rest. We'll return at dawn. After they left, John lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, the events of the day replaying in his mind. The ordinary morning at home with Ellie. The newspaper with its superhero battle headlines. The call from the school. Finding his family dead. The explosion that had obliterated Vexnar. Now, impossibly, he was being recruited by some secret organization of interdimensional heroes. It felt like a nightmare he couldn't wake from. Or perhaps a cosmic joke. The man who had collected superhero cards as a child now transformed into something potentially more powerful than any of them. John raised his hand in the darkness, concentrating on the feeling he had experienced in the gymnasium. A faint blue glow emanated from his palm, casting eerie shadows across the room. He could feel the energy there, waiting to be shaped, to be released. Power beyond imagination, triggered by the most unimaginable loss. I'll learn to control this, he whispered to the empty room. And then I'll find every last one of these harvesters. For you, Ellie. For you, Sarah and Mia. I promise. The blue light pulsed once, brightly, before fading away. In its place was a resolve as hard and cold as diamond. John Mercer, ordinary man, was truly gone. What would emerge in his place remained to be seen. Chapter 3. The Sentinel Initiative. The funeral was a quiet affair, held at dawn in a small cemetery outside the city limits. John stood alone beside 3 simple caskets, his face a mask of grief carved in stone. Dr. Veritas and Agent King waited respectfully at a distance, allowing him this final moment with his family. There was no service, no readings, no gathering of friends and colleagues, just a solitary man saying goodbye to the life he had lost. As the caskets were lowered into the ground, John knelt and placed a single white rose on each one. I love you, he whispered. I'll always love you. Rising to his feet, he turned away from the graves, approaching Dr. Veritas and Agent King with a determined stride. I'm ready, he said, his voice devoid of emotion. They led him to a sleek black vehicle with tinted windows and no license plates. As they drove, John stared out at the passing landscape, committing to memory this last glimpse of the world he had known. They traveled for hours, eventually leaving highways behind for winding mountain roads. Where exactly are we going? John asked, breaking a silence that had stretched for miles. The location is classified, Dr. Veritas replied from the front passenger seat. But I can tell you we're headed to a facility called the Nexus. John's head snapped up. The Nexus? Like the Nexus key that Alien was looking for? Not exactly, Agent King said, eyes remaining on the road. Our base is called the Nexus because it sits at a convergence point of multiple realities, a place where the walls between dimensions are naturally thinner. It makes it easier for us to monitor incursions and for heroes from different Earths to come and go. So there really are multiple Earths? John asked. I've read the theories, seen the news about convergence events, but it always seemed so abstract. Dr. Veritas turned in her seat to face him. There are infinite Earths, John. Some nearly identical to ours, others radically different. Earths where history took different turns, where technology advanced in different directions, where the very laws of physics operate differently. And these harvesters, they're destroying these other Earths. Not just Earths, the doctor corrected grimly. Entire universal systems. They're from a reality that's reaching entropy, heat death, the end of all things. They've developed technology to siphon energy from other universes to sustain their own, but the process destroys the donor universe completely. John stared out the window at the towering pine trees now surrounding them. And they killed my family looking for a key that would help them do this to our world. Yes, Dr. Veritas said softly. I'm afraid so. The car fell silent again as they continued their journey deeper into the wilderness. Finally, they turned onto an unmarked dirt road that wound up the side of a mountain. After several miles, they approached what appeared to be a sheer rock face, but as they drew closer, a section of the stone shimmered and disappeared, revealing a tunnel large enough for their vehicle. Holographic camouflage, Agent King explained, noticing John's surprise. Combined with energy-dampening fields to prevent detection. They drove through the tunnel, which was illuminated by strips of blue light embedded in the walls. After about half a mile, the tunnel opened into a massive cavern that took John's breath away. The space was enormous, at least the size of 10 football fields and hundreds of feet high. In the center stood a structure unlike anything John had ever seen, a sleek, modernistic building of gleaming metal and glass that seemed to both reflect and emit light simultaneously. Surrounding it were training areas, landing pads for aircraft, and what appeared to be enormous energy generators humming with power. But what truly captured John's attention were the people, or rather, the beings, moving throughout the facility. Some appeared human, but others were clearly not. A woman with blue skin and wings gliding overhead. A man made entirely of shifting metal walking beside someone who seemed to be composed of pure energy. A group of individuals in various costumes practicing combat maneuvers on one of the training fields, demonstrating abilities that defied physics. "Welcome to the Nexus, John," Dr. Veritas said, a hint of pride in her voice. "Headquarters of the Sentinel Initiative and the last line of defense against the destruction of our reality." Agent King parked the car near the main building, and they led John toward the entrance, a towering archway inscribed with symbols from dozens of languages and alphabets. Some of which John recognized, others completely alien. "The inscription reads the same in every language," Dr. Veritas explained, following his gaze. "At the convergence of all possibilities stands the Sentinel of Hope." Inside, the facility was a marvel of technology and design. The central atrium rose all the way to the top of the structure, with walkways and platforms crisscrossing at various levels. Holographic displays floated in the air, showing maps of what John assumed were different Earths, along with real-time data streams and energy readings. Personnel moved with purpose throughout the space, some in uniforms similar to Agent King's tactical gear, others in civilian clothes, and still others in the distinctive costumes of superheroes. John felt overwhelmingly out of place in his jeans and plain t-shirt, the last clothes he had purchased in his old life. "This way," Dr. Veritas directed, leading him toward a bank of elevators. "The director wants to meet you immediately." "The director?" John asked as they stepped into an elevator that had no buttons, only a palm scanner that Dr. Veritas pressed her hand against. "Professor Alexander Hammond," she replied as the elevator began to descend rather than rise. "He founded the Sentinel Initiative 20 years ago after the first Harvester incursion. Well, you'll see." The elevator descended rapidly for nearly a minute before stopping. The doors opened to reveal a spacious circular room filled with even more advanced technology than the main atrium. Holographic models of the multiverse spun in the center, countless tiny spheres representing individual universes, connected by threads of light that shifted and changed as John watched. Standing before this display was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a shock of white hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He wore a simple black tunic over dark pants, with no insignia or markings. As they entered, he turned, revealing a face lined with age and wisdom, yet possessing an intensity that commanded immediate respect. "John Mercer," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "Welcome to the Nexus. I am Professor Hammond." John stepped forward, accepting the man's extended hand. The moment their palms touched, John felt a strange sensation, as if the energy within him was responding to something in Hammond. The professor smiled, clearly sensing it too. "Interesting," he murmured. "Your energy signature is utterly unique. Diana, your preliminary assessments were correct. We've never encountered anything quite like Mr. Mercer before. Is that good?" John asked uncertainly. "It's significant," Hammond replied, gesturing for John to join him by the holographic display. "Every meta-human, every powered individual we've encountered, falls into certain classifications based on the source and nature of their abilities. Some are mutants with genetic variations. Others gained powers through scientific accidents or exposure to exotic energies. Still others used technology or magical artifacts. Hammond waved his hand, and the holographic display changed to show data streams and energy patterns. But you, John, you appear to be something else entirely. Your cells aren't mutated. There's no evidence of external energy exposure. No technological or mystical signature. Instead, it's as if you've somehow become a conduit for the fundamental energy that binds reality itself. John stared at the data flowing before him, understanding little of it. I don't know what any of that means. Yesterday I was a structural engineer with a normal life. Today, he trailed off, unable to articulate the enormity of his transformation. Hammond's expression softened. Today you're a man who has lost everything, thrust into a world you never asked to be part of. I understand that pain, John. Many of us here do. The professor turned to Dr. Veritas. Diana, would you prepare the primary assessment suite? I'd like to begin running a full spectrum analysis as soon as possible. Of course, Professor, she nodded, leaving the room. Hammond then addressed Agent King. Marcus, please inform the Alpha team that I'd like them to meet our new guest at dinner. Particularly Nova and Cypher, their expertise will be valuable. After Agent King departed, Hammond returned his attention to John. You must have many questions. John gave a hollow laugh. That's an understatement. Let's start with, what exactly happened to me? How did I suddenly develop the ability to cause a thermonuclear explosion with my mind? Hammond gestured to two chairs near the holographic display. As they sat, the professor leaned forward, hands clasped before him. The multiverse is not just a collection of separate realities, John. It's an interconnected system, with energy flowing between dimensions even when we can't perceive it. Every particle, every atom, every molecule in existence contains energy, holding matter together, allowing chemical reactions, enabling life itself. The hologram shifted again, showing subatomic particles in constant motion. Based on the readings we took from the site of your emergence and the preliminary scans Dr. Veritas conducted, you've somehow developed the ability to perceive, manipulate, and control this energy at its most fundamental level. Not just the energy within your own body, but the energy in everything around you. John remembered the sensation in the gymnasium, the awareness of energy in the air, the feeling of being connected to everything at a molecular level. But why me? Why now? He asked. Hammond's expression grew troubled. That remains unclear. Some metahuman abilities manifest during periods of extreme stress or trauma, but this is different. The precision and scale of your power from the very beginning suggests something more. The alien, Vex Nar, he was looking for something called the Nexus key at my daughter's school. Could that be connected? Hammond sharply looked up. He explicitly mentioned the Nexus key? You're certain? John nodded. He said it would be his. What is it? The professor rose, pacing before the holographic display. The Nexus key is an artifact of immense power, a device created by an ancient race called the Architects, who supposedly helped shape the early multiverse. According to legend, it can open pathways between any dimensions, allowing free travel or the transfer of energy on a cosmic scale, and that's what the Harvesters want. To use this key to drain our universe? Yes, Hammond confirmed. We've been tracking rumors of the key's existence for years, but we've never been able to confirm its location, or even its reality. If Vex Nar was searching for it at your daughter's school, that changes everything. John stood as well, agitation causing the energy dampener on his wrist to emit a soft warning tone. So my family died because this alien was looking for some interdimensional skeleton key? And what, my powers just happened to manifest at the exact same moment. Hammond studied John intently. Perhaps not coincidence. The Nexus key is said to resonate with the same fundamental energy that permeates the multiverse, the energy you now appear to control. It's possible your proximity to the key, combined with the extreme emotional trauma, triggered a response within you. You think this key is still at the school? Under the rubble? No, Hammond said thoughtfully. If it had been, Vex-Nar would have retrieved it, and our sensors would have detected its energy signature during the aftermath. He paused, considering something. Unless what? Hammond's eyes widened with sudden realization. Unless the key isn't a physical artifact at all. What if it's a person? What if it's you, John? The suggestion hung in the air between them, enormous in its implications. John felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. That's impossible. I'm just a normal guy. Was a normal guy. Are you? Hammond challenged gently. Think about it. Your unprecedented control over fundamental energy, manifesting at the exact moment a harvester was searching for the Nexus key. The precision with which you contained a thermonuclear explosion. The unique energy signature unlike anything we've encountered before. John shook his head in denial, but doubt had already taken root. If that's true, if I'm somehow this key they want, then my family died because of me. No, Hammond said firmly. Your family died because a malevolent being from another dimension murdered them. That responsibility lies with Vex-Nar and the Harvesters, not with you. Before John could respond, the door slid open and Dr. Veritas returned. The assessment suite is ready, Professor. Hammond nodded. Thank you, Diana. To John, he said, we'll continue this discussion later. For now, let's focus on understanding exactly what you can do. The more we know about your abilities, the better we can help you control them, and protect you from those who would exploit them. John followed them out of the room, his mind reeling with Hammond's theory. Could he really be this Nexus key? And if so, what did that mean for him, and for the multiverse the Harvesters were determined to consume? The assessment suite turned out to be a large, circular chamber with walls of a material John didn't recognize, not quite metal, not quite glass. But something in between that seemed to shimmer with contained energy. The floor was marked with concentric circles radiating from a central platform. This room is designed to safely contain and measure energy outputs from metahumans, Dr. Veritas explained as she directed John to the center platform. The walls can absorb and redistribute extremely high energy levels without damage. It's where we test the limits of new abilities. John stepped onto the platform, suddenly nervous. What exactly do you want me to do? Hammond stood at a control console near the entrance. For now, just remove the dampener. We need to get baseline readings of your energy signature without suppression. John unstrapped the device from his wrist, immediately feeling the difference as energy began to flow more freely through his body. The air around him took on a subtle blue shimmer. Remarkable, Dr. Veritas murmured, watching displays that monitored John's output. Even at rest, he's emitting energy equivalent to a small nuclear reactor. How does it feel, John? Hammond asked. Can you describe the sensation? John closed his eyes, focusing inward. It's like I can feel every molecule in my body vibrating. And not just in my body, I can sense the energy in the air, in the floor beneath me, in the walls around me. It's all connected, all part of the same field, I guess. Can you try to direct that energy? Nothing major, perhaps just try to gather it in your hand, as you did in the motel room. John held out his right hand, palm up, and concentrated. The blue shimmer in the air coalesced, flowing toward his hand and forming a glowing sphere of pure energy about the size of a baseball. Incredible, Dr. Veritas breathed. He's manifesting pure energy with no apparent source other than the ambient molecular activity in the room. John, Hammond called, his voice calm but intent, can you feel the different types of energy around you? Thermal, kinetic, potential, atomic? John nodded slowly, his eyes still fixed on the glowing sphere. Yes, they feel different, like different frequencies or textures. Try to isolate one type. Perhaps thermal energy, the heat in the room. Concentrating harder, John reached out with his awareness, seeking the particular resonance of thermal energy. The sphere in his hand changed, its blue glow shifting to a deeper, reddish hue. Temperature in the chamber is dropping rapidly, Dr. Veritas reported, checking her instruments. He's actually absorbing the thermal energy from the air. The sphere in John's hand pulsed, growing brighter as it accumulated more thermal energy. The room had grown noticeably colder, his breath now visible as a white mist. Now release it, Hammond instructed. Not explosively, just let it disperse back into the environment. John opened his fingers, allowing the sphere to dissipate. Warmth flooded back into the room as the thermal energy redistributed itself. Well done, Hammond nodded approvingly. Now let's try something more complex. Can you sense the potential energy in the structural supports of this chamber? John extended his awareness further, feeling for the stored energy in the material of the walls and ceiling. Yes, it's there, holding everything together. Good. Now, can you redirect some of that energy, just a small amount, into kinetic form? John frowned in concentration. This was more difficult, requiring him to not just sense the energy but actively transform it from one state to another. He reached out, mentally grasping a thread of potential energy from one of the support beams and pulling it toward him, willing it to change form. A visible ripple passed through the air as a wave of kinetic energy emanated from John's position, causing the floor to vibrate slightly. Fascinating, Hammond murmured. He's converting energy types with remarkable precision. For the next 2 hours, they ran John through increasingly complex exercises, generating force fields of compressed energy, creating focused beams of accelerated particles. Even momentarily increasing the mass of objects by densifying their molecular structure. Throughout it all, John felt his control improving, his understanding of his abilities expanding with each new test. Yet he was also acutely aware that he was only scratching the surface of what he might be capable of. Finally, Hammond called a halt to the session. I think that's enough for today. You're making remarkable progress, John, but we don't want to push too far too fast. John nodded gratefully, suddenly aware of a bone-deep exhaustion. Using his abilities with such focus had drained him more than he realized. Dr. Veritas handed him back the dampener. You should wear this until your control is more instinctive. Your emotional state still influences your energy output significantly. Thank you, John said, strapping the device back onto his wrist. So what happens now? Now, Hammond said, you rest. Get settled in. This evening, you'll meet some of the others here, people who can help you understand and develop your abilities. Tomorrow, we begin your training in earnest. Training for what? John asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Hammond's expression was grave. For war, John. The Harvesters won't stop with Vexnar's defeat. In fact, his destruction will only accelerate their plans. If you truly are connected to the Nexus key in some way, you've just become the most important person in the multiverse, and the most hunted. John absorbed this, the weight of it settling heavily on his shoulders. And if I don't want that responsibility? If I just want to be left alone to grieve my family? That choice was taken from you the moment Vexnar entered your daughter's school, Hammond said gently but firmly. I'm sorry, John. I truly am. But you're part of this now, whether you want to be or not. The question is not whether you'll fight, it's how prepared you'll be when the fight inevitably comes to you. John looked down at his hands, ordinary hands that now contained the power to reshape matter at its most fundamental level. Hands that had failed to save his family but had obliterated their killer in an instant. What would those hands do next? What would they become capable of? I understand, he said quietly. I'll train. I'll learn. And when these harvesters come again, his eyes flared briefly with blue energy, I'll be ready. The Energy Master Part 2, Awakening Chapter 4. The Alpha Team John was shown to quarters within the main building of the Nexus, a modest but comfortable apartment with minimalist furnishings and large windows overlooking the training grounds. After showering and changing into the clothes provided for him, simple black training attire with the Sentinel Initiative insignia, a stylized S within a circle of stars, he stood at the window, watching figures with extraordinary abilities spar and train below. How had his life changed so completely in less than 24 hours? Yesterday morning, he had been John Mercer, husband, father, engineer. Now he was, what, a weapon? A key? A superhero in training? The titles felt hollow, meaningless compared to what he had lost. A soft chime interrupted his thoughts, followed by a voice from an unseen speaker. Mr. Mercer, Professor Hammond requests your presence in the central dining hall. Alpha Team has assembled to meet you. Thank you, John replied automatically, unsure if whoever, or whatever, had spoken could hear him. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for more strangeness, more revelations, more reminders that his old life was gone forever. The central dining hall occupied most of the fifth floor of the main building, a vast, open space with high ceilings and panoramic views of the surrounding mountains. Unlike the sterile, high-tech environments of the rest of the facility, the dining hall had been designed with warmth and comfort in mind. Wooden tables, soft lighting. Even a large fireplace at one end. John supposed that even superheroes needed some semblance of normalcy. Professor Hammond waited just inside the entrance, dressed in the same simple black attire he had worn earlier. Ah, John, good. Come, let me introduce you to some of your new colleagues. He led John toward a large round table near the center of the hall, where 5 individuals sat engaged in conversation. They fell silent as Hammond and John approached, all eyes turning to assess the newcomer. Alpha Team, Hammond said formally, this is John Mercer, the energy manipulator I told you about. John, meet Alpha Team, our primary response unit for high-level threats. A tall, powerfully built man with close-cropped blonde hair and piercing blue eyes rose first, extending his hand. His grip was firm but carefully controlled, as if he was accustomed to monitoring his strength. Captain William Forge, he said, his voice carrying the unmistakable tone of military command. Former Special Forces, now field leader of Alpha Team. Welcome to the Nexus, John. John nodded, immediately recognizing the natural authority the man projected. Thank you, Captain. Will, please, the man insisted with a slight smile. We're informal here, despite the professor's fondness for protocol. Hammond gave a good-natured harumph but said nothing as the next team member stood. She was strikingly beautiful, with rich brown skin and a cascade of silver-white hair that seemed to shimmer with internal light. Her eyes glowed with a subtle radiance, like stars seen through atmosphere. Nova, she said simply, taking John's hand in both of hers. Her touch sent a curious sensation through him, as if the energy within him was responding to her presence. Energy projection and cosmic awareness. I understand you and I may have some abilities in common. Before John could respond, another woman stepped forward, tall and lithe, with sharp features and keen gray eyes that seemed to be analyzing John with unnerving intensity. Her black hair was streaked with blue and cut in a severe asymmetrical style. Unlike the others, she wore no uniform but instead was dressed in dark jeans and a leather jacket covered in strange glowing symbols. Cypher, she introduced herself, her voice carrying a faint accent John couldn't place. Pattern recognition and probability manipulation. Also team tech specialist and occasional pain in the ass. according to certain team members. This last was said with a sidelong glance at the next person to rise. He was enormous, at least 6.5 feet tall and built like a linebacker, with dark skin, a shaved head, and a short beard. Despite his imposing physique, his expression was gentle, almost serene. "Bastion," he said, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Force field generation and energy conversion. Don't mind Cypher, she enjoys playing the provocateur." He shook John's hand with surprising gentleness. "I'm sorry about your family. Many of us have lost people. It doesn't get easier, but you learn to carry it differently." John nodded, touched by the simple honesty of the big man's words. "Thank you." The final team member approached, a young Asian man who moved with the fluid grace of a dancer or martial artist. His eyes were the most unusual John had ever seen, shifting between colors as if reflecting some internal energy. "Echo," he said with a slight bow. "Power mimicry and adaptation. I temporarily absorb and reflect the abilities of those around me." He flashed a quick grin. "Which makes me very curious about what you can do. The professor says you're off the charts." I don't know what I can do." "Not really," John admitted. "It all happened so suddenly." "That's why you're here," Captain Forge said, gesturing for John to join them at the table. "To learn, to train, to understand your potential." As they all took their seats, staff appeared with trays of food, simple but hearty fare that reminded John he hadn't eaten properly since before the incident. Despite his emotional turmoil, his body demanded sustenance, and he found himself eating with unexpected appetite. "So," Nova said after a few moments of silence, "Diana tells us you manifested a contained thermonuclear reaction on your first day." "That's impressive and terrifying," John added quietly. "I didn't know what I was doing. I just felt the energy, and I wanted to hurt the thing that had killed my family." Raw emotional response is common with initial manifestations, Echo noted. But controlling a reaction of that magnitude? That's unprecedented. Which is why the professor thinks our new friend might be more than just another energy manipulator, Cypher interjected, her penetrating gaze fixed on John. "Isn't that right, Hammond? You think he's connected to the Nexus key?" Hammond sighed. "I should know better than to expect you to wait for an official briefing, Cypher." The woman tapped her temple. "Pattern recognition, remember? The timing of his manifestation, the location, the specific type of energy signature. It all fits the prophecy." "Prophecy?" John looked between them in confusion. "What prophecy?" Hammond shot Cypher a reproving look before addressing John. "There is an ancient text, predating known civilization, that speaks of the Nexus key and its role in the multiverse. It describes the key as neither artifact nor construct, but a living vessel of pure potential, awakened by loss, empowered by grief, destined to either preserve or destroy the walls between worlds." "And you think that's me?" John asked incredulously. "The prophecy also says the key will manifest the power to unmake reality at its foundations and remake it anew," Nova added gently. "Your ability to manipulate energy at the molecular and atomic level. It fits the description." John set down his fork, appetite suddenly gone. "So now I'm not just a superhero, I'm some kind of prophesied savior or destroyer. This is insane." "Welcome to our world," Echo said with a sympathetic smile. "Most of us started with a moment when reality as we knew it shattered. You adjust, eventually. And if I don't want to adjust? If I don't want any part of this prophecy or these powers?" Bastion's deep voice cut through the tension. "Then we respect that choice. But the harvesters won't. If you are linked to the Nexus key, they will never stop hunting you. And they will destroy anyone and anything in their path to get to you." The big man's words hung in the air, their truth undeniable. John looked around the table at these strangers who were offering him protection, training, purpose, a new family of sorts. What choice did he really have? All right, he said finally. So I train. I learn to control these abilities. Then what? Then, Captain Forge said firmly, we take the fight to the harvesters. We stop them before they can drain our reality like they've done to so many others. Will, always the tactician, Nova said with a fond smile. But he's right. The harvesters have grown bolder, their incursions more frequent. Vex Nar was just one of their scouts. The fact that he was searching for the key suggests they're preparing for a major operation. How long do we have? John asked. Hammond shook his head. Impossible to say with certainty. But Vex Nar's disappearance will not go unnoticed. His masters will investigate. When they discover what happened, and who was responsible, they'll accelerate their plans. So we're on a clock, John concluded grimly. We're always on a clock, Cypher remarked, leaning back in her chair. Comes with the territory. The question is, how fast can you get up to speed? No offense, but right now you're a nuclear weapon without a targeting system. Powerful, but dangerous to everyone, including yourself. John bristled slightly at her bluntness but couldn't deny the truth of her assessment. So who trains me? All of you? I will oversee your general physical conditioning, Captain Forge said. Combat skills, tactics, strategy. I'll work with you on energy control and projection, Nova added. Our abilities are different in source but similar in application. Cypher twirled a fork between her fingers with impossible dexterity. I'll handle theory, quantum physics, dimensional mechanics, the science behind what you're doing when you manipulate energy. Force field generation and defensive applications will be my department, Bastion rumbled. Controlling power is as much about containment as release. Echo grinned. And I get to be your sparring partner, since I can adapt to whatever you throw at me without getting vaporized. Lucky me. Despite everything, John found himself almost smiling at the young man's enthusiasm. Sounds like a full schedule. It will be, Hammond confirmed. We need to develop your abilities as quickly as possible. Based on today's assessment, you're currently accessing perhaps 5% of your potential energy manipulation capabilities. We need to get that number higher, much higher, before the harvesters return in force. John looked down at his hands resting on the table, ordinary hands that had unleashed extraordinary power. And what happens when I reach 100%? What am I capable of then? A momentary silence fell over the table. It was Nova who finally answered, her luminous eyes grave. If the prophecy is correct, and if you truly are the living embodiment of the Nexus key, at full potential, you could theoretically manipulate the fundamental energy that binds the multiverse itself. You could destroy reality, or reshape it entirely. The weight of her words settled on John like a physical burden. The power to destroy or remake reality. It seemed impossible, absurd, yet he had already created a thermonuclear explosion with a thought, contained it with instinctive precision. What else might he be capable of? That's enough speculation for one night, Hammond said, noting John's expression. Tomorrow, we begin training in earnest. For now, John needs rest and time to process everything. As the meal concluded, Alpha Team dispersed, each member offering John a word of encouragement or support before departing. Soon, only Hammond remained with him at the table. It's a lot to take in, the professor acknowledged. More than anyone should have to face, especially after what you've lost. John nodded, staring into his half-empty coffee cup. I keep thinking I'll wake up. That this is all some elaborate nightmare, and I'll open my eyes to find Ellie next to me. The girl's getting ready for school. Hammond placed a hand on John's shoulder. I wish I could give you that. But I can offer you something else, purpose. A chance to ensure that what happened to your family doesn't happen to countless others across the multiverse. John looked up at the older man. You really believe I'm this key? That I can make a difference against these harvesters? I believe you have the potential to be the most powerful ally we've ever had, Hammond said carefully. Whether that potential is fulfilled, and how you choose to use it, that's up to you. With that, he left John alone with his thoughts, the emptying dining hall echoing with the conversations of others who had also found themselves thrust into extraordinary circumstances. Fighting battles most of the world would never know about. John Mercer, ordinary man no more, sat in silence, contemplating a future he never could have imagined, and the power within him that might shape the destiny of not just one world, but all of them. Chapter 5. Training. John's new life fell into a rhythm of brutal intensity. Each day began before dawn with physical training under Captain Forge's exacting supervision, running, climbing, combat drills, and exercises designed to push John's body to its limits. The former Special Forces officer was relentless but fair, building John's strength, speed, and endurance with methodical precision. Your body is the vessel for your power, Forge explained during one particularly grueling session. The stronger and more disciplined it is, the better you can channel and control your abilities. Mid-mornings were spent with Nova, learning to harness and direct the energy that flowed through him. In a specially reinforced training chamber, she taught him to sense different energy types, to pull them apart and recombine them, to shape raw power into focused forms. Energy responds to intent, she told him, her glowing eyes fixed on the sphere of blue light hovering between John's palms. You must visualize exactly what you want to happen, down to the molecular level. Be precise in your thoughts, and the energy will follow. Afternoons brought Cypher's theoretical instruction, complex lectures on quantum mechanics, string theory, and multiversal physics that left John's head spinning but gradually built his understanding of what he was actually doing when he manipulated energy. You're not creating energy, she explained, pacing before a holographic display of subatomic particles. You're accessing the energy that already exists in all matter, in all dimensions, simultaneously. You're a conduit, a focal point where the energy of multiple realities intersects. Late afternoons were dedicated to defensive applications with Bastion. The gentle giant taught John to create energy shields of varying densities, to absorb incoming attacks, to redirect force rather than merely withstanding it. Protection is not passive, Bastion instructed as energy bolts from automated training drones bounced off John's hastily erected shield. A truly effective defense anticipates, adapts, and eventually becomes indistinguishable from offense. Evenings brought sparring sessions with Echo, where John learned to apply his growing abilities in combat situations. The power mimic was the perfect partner, able to temporarily adopt John's energy manipulation to create a challenging opponent, yet experienced enough to counter in unexpected ways that forced John to innovate. Never fall into patterns, Echo advised, dodging a bolt of concentrated energy John had hurled at him. The moment your attacks become predictable is the moment you lose your advantage. Between these sessions, John underwent regular assessments with Dr. Veritas, who monitored his progress and the development of his abilities with clinical precision. Your control is improving exponentially, she noted 2 weeks into his training, studying readouts from their latest session. You're accessing approximately 8% of your theoretical maximum now, and your energy signature is becoming more stable. John's nights were spent in exhausted sleep, or more often, lying awake, thoughts torn between memories of his lost family and the overwhelming future that stretched before him. Sometimes, when the grief became too much to bear, he would go to the observation deck at the top of the main building and stare at the stars, wondering if Ellie and the girls could see him. If they would be proud of what he was trying to become. 6 weeks into this grueling regimen, John found himself in the primary training arena with all of Alpha Team present, plus Hammond and Dr. Veritas observing from a control booth above. Today marked his first full combat simulation, a test of everything he had learned thus far. The scenario is simple, Captain Forge explained, activating the arena's holographic systems. Hostiles have breached our perimeter and are attempting to capture a high-value asset. Alpha Team will defend while you focus on neutralizing the primary targets. The arena transformed around them, reshaping itself into a complex urban environment with buildings, streets, and numerous hiding places. Sophisticated combat drones, some humanoid, others more alien in design, materialized throughout the space. Their weapons systems loaded with energy pulses that would cause pain but no serious injury. "Remember your training," Nova said to John. "Control, precision, awareness, and try not to blow us all up," Cypher added with a smirk. "Begin simulation," Forge commanded, and chaos erupted. The drones attacked from multiple angles, firing energy weapons and employing various tactics. Alpha Team moved with the coordinated precision of a unit that had fought together for years. Forge darted through the battlefield with enhanced speed and strength, taking down drones with expert martial arts. Nova soared overhead, raining down cosmic energy blasts. Cypher seemed to anticipate every attack before it came, moving exactly where she needed to be to disrupt the drone's formations. Bastion created force field barriers to protect the team from crossfire, while Echo rapidly switched between mimicking each teammate's abilities as needed. John found himself at the center of this storm, applying everything he had learned. He created energy shields to deflect incoming fire, precisely targeted blasts to disable drones, and used his growing molecular awareness to sense enemies hiding behind obstacles. "Primary targets approaching," Forge called out, indicating 3 larger, more advanced drones that had appeared at the far end of the arena. "John, they're yours. We'll keep the perimeter secure." John nodded, focusing his attention on the new threats. These drones were different, their design reminiscent of Vex-Nar, with metallic skin and glowing red sensors. The sight of them triggered a flash of memory. Ellie and the girls lying motionless on the gymnasium floor, the alien standing over them with cold indifference. Anger surged through John, and with it, power. The energy dampener on his wrist began to emit warning tones as his output spiked. The air around him shimmered with heat, molecules vibrating with increasing intensity. "John, control," Nova called out, sensing the dangerous buildup. "Remember your focus." John heard her voice as if from a great distance. The training room, Alpha Team, everything faded away, replaced by the memory of that terrible moment when his world had ended. He saw Vex-Nar's face in every drone, heard his dismissive voice calling human lives irrelevant. "John," Hammond's voice cut through the speakers. "Your energy levels are approaching critical. Stabilize now." With tremendous effort, John pulled himself back from the brink, channeling the surging power into a directed form rather than letting it explode outward. He extended both hands toward the advancing drones, and a beam of concentrated energy, far more powerful than anything he had produced in training, lanced across the arena. The beam struck the lead drone and passed through it, continuing through the second and third as well before impacting the far wall with enough force to crack the reinforced material. All 3 drones collapsed, their systems completely fried, internal components reduced to molten slag. The simulation froze, holographic environments fading as emergency protocols engaged. John stood in the center of the arena, breathing heavily, the residual energy around him slowly dissipating. Alpha Team approached cautiously, expressions ranging from concern to awe. "Well," Echo said, breaking the tense silence, "that was definitely not 8%. Dr. Veritas's voice came over the speakers, tone carefully neutral. Based on preliminary readings, that energy discharge registered at approximately 12% of theoretical maximum potential. The focused beam contained enough power to destabilize molecular bonds in any ordinary matter it contacted. John looked at his hands in shock. I lost control. I saw Vex-Nar instead of the drones and I just reacted. Emotional triggers are powerful catalysts, Nova said gently, placing a hand on his arm. But they're also dangerous. If you had fully lost control just now, the entire mountain might have gone up, Cypher finished bluntly. You're not just playing with fire, John. You're playing with the fundamental forces that hold reality together. Hammond and Dr. Veritas joined them in the arena, the professor's expression grave. This is both encouraging and concerning, Hammond said. Your power is growing more quickly than anticipated, but your control isn't keeping pace. We need to adjust your training regimen. I'm sorry, John said, the dampener on his wrist still emitting soft warning tones as his energy signature gradually stabilized. I thought I had it under control, but when I saw those drones, they looked like him. The simulation was deliberately designed that way, Forge admitted. We needed to see how you would react to triggers associated with your trauma. Now we know. John felt a flash of anger at the manipulation. You could have warned me. Real combat doesn't come with warnings, Forge replied evenly. And the harvesters will certainly use your emotional vulnerabilities against you if they can. Before John could respond, alarms began blaring throughout the facility. Red emergency lights flashed as a computerized voice announced, "Dimensional breach detected. Unknown entities entering Sector 7. All personnel to alert stations." Hammond pressed a hand to his ear, listening to communications through an invisible earpiece. His expression darkened. Multiple signals. Harvester energy signatures. They've found us. Alpha Team immediately shifted to combat readiness, previous tensions forgotten. How many? Forge demanded. At least 5 distinct entities, Hammond replied. Plus some kind of larger transport signature. This isn't a scout mission, it's an assault team. They're after John, Nova said with certainty. They must have traced Vex-Nar's destruction. John felt cold dread settling in his stomach. This is happening because of me. No, Bastion said firmly. This is happening because the harvesters want to destroy our reality. You're just their current target. Forge took command with practiced efficiency. Nova, aerial reconnaissance. Cypher, get to the control center and coordinate our defense systems. Bastion, reinforce the primary containment barriers. Echo, with me on perimeter defense. He turned to John. You stay with Hammond and Veritas. Get to the secure bunker level. John shook his head. I'm not hiding while everyone else fights. This is my fight too. You're not ready, Forge insisted. Your control is still too unpredictable. In the heat of battle, I can do this, John interrupted, a newfound resolve hardening his voice. I have to do this. They killed my family. They're coming for me. I won't cower in a bunker. Hammond studied John for a long moment, then nodded slowly. He comes with us, Will. But John, you follow orders. No solo heroics. If Captain Forge or I tell you to fall back, you do it without question. Understood? John nodded. Understood. Then let's move, Forge ordered. Alpha Team deploys in 60 seconds. As they raced from the training arena toward the armory, John felt a strange mixture of fear and anticipation. 6 weeks ago, he had been an ordinary man living an ordinary life. Now he was preparing to face alien invaders from another dimension, alongside a team of superhumans, wielding powers he barely understood. Part of him wondered if he was ready for this, if 6 weeks of intensive training could possibly prepare him for facing beings like the one that had so casually murdered his family. But beneath that doubt burned a deeper certainty. Ready or not, this was his path now. The harvesters had taken everything from him. It was time to show them exactly what they had created in the process. Chapter 6. First contact. The Nexus facility transformed from research center to military stronghold with impressive speed. Defense systems activated, barriers rose, and personnel moved with practiced precision to battle stations. By the time Alpha Team reached the main atrium, the facility was fully locked down and ready for combat. Dr. Veritas coordinated from the central command hub, her voice coming through the team's communication devices. Breach point is holding stable in Sector 7, Eastern Perimeter. 5 humanoid entities have emerged, plus one larger signature that remains within the dimensional tear. Composition of the assault team? Forge inquired as they moved swiftly through reinforced corridors. 4 appear to be standard harvester shock troops, similar to previous encounters, Veritas replied. The 5th is different. Energy readings suggest a command-level entity. Designation: Harvester Prime. Hammond's expression tightened at this news. They're taking this seriously. A Prime hasn't led a field operation in over a year. John fell into step beside Nova as they approached the eastern perimeter. What exactly is a Harvester Prime? Elite commanders, she explained, her eyes already beginning to glow with gathered power. Where Vex Nar was merely a scout, a Prime is a true warrior, enhanced abilities, tactical intelligence, and direct neural link to their central command structure. In other words, Echo added grimly, very bad news. They reached a heavy blast door marking the boundary of Sector 7. Beyond it lay a forested area that served as a buffer zone between the mountain facility and the outside world. Through reinforced viewport windows, John could see the dimensional breach, a jagged tear in reality that pulsed with sickly green energy, casting an unnatural light over the surrounding trees. Standing before this rift were 5 figures. 4 appeared similar to Vex Nar but smaller, their metallic skin a dull bronze rather than silver, armed with what looked like energy weapons grafted directly to their arms. The 5th figure, however, was different, taller, more elegant in design, with a reflective black carapace that seemed to absorb light. Its head was elongated, with multiple sensory apparatus where eyes should be, and it wore elaborate armor inscribed with glowing green symbols. Harvester Prime, Forge confirmed, studying the enemy through tactical binoculars. And it's scanning for something specific. He lowered the binoculars, looking at John. For you, most likely. John felt the energy within him responding to the situation, power building beneath his skin. The dampener on his wrist emitted a soft warning tone. Control, Nova reminded him quietly. Remember your training. Forge outlined their strategy with rapid efficiency. Nova and I will engage directly. Bastion, create a containment perimeter to prevent them from advancing toward the main facility. Cypher, identify vulnerabilities in their defenses. Echo, adapt as needed to counter whatever abilities they demonstrate. John, he hesitated. I know, John said. Stay back, observe, only engage if absolutely necessary. Forge nodded. This is your first real combat situation. No simulations, no safety protocols. These entities will kill without hesitation or remorse. Don't underestimate them. With that, he activated the facility's external defense systems. Automated turrets emerged from concealed positions around the perimeter, targeting the harvester forces with precision energy. Weapons. Simultaneously, the blast door slid open, and Alpha Team moved into position. The harvester troops reacted immediately, firing energy weapons at the emerging defenders. Bastion stepped forward, creating a semi-transparent dome of force that absorbed the incoming fire. Nova rose into the air, her hands trailing streaks of cosmic energy as she prepared to attack from above. The Harvester Prime raised a hand, and its troops ceased fire. It stepped forward, its movements fluid and precise, utterly unlike the mechanical gait of its subordinates. When it spoke, its voice resonated with multiple harmonics, as if several beings were speaking in perfect unison. "Sentinels of Earth Prime," it intoned. "I am Cor Vex, Harvester Prime of the 7th Echelon. You harbor that which belongs to us. Surrender the Nexus vessel, and your deaths will be swift. Resist, and your suffering will be legendary." "We surrender nothing to dimensional parasites," Forge responded, his body tensing for combat. "Especially not people under our protection." The Prime's sensory apparatus swiveled, scanning each member of Alpha Team until it settled on John, partially concealed behind Bastion's force field. The alien entity went still, its carapace pulsing with internal light. "There," it said, its multi-layered voice taking on a tone almost like reverence. "The vessel awakens. So the prophecy unfolds as written." John stepped forward despite Forge's warning gesture. "I killed your scout," he said, his voice steady despite the fear and anger churning within him. "Vexnar murdered my family, and I obliterated him." "Yes," Cor Vex acknowledged, showing no emotion at the news of its comrade's death. "And in doing so, you confirmed what we had only theorized. The key is not an artifact, it is a living conduit. You, human, are the doorway through which our salvation will come." "I'm not your doorway or your vessel or your key," John replied, the dampener on his wrist beginning to pulse more rapidly as his power rose in response to his emotions. "I'm just a man whose family was murdered by your kind. And I'm going to make you pay for that." Cor Vex made a sound that might have been laughter. "Defiance. How predictable. Your species always believes it has agency in the grand pattern." It raised a gauntleted hand. "Harvester units, secure the vessel. Minimal damage only. The Prime Harvester requires its energy intact." The 4 smaller harvesters moved with frightening speed, spreading out to flank Alpha Team. Their weapons transformed, shifting from lethal energy projectors to what appeared to be capture devices emitting pulsing fields of green energy. "Now!" Forge shouted, and Alpha Team sprang into action. Nova struck first, descending from above in a blaze of stellar energy that engulfed the rightmost harvester. The alien's metallic skin began to bubble and melt under the cosmic onslaught, but it continued advancing, seemingly indifferent to the damage. Forge engaged the 2 central harvesters, his enhanced strength and speed allowing him to dodge their capture fields while delivering precisely targeted strikes to what intelligence suggested were vulnerable junctions in their carapaces. Echo moved alongside him, his adaptive abilities mimicking Forge's enhanced physical attributes, creating a synchronized fighting duo that kept the aliens off balance. Cypher hung back, her eyes darting rapidly as she analyzed the unfolding battle, calling out tactical information. "Left shoulder junction on Nova's target, structural weakness." "Echo, the one on the right is favoring its left leg actuator." Bastion maintained his protective barrier around John while simultaneously projecting focused force blasts at the 4th harvester, keeping it pinned down behind a rocky outcropping. But the Harvester Prime, Cor Vex, remained unnervingly still, observing the battle with clinical detachment. Then, without warning, it raised both arms and released a pulse of energy unlike anything John had ever sensed, a cascading wave that disrupted the very molecular structure of everything it touched. Bastion's force field shattered like glass. Nova dropped from the sky, her cosmic energy suddenly extinguished. Forge and Echo stumbled mid-attack, their enhanced abilities temporarily nullified. Cypher cried out, clutching her head as if in terrible pain. "Primitive resistances," Cor Vex stated flatly. "Your energy forms are known to us, catalogued, countered." It turned its sensory apparatus toward John. "But you, Vessel, your energy signature is unique. A perfect resonance with the fundamental frequency of the multiverse itself." John found himself the only one still standing at full capacity. Whatever energy pulse Core Vex had released, it hadn't affected him, or rather, he had unconsciously adapted to it, his molecular structure shifting to remain in harmony with the disruptive wave. Seeing his teammates incapacitated triggered something in John, a protective instinct combined with rising anger. The dampener on his wrist began to emit a continuous tone as his power levels surged beyond its containment capabilities. "John, don't." Hammond's voice came through the communication system. "Your control," but John was already moving, stepping beyond Bastion's shattered barrier to face Core Vex directly. He could feel the energy flowing through him more powerfully than ever, responding to his emotional state, seeking release. "You want to see what I can do?" John challenged, his voice taking on a resonant quality as energy saturated his cells. "You want to use me as some kind of interdimensional doorway? Let me show you what happens to things that try to control me." John extended his awareness outward, sensing the energy patterns of the harvesters, complex, alien, but ultimately composed of the same fundamental particles as everything else. He could feel their molecular structures, the energy binding their atoms together, the quantum forces keeping their very reality intact. And he reached out to grasp those forces. The 4 lesser harvesters froze as John's influence enveloped them, their mechanical movements grinding to a halt as the energy within their bodies responded to his will rather than their own. John didn't fully understand what he was doing. He was operating on instinct, guided by 6 weeks of intensive training and the raw emotional need to protect his new allies. With a gesture that felt both foreign and natural, John reversed the energy flow within the 4 harvesters. Their metallic skin began to glow, first red, then white-hot, as molecular bonds accelerated to impossible speeds. Within seconds, all 4 aliens imploded, collapsing inward as their mass condensed to infinitesimal points before vanishing entirely, converted completely from matter to energy. Then dispersed harmlessly into the atmosphere. Core Vex took a step backward, its sensory apparatus flaring with what might have been surprise or fear. "Impossible," it hissed. "Such precise manipulation requires centuries of evolution. No primitive organic could." John cut it off by reaching for the prime itself, attempting the same molecular control. But Core Vex was different, more complex, better protected. John could feel it resisting his influence, its own advanced energy manipulation abilities creating a counter-resonance that blocked his efforts. "Impressive, Vessel," Core Vex acknowledged. "Your development progresses faster than our models predicted. But you are still merely a fraction of what you will become." It raised its arms defensively. "And I am not so easily unmade as my subordinates." The Harvester Prime released another energy pulse, this one directed specifically at John. He felt it impact his molecular structure, attempting to disrupt his control, to scramble the energy patterns that allowed his consciousness to direct his power. John staggered under the assault but remained standing. Instinctively, he created a counter-resonance, nullifying the alien's attack by matching its frequency perfectly and inverting the wave pattern. "How interesting," Core Vex mused. "You learn as you fight. Adapt instantaneously. Your potential exceeds even our highest calculations." Alpha Team was beginning to recover, Nova rising shakily to her feet, Bastion's force fields flickering back into existence, Forge and Echo regaining their enhanced capabilities. Core Vex assessed the situation with cold pragmatism. This engagement has yielded sufficient data. A strategic withdrawal is indicated. It pressed a device on its arm, and the dimensional rift behind it pulsed more intensely. "We will meet again, Vessel. Soon. When you are ready." "My name is John Mercer," John called out, energy still crackling around his form. "Remember it, because I'm coming for all of you." The Harvester Prime made that strange laughing sound again. John Mercer died with his family. What you are becoming has no name in any human tongue. With that cryptic statement, it stepped backward into the dimensional rift, which collapsed upon itself with a thunderclap of displaced air. John stood motionless, gradually bringing his power back under control as Alpha Team regrouped around him. The dampener on his wrist had completely shorted out, its circuits fried by the energy levels he had channeled. "Everyone all right?" Forge asked, his voice tense as he surveyed his team. "That was a quantum disruption pulse," Nova said, still massaging her temples. "It temporarily severed my connection to cosmic energy. I've never experienced anything like it. It blocked my pattern recognition completely," Cypher added. "Like suddenly going blind." "John," Hammond's voice came through their communicators, urgent and concerned. "Return to the facility immediately. Dr. Veritas needs to run full diagnostics on your condition." As they made their way back inside, Echo fell into step beside John. "So, that thing you did to those 4 harvesters? Turning them inside out at the molecular level? That was new." John looked at his hands, which still tingled with residual energy. "I didn't know I could do that. I just felt their molecular structure and realized I could reverse it. That's approximately 15% of theoretical maximum," Dr. Veritas informed them as they entered the command center. "Your power output doubled under combat conditions, and you maintained precise control throughout. But the Prime was different," John said, replaying the encounter in his mind. "Stronger, more resistant to my influence. Harvester Primes are several evolutionary steps above their shock troops," Hammond explained. "They possess sophisticated energy manipulation abilities of their own, not unlike yours, though different in source and application." John took a seat, suddenly feeling the aftereffects of channeling so much power. His muscles ached, and a dull headache was forming behind his eyes. "They'll be back," he said with certainty. "And in greater numbers." "Yes," Hammond agreed grimly. "This was a reconnaissance mission as much as an attempt to capture you. Corvex was gathering data, assessing your capabilities, formulating a strategy for the next encounter. Which means we need to accelerate your training," Forge added. "What you did out there was impressive, but largely instinctive. Against a full Harvester assault force, instinct won't be enough. How much time do we have?" John asked. Hammond sighed heavily. "Impossible to say with certainty. Harvester tactics typically involve a period of analysis after initial contact, followed by a precision strike once vulnerabilities have been identified. Could be days, could be weeks." "What did it mean?" John asked quietly, "when it said, 'John Mercer died with his family'? That what I'm becoming has no name." A somber silence fell over the command center. It was Nova who finally answered, her luminous eyes filled with compassion. "The prophecy of the Nexus key speaks of transformation, a complete metamorphosis from mortal being to something beyond. If you truly are the living embodiment of the key, your journey has only just begun." "The vessel," Cypher mused, "that's what Corvex called you. Not just a key but a container, for what?" "For the fundamental energy of the multiverse itself," Hammond said gravely. "If the ancient texts are to be believed, the fully awakened Nexus key becomes a conduit through which the primal forces that shape and sustain reality can flow unimpeded. And the Harvesters want to use that," John concluded. "To drain other realities to save their own." "Yes," Hammond nodded. "But such power could also be used to stop them permanently, to seal the barriers between dimensions against any further incursions." John looked around at these people who had become his comrades in just 6 short weeks, these extraordinary individuals who had taken in a grief-stricken ordinary man and helped him begin to master powers beyond imagination. "Then we don't wait for them to come back on their terms," he said with newfound resolve. "We prepare on ours. We train harder, faster. And when they return, we show them exactly who they're dealing with." Captain Forge smiled grimly. Now you're thinking like a sentinel. Later that night, alone in his quarters, John stood before the mirror, studying his reflection. He looked different somehow, not in any physical way he could pinpoint, but in the way energy seemed to flow just beneath his skin. In the subtle glow that occasionally manifested in his eyes when his emotions ran high. John Mercer died with his family, he whispered, echoing Corvex's words. The alien had meant it as a statement of fact, not cruelty, a clinical assessment of John's transformation. And looking at himself now, John couldn't entirely disagree. The ordinary man he had been was gone, burned away in the crucible of loss and power. What remained was something new, something still taking shape. The question that haunted him as he finally sought rest was simple but profound. When the transformation was complete, when he reached 100% of his theoretical potential, would there be anything of John Mercer left at all? Chapter 7. Acceleration. The attack changed everything. Training intensified to a nearly unbearable degree as Hammond and Alpha Team pushed John to develop his abilities further, faster. Days blurred into nights in an endless cycle of physical conditioning, power exercises, combat simulations, and theoretical study. 3 weeks after the encounter with Corvex, John stood in the center of the reinforced testing chamber, surrounded by an array of sensors monitoring his every molecular fluctuation. Dr. Veritas observed from behind shielded glass as John prepared to attempt a new level of energy manipulation, one that theoretically approached 25% of his maximum potential. The principle is straightforward, Cypher had explained during their morning briefing. Instead of manipulating existing molecular structures, you'll be creating a localized space where the laws of physics are temporarily altered, allowing for accelerated energy states that wouldn't normally be stable. Straightforward in theory, perhaps, but monumentally difficult in practice. John concentrated, extending his awareness beyond individual molecules to the quantum field that underlaid reality itself. He could feel it now, the subtle vibrations of possibility, the strings of potential that connected all things across all dimensions. With careful precision, he began to create a bubble of altered space before him, a perfect sphere about 3 feet in diameter where the normal constraints of physics gradually loosened. Inside this sphere, energy began to coalesce, particles forming from pure potential, matter emerging from apparent nothingness. Remarkable, Dr. Veritas's voice came through the observation speaker. You're initiating localized matter generation through quantum field manipulation. The energy readings are off the scale. John maintained his focus, watching as the sphere before him filled with swirling light, raw energy taking physical form under his direction. With subtle adjustments, he shaped this energy into increasingly complex patterns, demonstrating not just power but precise control. Acceptable parameters maintained, Dr. Veritas reported. You may proceed to Phase 2. Phase 2 was the real challenge, not just creating this bubble of altered physics, but extending his influence to connect it with another point in space. If successful, John would essentially be creating a miniature wormhole, a bridge between two locations through a higher dimensional plane. John visualized the second location, a designated spot at the far end of the testing chamber. He reached out with his awareness, feeling for the quantum strings that could connect these 2 points, bypassing the normal 3-dimensional space between them. The air at the target location began to shimmer, mirroring the energy sphere near John. Gradually, a connection formed between them, a tunnel of coruscating light that existed partially outside normal spacetime. Connection established, Dr. Veritas confirmed, her voice betraying rare excitement. Quantum entanglement readings show perfect synchronization between both spatial loci. John pushed further, strengthening the connection until it stabilized into a translucent tunnel of energy. With careful intent, he sent a pulse of pure energy through this corridor, a simple test to confirm its functionality. The pulse traveled instantaneously, emerging at the far end of the chamber with perfect fidelity. John allowed himself a moment of satisfaction before attempting the final phase, expanding the tunnel to accommodate physical matter. This proved considerably more difficult. Maintaining the altered physics required for quantum tunneling while simultaneously preserving the integrity of complex molecular structures demanded levels of concentration John had never before attempted. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he fought to keep the expanding tunnel stable. Energy fluctuations increasing, Dr. Veritas warned. Containment at 87% and dropping. John gritted his teeth, pouring more of himself into the effort. The tunnel widened, its walls solidifying from translucent energy to a more substantial corridor that bridged normal space. "Stop," Dr. Veritas commanded suddenly. "Your output is approaching critical levels. The dampener can't compensate." But John was too deeply immersed in the process to hear her warning. He had glimpsed something within the quantum field. Patterns of energy that reminded him of the harvester technology, signatures similar to the dimensional rift that had brought Core Vex to Earth. Understanding bloomed within his mind. He wasn't just creating a spatial shortcut, he was touching the very barriers between dimensions. "John," Dr. Veritas's voice was sharp with alarm. "Disengage now. Your energy signature is destabilizing." The urgency in her voice finally penetrated John's concentration. With tremendous effort, he began to withdraw his influence, carefully collapsing the quantum tunnel he had created. The process had to be gradual. A sudden disruption might release all that contained energy in an explosive backlash. As the tunnel shrank and eventually vanished, John sank to one knee, drained by the exertion. The room seemed to spin around him as his body struggled to recover from channeling such immense power. The chamber door slid open, and Dr. Veritas rushed in, accompanied by medical staff. "Vital signs?" she demanded of a technician who was scanning John with a handheld device. "Elevated but stabilizing," the technician reported. "Cellular energy saturation at 142% of baseline. Higher than we've recorded previously, but within theoretical safety margins." John accepted a bottle of water from one of the staff, drinking deeply before speaking. "I saw something," he said, his voice hoarse. "In the quantum field. Patterns. Signatures. Like the harvester rift, but more complex." Dr. Veritas helped him to his feet, her expression concerned. "You were approaching 25% of theoretical maximum, John. At that level, you're beginning to perceive aspects of reality normally hidden from conscious awareness." It wasn't just perception, John insisted as they made their way out of the testing chamber. "I understood it. The mathematics of interdimensional travel, the energy requirements, the resonance patterns needed to breach the barriers, it all made sense." They entered the adjacent monitoring room, where Professor Hammond waited, studying the data from John's session with intense focus. "Extraordinary," he murmured, not looking up from the displays. "You're progressing faster than anyone could have predicted. The jump from molecular manipulation to quantum field alteration should have taken months of training, not weeks." It felt natural, John admitted. "Like I was remembering how to do it rather than learning." Hammond exchanged a significant look with Dr. Veritas. "That aligns with the prophecy. If you truly are the living embodiment of the Nexus key, these abilities aren't external to you, they're intrinsic, merely dormant until awakened." "And waking up faster every day," John said, a hint of unease in his voice. "I'm changing, Professor. I can feel it. Not just my abilities but me. The way I think, the way I perceive reality." Hammond nodded gravely. The human mind wasn't designed to channel such powers, to comprehend reality at the quantum level. Adaptation is inevitable. And necessary, Dr. Veritas added, reviewing John's medical scans. Your cellular structure is evolving to accommodate the energy flowing through you. If it weren't, she didn't need to finish the thought. John understood the implication. A normal human body would have burned out long ago under the strain of channeling such power. So I'm becoming something else, John said quietly. Just like Corvex said. You're becoming what you need to be, Hammond corrected gently. To survive, to fulfill your potential, to face what's coming. Before John could respond, alarms blared throughout the facility, the same alert pattern that had signaled Corvex's arrival 3 weeks earlier. Dimensional breach detected, the automated system announced. Multiple signatures. Sector 12. All personnel to battle stations. Hammond pressed his communicator. Control room, report. Sir, came the urgent reply, we're detecting 8 harvester signatures emerging from a dimensional rift in Sector 12. Energy readings suggest multiple prime-level entities among them. They're back sooner than expected, Hammond muttered. And in force, he turned to John. You should rest after that testing session. Alpha Team can. No, John interrupted firmly. I'm going. This is what we've been training for. Dr. Veritas looked skeptical. You just channeled record levels of energy. Your system needs time to recover. There is no time, John said, already moving toward the door. The harvesters are here now, and they're here for me. I won't hide while others fight my battles. Hammond studied John for a moment, then nodded curtly. Very well. But stay with Alpha Team and maintain communication at all times. If your energy readings spike into dangerous territory, you withdraw immediately. That's non-negotiable. John accepted these terms with a quick nod before hurrying to the armory where Alpha Team would be preparing. As he jogged through the corridors of the Nexus, passing Sentinel personnel rushing to defensive positions, John reflected on how drastically his life had changed in just 3 months. The grief of losing Ellie and the girls remained, a constant ache beneath everything else. But alongside it had grown something new, purpose, resolve, and increasingly, a sense of responsibility that extended beyond personal vendetta. If he truly was this Nexus key, if his powers really could affect the multiverse itself, then what he did with those abilities mattered on a scale he could scarcely comprehend. Alpha Team was indeed in the armory, suiting up with practiced efficiency. Captain Forge looked up as John entered, his expression grim. 8 signatures, he stated without preamble. 3 primes among them, plus what appears to be a new class of entity our systems can't identify. This isn't a capture mission, they're escalating to full containment protocol. Meaning? John asked, accepting a reinforced combat suit designed to work with his energy manipulation abilities. Meaning they're not trying to take you alive anymore, Cypher explained bluntly. They'll extract your energy signature even if it destroys your physical form. They've realized you're too dangerous to capture intact, Nova added, her cosmic energy already beginning to manifest around her hands. You're evolving too quickly, becoming too powerful to control. John absorbed this information as he donned the combat suit. So they want to kill me and, what, drain my power after I'm dead? The Nexus key's energy wouldn't dissipate with physical death, Hammond explained, entering the armory with Dr. Veritas. It would remain accessible for a brief period, long enough for the harvesters to extract and contain it. Charming, John muttered. So instead of being a prisoner, I get to be a battery. Neither option is acceptable, Forge stated firmly. Which is why we're going to stop them here and now. He turned to his team. Standard containment formation. Nova and Bastion on perimeter control. Nothing gets past our defensive line. Cypher and Echo on flanking positions. I'll take point. And John? Echo asked. Forge considered for a moment. Center position, protected on all sides but with clear lines of sight. Once we've assessed the enemy capabilities, John engages at my signal, not before. Everyone nodded their understanding, and Hammond stepped forward with a final briefing. Our intelligence suggests this assault team is led by a Harvester Prime called Tier Vex, believed to be Core Vex's superior in their hierarchy. The unidentified entity may be what their records refer to as a Nexus Hunter, a specially evolved harvester designed to track and extract interdimensional energy signatures. Great, Cypher said sarcastically. Just what we needed, a specialized predator designed specifically to hunt John. All the more reason to stick to the plan, Forge insisted. No heroics, no solo engagements. We fight as a team. As they headed toward Sector 12, an external training ground located on the mountain's western slope, John felt a curious calm settling over him. 3 months ago, the prospect of facing alien invaders would have terrified him. Now, it felt almost inevitable, the next logical step in whatever he was becoming. The western training ground was a large, open area bordered by dense forest on one side and steep mountain slopes on the other. As Alpha Team emerged from the facility's reinforced exit, they could immediately see the dimensional rift, a jagged tear in reality larger than the one that had brought Core Vex. Pulsing with the same sickly green energy but more intense, more stable. Before it stood 8 figures, 5 with the now familiar appearance of Harvester shock troops, and 3 larger entities whose design suggested greater power and status. But it was the 8th figure that drew everyone's attention, a tall, impossibly thin being whose body seemed to shift and flow like liquid metal. With no discernible features except for a cluster of glowing sensors where a head should be. The Nexus Hunter, Nova murmured, her voice tense. One of the larger harvesters stepped forward, similar to Core Vex in design but larger, its black carapace adorned with more elaborate symbols and its movements conveying a sense of absolute authority. I am Tier Vex, Harvester Prime of the 3rd Echelon, it announced, its multi-layered voice deeper and more resonant than Core Vex's had been. We come for the Nexus vessel. Your resistance, while expected, is ultimately futile. The pattern of your defeat was calculated with 99.8% certainty. You might want to check your math, Forge replied, his stance ready for combat. Your last assessment team went home empty-handed. What few of them survived? A reconnaissance mission yields data, not victory, Tier Vex responded dismissively. That data has been analyzed. Your defensive capabilities are known. Your tactical options are limited. The vessel's development, while impressive, remains incomplete. The Harvester Prime's sensory apparatus focused on John, standing protected within Alpha Team's formation. The human shell still dominates the Nexus energy. Inefficient, imperfect. We will remedy this impurity. With a subtle gesture from Tier Vex, the Nexus Hunter glided forward, its liquid metal form rippling with terrible purpose. The creature's cluster of sensors flared as it analyzed John, and when it spoke, its voice was unlike the other harvesters, not multi-layered but strangely hollow, as if emanating from an empty void. Nexus pattern identified, it intoned. Resonance. Optimal. Containment protocols, initiated. The hunter raised what might have been arms, its form reshaping to create appendages that culminated in devices unlike anything John had seen, not weapons in the conventional sense, but tools designed for a specific, terrible purpose. Extraction imminent, the hunter declared. Now, Forge commanded, and Alpha Team sprang into action. Nova soared upward, unleashing a barrage of cosmic energy that created a dome of scintillating light around the harvester forces, containing them within the perimeter. Bastion reinforced this with his own force fields, layering them in complex patterns designed to resist the quantum disruption techniques Core Vex had used. Cypher and Echo moved with perfect coordination, engaging the shock troops with a combination of predictive combat techniques and adaptive powers. Forge himself launched directly at one of the prime entities, his enhanced strength and speed allowing him to land several punishing blows before the alien could respond. John remained in position, observing the battle as instructed while gathering his energy. The dampener on his wrist, a new, reinforced model designed after his previous one had failed, emitted a steady hum as it worked to regulate his output. The harvesters fought with cold efficiency, their movements precise and coordinated. But Alpha Team had clearly learned from their previous encounter, anticipating the aliens' tactics, countering their energy weapons, avoiding the disruption fields they projected. Tyr Vex observed for only moments before apparently deciding direct intervention was necessary. It raised both arms, and the air between the combatants seemed to ripple as space itself distorted. Dimensional fold, Cypher shouted in warning just before reality buckled. The very ground beneath Alpha Team shifted, as if the fabric of spacetime were being folded like paper. Nova's cosmic dome shattered as the dimensional distortion undermined its fundamental structure. Bastion's force fields flickered and failed, unable to maintain coherence across the warped space. In an instant, the carefully planned formation collapsed. Alpha Team members finding themselves suddenly separated by impossible distances within the same physical area, an effect of the distorted spacetime. And John stood alone, directly before the Nexus hunter. Isolation achieved, the hunter stated flatly. Containment proceeding. The creature's fluid form surged forward, faster than John could react. Its shape-shifting appendages wrapped around him, not touching his physical body but somehow enclosing the energy field that surrounded him, the manifestation of his power visible only to those who could perceive quantum states. John felt it immediately, a cold, invasive presence attempting to interface with his energy signature, to isolate and extract it from his physical form. It was like nothing he had experienced before, a violation at the most fundamental level of his being. Pain unlike anything he had known coursed through him as the hunter began the extraction process. John could feel his connection to his own power being systematically severed, his energy being siphoned away not just from his body but from his very consciousness. Through the haze of agony, John was dimly aware of Alpha Team struggling to reach him, fighting through the distorted space created by Tyr Vex. Nova's cosmic blasts and Bastion's force projections seemed to move in slow motion through the twisted reality. Forge and Echo battled the other primes, while Cypher frantically worked to analyze the dimensional fold, searching for weaknesses in its structure. But they wouldn't reach him in time. John could feel himself weakening as the hunter's extraction accelerated. His vision began to darken at the edges, his awareness of the quantum field fading as his energy was drained away. In desperation, John reached deep within himself, past the techniques he had been taught, beyond the controlled exercises of his training. He reached for the core of whatever he was becoming, the source of the power that had awakened that terrible day in his daughter's school. And he found something unexpected, not just power but understanding. Knowledge that seemed to have always been there, waiting to be accessed when needed most. Knowledge of what he truly was, what the Nexus key truly represented. With this revelation came a surge of energy unlike anything he had channeled before. The dampener on his wrist exploded in a shower of sparks as power flooded through John's system, far beyond its capacity to regulate. The Nexus hunter sensed the change immediately, its extraction process faltering as John's energy signature suddenly expanded beyond its containment parameters. Anomaly detected, it announced, a note of something almost like alarm in its hollow voice. Subject power exceeding projected maximum. Containment failing. John became aware of his body beginning to glow with intense blue-white light. The pain of the extraction was replaced by a different sensation, a feeling of expansion. As if his consciousness were spreading beyond the confines of his physical form to touch the quantum field directly. With newfound insight, John understood what was happening to him, and what he needed to do. The hunter was attempting to separate his energy from his physical form, but that separation wasn't possible because they weren't truly distinct. He wasn't a human who possessed energy manipulation abilities. He was energy that had taken human form. John embraced this truth, accepting what he was becoming rather than fighting to remain what he had been. As he did, his power surged to new heights, approaching 40% of his theoretical maximum, according to the distant monitors in the Nexus command center. The hunter's liquid metal form began to bubble and distort as John's expanding energy field interfered with its molecular structure. Its extraction tools, designed to siphon energy within certain parameters, failed catastrophically as John's power exceeded those limitations. Containment breach, the hunter intoned. Extraction failed. Vessel evolution accelerating beyond projected timeline. Emergency protocols. John didn't allow it to finish. With a thought, he reversed the energy flow the hunter had established, not just stopping the extraction but sending his own power surging back through the connection between them. The result was immediate and devastating. The hunter's form lost all cohesion, its liquid metal body erupting into countless droplets that froze in midair, suspended by John's control of the energy binding their molecules. Then, with a gesture, John accelerated those molecules to speeds approaching light, converting the hunter's entire mass into pure energy in an instant. The resulting release didn't explode outward as conventional physics would dictate but instead collapsed inward, creating a momentary singularity that John contained and then gradually dispersed. Releasing the energy safely into the quantum field rather than the physical environment. Where the Nexus hunter had stood, nothing remained, not even dust. The dimensional fold tier Vex had created wavered and collapsed as the Harvester Prime's concentration broke at the sight of the hunter's destruction. Reality snapped back to normal parameters, reuniting Alpha Team on the battlefield. "John," Nova called out, alarmed by his glowing appearance. "Your power levels," but John barely heard her. His awareness had expanded beyond the immediate conflict to something larger. He could perceive the dimensional rift not just as a tear in local spacetime but as a conduit reaching back to the Harvester's home reality. He could feel the desperate hunger of that dying universe, the entropic decay that drove the Harvesters to consume other realities. And he could see how to close the rift permanently. Without a word to his teammates, John raised both hands toward the pulsing green tear in reality. His expanded consciousness reached into the quantum structure of the rift, identifying the precise resonance patterns that maintained its stability across dimensional boundaries. "Stop him," Tier Vex commanded, its multi-layered voice edged with something new, fear. The vessel must not. The remaining Harvesters moved to intercept, but Alpha Team, seeing John's intent, formed a protective barrier around him. Forge engaged Tier Vex directly, while Nova, Bastion, Cypher, and Echo held off the other attackers. John focused entirely on the rift, manipulating the quantum strings that connected it to the Harvester's home dimension. With a precision that would have been impossible weeks earlier, he began to untangle these connections, systematically closing the pathway between realities. The rift's green energy flared violently as John's influence took hold, the tear beginning to shrink as its anchor points in the quantum field dissolved. Tier Vex, seeing this, abandoned its fight with Forge and made a desperate lunge toward John, only to be intercepted by a combined attack from Nova and Bastion that drove it back. "The vessel cannot be allowed to mature," Tier Vex shouted, its normal cold calculation giving way to urgency. Its awakening was not to occur for another cycle. "The pattern is disrupted." John heard these words distantly, filing them away for later consideration as he completed his work on the rift. With a final surge of power, he collapsed the last quantum connections maintaining the interdimensional pathway, and the rift imploded with a thunderous crack-L push of displaced energy. The backlash from the rift's closure rippled through the battlefield, momentarily disorienting both Alpha Team and the Harvesters. As the energy wave passed, John remained standing, still glowing with blue-white light, his expression serene despite the immense power flowing through him. Tyr Vex and the remaining Harvesters found themselves cut off from their home dimension, stranded on Earth with no means of return. The Prime straightened to its full height, its sensory apparatus fixed on John. "This achieves nothing," it declared, though its confident tone had diminished. "Other pathways will open. The harvest cannot be prevented. It is written in the pattern of all things." "Maybe," John replied, his voice resonating with harmonics similar to the Harvester's own multi-layered speech. "But not today. And not through me." With a gesture that seemed almost casual, John extended his influence to encompass all the remaining Harvesters simultaneously. Unlike his previous molecular manipulation, this was more subtle. He didn't destroy their physical forms but instead rewrote the energy patterns that allowed them to maintain cohesion in Earth's dimension. One by one, the Harvesters began to fade from view, their forms becoming translucent, then transparent, before disappearing entirely, not destroyed but displaced. Pushed into a dimensional pocket where they could neither harm nor be harmed. "A temporary solution," Tyr Vex's voice echoed as it too began to fade. "We will return. And when we do, what you have become will determine the fate of all realities. Choose wisely, vessel. The burden you carry is greater than you know." With those cryptic words, the Harvester Prime vanished, leaving Alpha Team alone on the training ground with John still glowing at their center, power radiating from him in visible waves. "John?" Nova approached cautiously. "Are you still with us?" John turned to her, his eyes now shining with the same blue-white energy that surrounded his body. When he spoke, his voice carried strange harmonics, as if multiple versions of himself were speaking simultaneously. "I understand now," he said. "What I am. What I'm becoming. The Nexus key isn't just a conduit between dimensions, it's the linchpin of the multiverse itself." The glow surrounding him gradually began to fade as he brought his power back under control. As it receded, the harmonics in his voice diminished, returning to something closer to his normal tone. "I saw it all," he continued, his expression distant. "The pattern Tyr Vex mentioned. The prophecy. The reason the Harvesters are so desperate to control the key. What did you see?" Hammond asked, having arrived at the scene with Dr. Veritas and a medical team. John looked at the professor, his eyes still containing faint traces of energy. "The multiverse is dying, Professor. Not just the Harvester's reality, but all realities gradually succumbing to entropy. The Nexus key was created as a failsafe, a way to renew the multiverse when the cycle of decay reached a critical point. Created by whom?" Dr. Veritas asked. "The architects," John replied. "The beings who shaped the early multiverse. They knew that eventually, entropy would threaten all existence, so they created the key, a living conduit capable of channeling enough power to restart the cosmic cycle." "And that's you?" Echo asked, sounding uncertain. John shook his head. "Not exactly. I'm a vessel, like the Harvesters said. A temporary housing for the key's energy until the transformation is complete." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "John Mercer is still here, still me. But I'm also becoming something else, something that transcends individual identity." Hammond studied John with renewed interest. "And the Harvesters? What do they want with the key?" "They discovered the prophecy, understood what the key represented," John explained. "But instead of using it to renew the multiverse as intended, they want to use it to save only their reality, to channel the renewal energy exclusively into their dying universe, at the cost of all others, which would doom the rest of the multiverse, Nova concluded grimly. Yes, John confirmed. A selfish solution to a universal problem. Forge stepped forward, his tactical mind already processing the implications. So we're not just fighting to protect our reality from being drained, we're fighting for the proper use of the key. For the renewal of all realities rather than just one. Exactly, John said. And that's why my development matters so much to them. The key must reach full maturation, 100% of its potential, to perform the renewal function. But in an incomplete state, it can still be manipulated, directed, controlled. So they want to capture you before you reach full power, Cypher reasoned. Before you can make your own choices about how the key's energy is used, John nodded. And based on what I sensed in the quantum field, I'm approaching a critical threshold. Once I pass 50% of maximum potential, the transformation accelerates exponentially. The harvesters are running out of time to control me. Hammond's expression was grave as he absorbed this information. Then we must accelerate your training even further. If the harvesters are growing desperate, their next attack will be even more severe. Not just training, John said with newfound certainty. I need to understand more about the architects, about the original purpose of the key. There must be records, artifacts, something that can guide me through what's coming. The archives, Dr. Veritas said suddenly. The dimensional artifacts we've collected over the years. Some of them date back to the earliest eras of the multiverse. They might contain information about the architects and the key. Hammond nodded. We'll begin research immediately. In the meantime, John needs medical evaluation after channeling such unprecedented levels of power. As the group made their way back toward the facility, John walked slightly apart, lost in contemplation of what he had experienced. The knowledge that had come to him during the battle felt both foreign and intimately familiar, as if he were remembering things he had always known but had somehow forgotten. Nova fell into step beside him, her luminous eyes studying his face. How do you feel? She asked softly. John considered the question seriously. Different, he finally replied. Like I'm expanding. Not just my powers but my awareness, my understanding. Parts of me are falling away, and new aspects are emerging. The transformation core Vex spoke of, she murmured. Yes. John looked up at the sky, seeing not just the blue expanse of Earth's atmosphere but the quantum patterns underlying it, the connections to other dimensions, other realities. I'm still me, still John. But I'm becoming something more, something that extends beyond this single identity, this single reality. Does it frighten you? Nova asked. John smiled faintly. Oddly, no. It should. The idea of losing myself, of transforming into something beyond human understanding. But it feels right, somehow. Like following a path I was always meant to walk. Even though it began with such terrible loss? John's smile faded as thoughts of Ellie and the girls surfaced. That's the hardest part. Knowing that they'll never see what I become, never understand why it happened. He paused, a realization forming. Or maybe they're part of it too. Maybe losing them was what allowed me to begin letting go of who I was, to become what I need to be. Nova rested a gentle hand on his arm. Whatever you become, John, you won't face it alone. That's what Alpha Team means. That's what being a Sentinel means. We stand together, especially at the thresholds of transformation. John covered her hand with his, grateful for the simple human contact amidst the cosmic revelations unfolding within him. Thank you, he said simply. As they reached the entrance to the Nexus facility, John cast one last look back at the battlefield where he had taken another significant step in his metamorphosis. The Nexus key was awakening within him, transforming him from an ordinary man into something the multiverse had never seen. What that meant for John Mercer, and for all of reality, remained to be seen. The Energy Master Part 3, Transcendence Chapter 8, The Architects. The archives occupied the deepest level of the Nexus facility, a vast circular chamber whose walls were lined with containment units housing artifacts recovered from various dimensions and timelines. The air hummed with subtle energy as sophisticated dampening fields kept the more volatile items stable. John stood at the center of this repository beside Professor Hammond, Dr. Veritas, and Cypher, whose pattern recognition abilities made her invaluable for research of this nature. It had been 2 weeks since the battle with Tier Vex. 2 weeks of intensive training that had pushed John's abilities to approximately 45% of his theoretical maximum, and 2 weeks of increasingly vivid dreams filled with fragmented images of beings unlike any he had ever seen, constructing something vast and intricate across multiple realities. The architects, Hammond explained, gesturing to a holographic display showing strange glyphs and symbols recovered from various interdimensional artifacts. According to the limited records we have, they existed in the earliest epochs of the multiverse, perhaps even predating its current form. How is that possible? John asked, studying the alien script with unexpected familiarity. How could anything predate the multiverse itself? The multiverse as we understand it may not be the first iteration, Dr. Veritas suggested. Some theoretical models propose a cyclical cosmology, a series of universal expansions and contractions, each giving birth to new configurations of reality. Like a cosmic heartbeat, John murmured, the phrase coming to him unbidden. Hammond gave him a sharp look. That exact phrase appears in one of our oldest texts describing the architects. How did you know that? John shook his head, uncertain. I don't know. It just came to me. I've been having dreams, memories that aren't mine, knowledge I shouldn't have. The key's consciousness emerging, Cypher suggested, her keen eyes studying John with scientific interest. As your power grows, so does your connection to the key's original purpose and creators. That would be consistent with the transformation described in the prophecy, Hammond agreed. Not just physical power but ancestral memory, the accumulated knowledge of the architects themselves, encoded within the key's energy signature. John turned his attention to a particular containment unit at the far end of the chamber, a simple crystalline cube suspended in a field of blue energy. Unlike the other artifacts, this one seemed to call to him, resonating with his own energy in a way he couldn't explain. What's that? He asked, moving toward it almost involuntarily. Hammond followed his gaze. The chronolith, one of our most enigmatic acquisitions, a crystal of unknown composition that occasionally emits pulses of tachyon particles. We believe it's some kind of temporal recording device, but we've never been able to activate it properly. As John approached the containment field, the crystal within began to glow, responding to his presence. The blue energy surrounding it flickered and intensified, instruments around the chamber registering a sudden spike in activity. Incredible, Dr. Veritas breathed, checking readings on a nearby console. The artifact is synchronizing with your energy signature. It's never responded like this to anyone before. John stood before the containment field, feeling a powerful connection to the crystal within. Without consciously deciding to, he raised his hand toward the field, his fingers passing through the protective energy as if it weren't there. John, wait, Hammond began, but fell silent as the crystal rose from its housing and floated toward John's outstretched hand. The moment his fingers touched the crystalline surface, John's consciousness expanded dramatically. The archives, the Nexus, Earth itself, all fell away as his awareness was catapulted across time and space to witness events from the dawn of existence. He saw them, the architects. Not physical beings as he understood the concept, but entities of pure consciousness and energy, existing simultaneously across multiple planes of reality. They moved through the primordial void, shaping order from chaos, establishing the fundamental constants that would govern the nascent multiverse. He watched as they created the first stable dimensional boundaries, separating what would become distinct universes, each with its own physical laws and evolutionary paths. He witnessed the birth of stars, the formation of galaxies, the emergence of life across countless worlds, all part of the architect's grand design. And he saw their greatest work, a self-sustaining system of universal renewal, a cosmic safeguard against the inevitable entropy that would someday threaten all existence. At the center of this system was the Nexus key, not a physical artifact, but a living consciousness meant to evolve alongside the multiverse it would eventually renew. But something had gone wrong. John perceived a schism among the architects, a fundamental disagreement about the future of their creation. Some believed the multiverse should be allowed to evolve freely, even if that meant eventual decay. Others insisted on more direct intervention, continuous adjustment, eternal preservation at any cost. The conflict fractured the architect's unified consciousness. Those who favored freedom and natural evolution created the Nexus key as their legacy, a mechanism for renewal that would activate only when truly needed. And only through the choices of a conscious being who had experienced life within the multiverse. Those who demanded control and preservation became something else, entities consumed by the fear of ending. Willing to sacrifice the freedom and diversity of the multiverse to maintain their own preferred reality. The Harvesters. John witnessed the final confrontation between these factions, a war fought not with physical weapons but with the fundamental forces of reality itself. The architects prevailed, but at tremendous cost. Their consciousness, already diminished by the schism, could no longer maintain cohesion across all dimensions. In their final act, they dispersed the Nexus key's energy throughout the multiverse, encoding it to eventually coalesce within a suitable vessel, a being who would face loss and transcendence. Who would understand both the value of individual life and the necessity of cosmic renewal. The architects then faded from existence, their consciousness joining with the fabric of the multiverse they had created. While the defeated faction, the Proto-Harvesters, were banished to a pocket dimension where their influence would be contained. But containment was never meant to be eternal. The architects knew that someday, as entropy increased and the barriers between dimensions weakened, the Harvesters would find their way back. And when they did, the Nexus key would need to be ready. John gasped as his consciousness snapped back to the present, the crystal still hovering above his palm, now glowing with intense blue light that matched the energy emanating from his own body. He became aware of alarms blaring throughout the archives, of Hammond, Veritas, and Cypher staring at him in shock. John? Hammond's voice seemed distant despite his proximity. What happened? The crystal's energy output just increased 1,000-fold, and your power readings are, I saw them, John interrupted, his voice resonating with subtle harmonics. The architects. The creation of the multiverse. The origin of the Harvesters. He looked down at the crystal, now pulsing in perfect synchronization with his heartbeat. They weren't aliens or gods. They were the first consciousness. And the Harvesters were once part of them, a faction that feared ending above all else. John, your energy levels, Dr. Veritas said urgently, showing him a handheld monitor. You're approaching 55% of theoretical maximum. The contact with the crystal has accelerated your development. John nodded, somehow unsurprised. The chronolith isn't just a recording device. It's a key to unlocking the memories encoded within the Nexus energy, the history I needed to understand my purpose. And what is that purpose? Hammond asked quietly. John carefully placed the crystal back into its containment field, though he knew now that such barriers were merely symbolic. The crystal, like himself, existed simultaneously across multiple planes of reality. The multiverse is reaching the end of its current cycle, he explained, the knowledge unfolding within him with perfect clarity. Entropy has progressed too far to be reversed by conventional means. Without intervention, all realities will eventually decay into formless void, including the pocket dimension where the harvesters were contained. Which is why they've returned now, Cypher concluded, her quick mind connecting the patterns. They sensed the approaching end and escaped their prison. Yes, John confirmed. But where the architects designed the Nexus key to renew all realities equally, to reset the cosmic cycle while preserving the diversity and freedom of the multiverse, the harvesters want to use that same power to preserve only their reality, at the expense of all others. And you're the vessel of this power, Hammond said, studying John with new understanding. The living embodiment of the Nexus key. John nodded slowly. Not by accident. My family's death, my manifestation, my accelerated development, it's all part of a pattern established billions of years ago. The key's energy was always meant to find someone who had experienced profound loss, who understood the value of life and the pain of its ending. Because only such a person could be trusted with the power to renew or destroy entire realities, Dr. Veritas realized, her scientific detachment momentarily giving way to awe. Exactly, John said. The choice of how to use the key's power must come from lived experience, from genuine understanding, not from abstract calculation or the fear of ending. Cypher's sharp gaze hadn't left John's face. And where does John Mercer end and the Nexus key begin? Are you still the man who lost his family, or are you becoming something else entirely? It was the question John had been asking himself with increasing frequency as his powers grew and his perception expanded beyond normal human limitations. He considered it carefully before answering. Both, he said finally. I'm still John, I still feel grief for Ellie and the girls, still remember my life before all this. But I'm also more than John now. The key's consciousness is emerging alongside my own, not replacing it but integrating with it. We're becoming something new, something that never existed before, a union of human experience and cosmic purpose. Hammond absorbed this, his expression thoughtful. And when the transformation is complete, when you reach 100% of your potential, John looked down at his hands, which occasionally flickered with blue energy as he spoke. I'll have a choice to make. Use the key's power as the architects intended, to renew the entire multiverse, allowing a new cosmic cycle to begin. Or use it as the harvester's wish, to preserve selected realities at the expense of others. A choice between renewal and preservation, Hammond murmured. Between accepting change and fearing it, John added. Between letting go and desperately clinging to what cannot last. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group as the implications of John's words sank in. Renewal meant an end to the current configuration of reality, including, potentially, their own existence as they knew it. Preservation meant sacrificing countless other realities to maintain their own. Neither option seemed wholly satisfying from a human perspective. Both carried implications too vast for ordinary comprehension. We should inform Alpha Team, Hammond said finally, breaking the silence. If the harvesters are growing desperate as the end approaches, their next attack will be even more aggressive. As if summoned by his words, alarms began blaring throughout the facility. Not the dimensional breach warning they had heard before, but something different, more urgent. Multiple spatial distortions detected, announced the automated system. Dimensional barriers weakening across all sectors. Harvester signatures approaching. Hammond pressed his communicator. Control room, report. Sir, came the tense reply, we're detecting unusual activity in the dimensional barriers surrounding the entire facility. It's not a localized breach this time. The harvesters appear to be attempting to fold space-time around the Nexus itself. They're trying to extract the entire facility, Dr. Veritas realized with alarm. To pull it into a pocket dimension where they have full control. John's newly expanded awareness confirmed her assessment. He could feel the distortion in the fabric of reality, not a tear this time, but a gradual warping, as if the space containing the Nexus were being carefully separated from the surrounding dimension. "How long do we have?" Hammond demanded. "Minutes at most," came the reply. "Standard containment protocols are ineffective against this type of dimensional manipulation." Hammond turned to John, his expression grave. "Can you counter this?" John extended his awareness outward, sensing the complex pattern of the harvester's dimensional technology. It was far more sophisticated than previous incursions, a coordinated effort involving multiple points of manipulation around the facility's perimeter. "I can try," he said. "But I'll need to be outside, at the center of the distortion pattern. Alpha Team will provide cover," Hammond decided, already contacting the team through his communicator. "Cypher, coordinate with the defense systems to buy us time. Diana, prepare the emergency evacuation protocols in case we can't stop this." As they rushed from the archives toward the surface, John felt the dimensional distortion intensifying. The very air seemed to shimmer with displaced energy, and gravity fluctuated subtly with each step. Whatever the harvesters were attempting, it was far beyond their previous tactics, a desperate gambit to secure the Nexus key before John's transformation progressed any further. They emerged onto the central courtyard between the main buildings, finding Alpha Team already assembled. Captain Forge was issuing rapid orders, directing defensive positions as the sky above the facility turned an unnatural greenish-purple, the color of dimensional instability. "John!" Nova called, descending from her aerial surveillance position. "What's happening?" "The harvesters are attempting to extract the Nexus from our reality," John explained quickly. "To pull it into a space they control. I need to get to the center of their distortion pattern to disrupt it." Forge nodded sharply. "We've identified the focal point, approximately half a kilometer north of the main complex, at the highest elevation of the mountain. Bastion and I will take point. Nova, aerial cover. Echo, stay with John and be ready to adapt to whatever we encounter." John looked up at the churning sky, feeling the increasing pressure of the dimensional distortion. Time was short, minutes, perhaps less, before the Nexus was torn from Earth's reality. "Let's move," he said, and the group sprinted toward the northern perimeter, toward the epicenter of the Harvester's most audacious attack yet. Chapter 9. Dimensional folding. The ascent to the mountain's peak was treacherous under normal circumstances, a steep slope of loose rock and sparse vegetation. With reality itself beginning to warp around them, it became a nightmarish journey. Gravity shifted unpredictably, sometimes increasing to pin them against the ground, other times decreasing until they risked floating away. The very landscape seemed to flicker, occasionally showing glimpses of alien terrain superimposed over the familiar mountainside. "The dimensional barriers are collapsing," John explained as they climbed, his heightened awareness perceiving the structure of the distortion. "The harvesters are creating a fold in space-time, a crease that will allow them to slip the Nexus sideways out of our reality. Can you stop it?" Forge asked, helping Bastion navigate a particularly unstable section of path. "Not stop it entirely," John replied, his eyes now glowing continuously with blue energy as he maintained awareness of the shifting dimensional boundaries. "But I can create a counter-resonance that might disrupt their pattern long enough for us to target the source." They reached a small plateau near the summit, where the dimensional distortion was most intense. The air rippled visibly, like heat waves over hot asphalt, but with an oily, unnatural quality that hurt the eyes to look at directly. Above them, the sky had split open, revealing not stars but a lattice-work of glowing green energy, the framework of the Harvester's dimensional extraction technology. There, Nova said, pointing to the center of the plateau where a device unlike anything they had seen before had been positioned. It resembled a metallic sphere surrounded by rotating rings of alien design, each inscribed with glowing symbols similar to those on the Harvester's armor. The sphere pulsed with sickly green light, each pulse sending a wave of distortion through the surrounding reality. The anchor point, John confirmed, his expanded consciousness recognizing the device's function. It's establishing the reference coordinates for the dimensional fold. If we can disrupt it. Before he could finish, figures emerged from the rippling air around the device, harvesters, but unlike any they had encountered before. These were larger, their metallic carapaces a deep crimson rather than bronze or black, and they moved with a fluid grace that suggested greater power and control. Elite Guard, John said, knowledge coming to him from the ancestral memories now flowing through his consciousness. The Harvester's most formidable warriors, genetically engineered for interdimensional combat. There were 6 of them, arranged in a protective formation around the anchor device. As Alpha Team approached, they activated weapons integrated into their armored forms, not the energy projectors of previous Harvesters, but something far more sophisticated. Reality distortion fields localized at the ends of their limbs, capable of warping spacetime itself as a weapon. This just keeps getting better, Echo muttered, his body already beginning to adapt, taking on aspects of his teammates' abilities in preparation for combat. We need to reach that device, Forge said, assessing the situation with tactical precision. Nova, Bastion, create a diversion on the eastern approach. Echo and I will engage from the west. John, I need to get to the center, John finished, his gaze fixed on the pulsing sphere. Once there, I can disrupt the anchor's quantum resonance pattern, which should destabilize the entire extraction process. Then that's the plan, Forge confirmed. On my mark. But before he could give the signal, a new figure materialized beside the anchor device, a harvester unlike any they had seen, its form almost humanoid but composed entirely of shifting, translucent energy that pulsed between green and black. Where other harvesters had sensory apparatus, this being had what appeared to be a face, beautiful and terrible in its alien symmetry, with eyes that shone like emerald stars. I am Zir Vex, the being announced, its voice penetrating directly into their minds rather than traveling through air. High Archon of the Harvester Collective, guardian of eternal preservation. Its gaze fixed on John, those emerald eyes seeming to peer directly into his soul. And you, Vessel, have developed far too quickly for our comfort. John felt something he hadn't experienced since his powers first manifested, fear. Not for himself, but for his teammates, for the Nexus, for all the realities that would be sacrificed if the Harvesters succeeded. This entity radiated power beyond anything they had confronted, a being that existed primarily as energy rather than matter, similar in many ways to what John himself was becoming. You know why we're here, John replied, stepping forward despite the danger. You understand what the Nexus key was truly created for. Why fight against the natural cycle of renewal? Zir Vex's beautiful, alien face showed something like sadness. Because ending is waste, Vessel. Because the beauty and complexity of consciousness should not be subject to the crude mechanisms of entropy and rebirth. We were there at the beginning, we helped shape the cosmos you so casually proposed to reset. You were architects once, John acknowledged, the ancestral memories confirming this truth. But you chose fear over faith, control over freedom. We chose preservation over oblivion, Zir Vex corrected. And we will not allow the key to be used for universal destruction when it could save what matters most. Enough philosophy, Forge interrupted, his patience clearly exhausted. We're not letting you take our facility or our planet. Zervex's attention shifted briefly to the Alpha team leader, dismissive and almost pitying. Your permission is not required, Finite One. The pattern proceeds according to calculation. The Archon raised a hand composed of swirling energy. Elite Guard, secure the vessel. Neutralize the biologicals. The battle erupted with terrifying speed. The Elite Guard moved like liquid mercury, their reality-warping weapons creating localized distortions that made conventional combat nearly impossible. Where they struck, space itself contracted or expanded unpredictably, a glancing blow sending Nova tumbling through a temporarily stretched portion of reality. A near miss causing part of Bastion's force field to fold in upon itself like crumpled paper. Alpha Team responded with all the skill and power at their disposal. Nova unleashed cosmic energy in precisely targeted blasts, disrupting the Guard's dimensional weapons before they could fully form. Bastion adapted his force fields to counteract the spatial distortions, creating bubbles of stable reality within the chaos. Forge and Echo moved in perfect tandem, using the unpredictable environment to their advantage, appearing from impossible angles to land critical strikes. John, meanwhile, focused his attention on reaching the anchor device, and on Zervex, who watched the battle with serene confidence, making no move to engage directly. The Archon's presence troubled John deeply. There was something familiar about its energy signature, something that resonated with his own in a way that suggested connection rather than opposition. As John fought his way through the distorted battlefield, he extended his awareness toward Zervex, attempting to understand the entity on a quantum level. What he discovered sent a shock through his system. The Archon's energy pattern was remarkably similar to his own, not identical, but harmonically related, like different notes in the same chord. You feel it, don't you? Zervex's voice echoed in John's mind as he approached. The resonance between us. It is no coincidence, Vessel. We are kindred. That's impossible, John rejected, though the evidence of his senses told him otherwise. The Nexus key was created to oppose your faction, to ensure renewal rather than stagnation. Zervex's energy form rippled with what might have been laughter. Such a simplistic understanding. The key was created before the schism, Vessel, a collaborative work of all architects. We merely disagree on its proper use. The Archon gestured, and reality rippled between them, creating a barrier of distorted space that slowed John's advance. Your development has proceeded too quickly, your integration with the key's consciousness too chaotic. You require guidance, proper conditioning to understand the true purpose of your power. John pushed against the barrier, his own energy flaring as he counteracted the spatial distortion. You mean conditioning to accept your view, to choose preservation over renewal. To choose wisdom over destruction, Zervex corrected. The multiverse need not end, Vessel. With proper management, with careful conservation of energy, it can continue indefinitely. Around them, the battle raged between Alpha Team and the Elite Guard. Despite their skill and power, John's companions were gradually being overwhelmed by the Harvester's superior dimensional technology. Nova had been partially phased out of normal reality, her form flickering as she struggled to maintain cohesion. Bastion's force fields were collapsing under sustained assault. Forge and Echo fought back to back, surrounded by guards whose reality-warping weapons had created a maze of distorted space around them. John needed to act quickly, to reach the anchor device before the Nexus was fully extracted from Earth's dimension. But Zervex stood in his way, a being whose power might equal or exceed his own current capabilities. You cannot win this confrontation, Vessel, the Archon stated calmly. Your power, while impressive, remains incomplete. Mine has been refined over eons. John knew this was likely true. At approximately 55% of his maximum potential, he was still far from the full realization of the Nexus key's power. Zir-Vex, as a former architect, possessed abilities evolved over billions of years. But John had something the Archon lacked, a perspective shaped by human experience, by love and loss, by the very mortality the harvesters so feared. "You're right," John acknowledged, ceasing his direct assault on the Archon's spatial barrier. "I can't match your power. Not yet." He took a different approach, extending his awareness not toward Zir-Vex but toward the anchor device itself, feeling its quantum structure. The precise resonance patterns that maintained the dimensional fold. The Archon sensed his intent immediately. A clever strategy, but futile. The anchor's core resonance is keyed specifically to harvester energy signatures. You cannot, but John wasn't attempting to deactivate the device directly. Instead, he was using the newfound knowledge granted by the chronolith, understanding how the architects had originally shaped reality, the fundamental principles underlying dimensional boundaries. Rather than opposing the anchor's function, he synchronized with it, adding his own energy to its output in a carefully calculated pattern. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The anchor device's pulsing green light suddenly flared brilliant blue as John's energy merged with its operational matrix. The dimensional fold surrounding the Nexus facility began to shift and waver, its parameters changing in ways the harvesters had not intended. Zir-Vex's serene expression gave way to alarm. "What are you doing?" Accepting the fold, John explained, his voice now harmonizing with the anchor's pulsing rhythm. "But changing its destination coordinates." The Archon's energy form flared with sudden understanding and fury. "You cannot. The calculations are precise. The extraction point is fixed." "Not anymore," John countered, pushing more of his power into the anchor. Feeling his control of it strengthening as the device responded to the resonance between its function and the Nexus key's original design. "Instead of pulling the Nexus into your pocket dimension, I'm redirecting the fold to somewhere else entirely." Above them, the latticework of green energy in the sky began to change color, shifting toward blue as John's influence spread throughout the dimensional extraction field. The elite guard faltered in their attack, their weapons temporarily disrupted by the changing parameters of the fold. "Where?" Zir-Vex demanded, its mental voice now tinged with genuine concern. "Where are you sending it?" John's eyes blazed with blue fire as he completed the reconfiguration. "To the place between dimensions, the void the architects used as their workshop. A neutral space where neither your forces nor ours have advantage." The Archon's beautiful face contorted with rage. "You fool! That space exists outside conventional reality. Once there, return requires precise navigational coordinates that only we possess." "I possess them too," John replied calmly. "From the chronolith, from the memories encoded within the key itself. I know exactly how to bring us back when the time is right." Zir-Vex lunged forward, its energy form abandoning all pretense of humanoid shape to become a writhing mass of dimensional force aimed directly at John. "I cannot allow this. The pattern must proceed as calculated." But it was too late. The anchor device had fully synchronized with John's energy signature, its original programming overridden by the more fundamental patterns of the Nexus key. The dimensional fold snapped into its new configuration, and reality around them began to blur and shift as the Nexus facility, along with everyone inside and around it, was drawn sideways out of normal spacetime. John's last awareness of Earth's dimension was of Zir-Vex's emerald eyes wide with shock and something like fear. Then everything dissolved into a kaleidoscope of quantum possibilities as the fold completed its transition. When reality stabilized again, the mountain plateau had transformed completely. Instead of open sky above them, a vast, endless expanse of what looked like dark crystal stretched in all directions. glittering with distant points of light that were neither stars nor galaxies but something more fundamental, the raw potential of uncreated realities. The Nexus facility stood intact upon a floating island of solid matter suspended in this infinite crystalline void, a space that existed between dimensions, outside the normal constraints of space and time. The workshop of the architects, as the ancestral memories named it. Alpha Team and the elite guard alike had frozen in mid-combat, all eyes turning to the impossible environment now surrounding them. Even Zir-Vex seemed momentarily stunned, its energy form fluctuating wildly as it adjusted to the unique properties of this interdimensional space. "What have you done?" Nova whispered, floating down to land beside John, her cosmic energy responding strangely to the crystalline void around them. "Bought us time," John replied, already feeling the difference in his own energy, how it flowed more freely here, less constrained by conventional physical laws. "And brought us to a place where I might find answers." Zir-Vex recovered its composure, reforming into its humanoid shape though its energy still pulsed erratically. "Time is precisely what you do not have, vessel. In this space, your transformation will accelerate beyond your ability to control. The key responds to the primordial energies here, energies that shaped its creation." As if confirming the Archon's warning, John felt a surge of power within him, a sudden expansion of consciousness as the Nexus key's energy responded to its surroundings. Information flooded into his mind, knowledge of dimensional mechanics, of reality creation and dissolution, of the fundamental forces that bound the multiverse together. Dr. Veritas, who had been monitoring John's condition from the facility and now stood at the entrance to the main building, raised her scanner with a look of alarm. "John's energy levels are spiking dramatically. 60%, 62%, 65% and still rising." John could feel the change, not just in his power but in his perception, his understanding, his very sense of self. The memories from the chronolith were integrating more rapidly with his consciousness, reshaping his identity into something that was still John Mercer but also increasingly the Nexus key itself. Zir-Vex observed this transformation with calculating interest. "Fascinating. Your integration progresses more organically than our models predicted. Perhaps there is wisdom in the original design after all." "Call off your forces," John said, his voice now permanently overlaid with subtle harmonics. "Here, in this space, I can protect the Nexus from your extraction attempts indefinitely. You've lost this round, Archon." The elite guard looked to their leader, awaiting instruction. For a long moment, Zir-Vex seemed to consider the situation, its emerald eyes never leaving John's glowing blue ones. "A temporary setback," the Archon finally conceded. "But instructive. Your development yields valuable data for our revised approach." It gestured to the elite guard. "We withdraw, for now. The pattern requires adjustment." With a fluidity that belied their armored appearance, the elite guard converged around Zir-Vex. The Archon raised a hand formed of shifting energy, and reality around the Harvester group began to ripple and fold. "We will meet again soon, vessel," Zir-Vex promised. "When your transformation has progressed further, when the final choice draws near. Remember, as your human identity fades and the key ascends, preservation offers continuity, while renewal demands destruction before rebirth." With those parting words, the Harvesters vanished into a pocket of folded spacetime, leaving Alpha Team alone with John on the crystalline plateau. "Are they gone?" Forge asked, scanning the alien environment with tactical wariness. "From our immediate vicinity, yes," John confirmed, his expanded senses tracking the Harvester's dimensional signature as it receded. "But not from this realm entirely. They can navigate the space between dimensions better than we can, they've had eons of practice." Hammond emerged from the facility, accompanied by Cypher and a contingent of Sentinel security personnel. He surveyed their new surroundings with a mixture of scientific curiosity and strategic concern. "So this is the legendary workshop," he murmured. "The space where the architects created the multiverse itself." He turned to John. "Can you return us to our dimension?" John nodded, though with some reservation. "I can, but not immediately. The dimensional fold requires time to reset, approximately 24 hours before another transition of this magnitude can be safely attempted, and in the meantime?" Nova asked, gesturing to the vast crystalline void surrounding them. "In the meantime," John replied, "we have an unprecedented opportunity. This place contains knowledge and artifacts from the earliest eras of creation, including, potentially, more information about the Nexus key and its intended use. As well as accelerating your transformation," Dr. Veritas pointed out, still monitoring the readings from her scanner. "Your energy levels have stabilized at 67% of theoretical maximum, a 12% increase in mere minutes." John could feel the change within himself, how his perception had expanded, how the memories and knowledge of the architects flowed more freely through his consciousness. He was still John Mercer, still held the grief for his family, the human connections to Alpha Team, the personal motivations that had driven him since his powers manifested, but that identity was now integrated with something larger. Something that perceived reality on a scale beyond human comprehension. The acceleration was expected, he acknowledged. This environment naturally resonates with the key's energy. Being here will hasten the final stages of the transformation. Is that a good thing? Echo asked bluntly, voicing what everyone was thinking. The faster you transform, the sooner you have to make this cosmic choice between renewal and preservation, right? John considered the question seriously. The choice was always coming. Being here gives us an advantage: access to the original knowledge of the architects, a clearer understanding of what renewal truly means and what the harvesters are trying to prevent. Hammond nodded slowly. "Then we should use this time wisely. Explore what we can, learn what we can, prepare for whatever comes next." He addressed the group at large. "Establish a perimeter around the facility. Set up monitoring stations to track any dimensional fluctuations that might signal the harvester's return. And prepare for emergency transition back to our reality if necessary." As the others moved to execute these orders, Nova remained beside John, her luminous eyes studying his face with concern. "How does it feel?" she asked quietly. "The transformation." John looked out at the crystalline void, at the points of light that represented potential realities waiting to be born or revitalized. "Strange," he admitted. "I'm still me, I still feel like John, but I'm also becoming something beyond individual identity. I can perceive the quantum threads connecting all realities, understand the mathematics of creation in ways that would have been incomprehensible to me just months ago. And the human part of you? The man who lost his family, who joined us seeking purpose." John turned to her, his expression softening with genuine emotion. "Still here. Still the foundation of whatever I'm becoming. That's what separates me from the harvesters, Nova. I'm not just a cosmic force with power over reality. I'm also a person who's experienced love and loss, joy and grief. That perspective matters." The architects knew that, she agreed. It's why the key was designed to manifest through a living being rather than existing as a separate artifact. Exactly. John gestured toward the crystalline expanse before them. "Somewhere out there are the answers we need, not just about the mechanics of renewal, but about what it truly means for the multiverse, for consciousness, for everything we value." Nova's expression turned resolute. "Then let's find them. Before the harvesters return in greater force, and before your transformation reaches its final stage." Together, they rejoined the others, preparing to explore the workshop of the architects, a place no mortal being had entered since the dawn of creation itself. Chapter 10. The workshop. The workshop of the architects defied conventional understanding of space and time. What appeared from a distance as a uniform crystalline void revealed incredible complexity upon closer examination. The crystal itself was not solid but composed of countless interlocking fields of energy held in perfect stasis, the raw material from which realities could be constructed. Alpha Team, along with Hammond, Veritas, and a select group of Sentinel researchers, established an exploration perimeter around the Nexus facility, which remained intact upon its floating island of stabilized matter. Initial scans revealed that this island was not alone. Throughout the vast expanse of the workshop, other structures and formations existed, some clearly artificial, others seemingly grown from the crystalline medium itself. John's expanded consciousness served as their guide, the ancestral memories of the architects providing context and direction that instruments alone could not. His transformation continued to progress in this environment, his connection to the Nexus key deepening with each passing hour. By the time they were ready to begin organized exploration, his energy levels had stabilized at approximately 70% of theoretical maximum, a threshold that brought new abilities and perspectives. There, John said, pointing to a formation visible in the distance, a spiraling structure that seemed to both reflect and emit light, its shape suggesting purpose rather than random crystallization. That's what the memories identify as the cartography spire, where the original blueprints for the multiverse were developed. How far? Forge asked, assessing the tactical challenges of moving through this alien environment. Distance is flexible here, John explained, struggling to translate concepts that made perfect sense to his expanded consciousness into terms his companions could understand. The workshop doesn't adhere to normal spatial relationships. It's more about conceptual proximity than physical distance. Meaning? Hammond prompted. Meaning we can reach it more quickly by aligning our approach with its conceptual nature, John said. Less like walking a physical path, more like tuning into the right frequency. After some discussion, a team was assembled for the initial exploration. John, Nova, Echo, and Cypher, whose various abilities complemented each other in this strange environment. Hammond and the others would monitor from the Nexus, maintaining communication through specialized equipment hastily adapted to function in the interdimensional space. As they prepared to depart, Dr. Veritas approached John with a final warning. Your molecular structure is becoming increasingly energy-based, she told him, reviewing the latest scans. In this environment, the process is accelerating. At this rate, you'll reach 80% integration within hours, not days. John nodded, unsurprised. He could feel the change within himself, how the boundary between his physical form and his energy signature was gradually dissolving, how his consciousness expanded further with each passing moment. I understand the risks, he assured her. But this may be our only chance to access the original knowledge of the architects, to truly understand what renewal means and why the harvesters fear it so desperately. The exploration team set out across the crystalline expanse, moving not by conventional walking but through a form of conceptual navigation John guided them through, focusing on the essential nature of their destination rather than its apparent physical location. The crystalline medium beneath their feet seemed to respond to this approach, forming solid pathways where moments before there had been only shimmering energy fields. This entire realm operates on intent and conceptual resonance, John explained as they progressed. The architects shaped reality here through focused consciousness, not physical tools. The medium responds to clear purpose. Is that how you redirected the dimensional fold? Nova asked. By imposing your intention on the harvester's technology? John nodded. Their anchor device was based on principles developed here in the workshop. Once I understood its conceptual framework, I could interface with it directly, consciousness to consciousness, rather than technology to technology. As they approached the cartography spire, its true scale became apparent, a towering helix of crystalline energy that spiraled upward seemingly without end. Its surface inscribed with patterns too complex for ordinary vision to fully process. "It's beautiful," Cypher murmured, her pattern recognition abilities allowing her to appreciate the structure's intricate design more than the others. "There's a mathematical harmony to it, sequences that repeat and evolve at multiple scales simultaneously." "The language of reality creation," John confirmed, the ancestral memories providing translation. "Each pattern represents a different universal configuration, a unique set of physical constants, dimensional properties, evolutionary pathways." They reached the base of the spire, where the crystalline ground formed a perfectly circular platform inscribed with symbols that glowed with subtle inner light. As John stepped onto this platform, the symbols responded to his presence, their illumination intensifying and changing color from white to blue, the same blue that characterized his own energy signature. "It recognizes you," Echo observed. "Or rather, it recognizes the key." "Yes," John agreed, feeling a resonance between his energy and the spire itself. This structure was partially created by the same consciousness that encoded the Nexus key. They're harmonically related. He moved to the center of the platform, where a more elaborate symbol pulsed with expectant light. Guided by intuition and ancestral memory, John placed his hand upon this central glyph. Immediately, the entire spire came alive with brilliant illumination, energy flowing upward through its helical structure in waves of blue-white light. Above the platform, the air shimmered and transformed as a holographic display unlike any they had seen materialized, not merely a three-dimensional projection but a multi-dimensional representation of the entire multiverse. Countless tiny points of light, each representing a distinct universe, arranged in patterns of breathtaking complexity, connected by threads of energy that pulsed with life and purpose. "The cartography," John breathed, his voice filled with wonder despite his expanding cosmic awareness. "The complete map of all realities, all possibilities, all timelines." The others stared in awe at the display, which extended in all directions around them, filling the space with galaxies of universes, clusters of related dimensions. Streams of probability flowing between different configurations of reality. "It's too much to comprehend," Nova said, her cosmic awareness straining to process the scale of what they were witnessing. "Focus on our reality," John suggested, his consciousness already interfacing with the cartography's systems. "Our dimensional cluster, our timeline." The vast display shifted, zooming in on a particular grouping of light points that John somehow knew represented their home dimension and its closest parallels. Here, the connecting energy threads appeared strained, attenuated, some dangerously close to breaking entirely. Entropy, Cypher realized, her analytical mind grasping the visualization's meaning. The decay of connections between related dimensions, the loss of energy transfer between realities. "Yes," John confirmed grimly. "And it's worse than we knew." He gestured to dark patches visible within the cluster, places where lights had gone out entirely, where connections had already failed. "These are realities that have already collapsed, universes where entropy has progressed beyond the point of recovery." "How many?" Echo asked, his usual irreverence replaced by somber understanding. "Thousands," John replied, "with thousands more approaching critical thresholds. And the process is accelerating." The display shifted again at John's unspoken command, showing a timeline of decay, how the dark patches had spread over what the system measured as cosmic epochs. How the rate of collapse had increased exponentially in recent periods. "This is why the harvesters have become so active," John explained. They can see this too. They know the multiverse is approaching a critical point of entropic decay. From their perspective, the only solution is to channel all remaining energy into preserving selected realities, their own, primarily, while allowing the rest to dissolve. And renewal? Nova asked. What does that look like in this model? John interfaced more deeply with the cartography, accessing layers of information that had been encoded by the architects billions of years ago. The display transformed once more, showing a simulation of the renewal process, how the Nexus key, at full power, could initiate a cascading reset of all dimensional constants, allowing universal energy to be redistributed, connections to be re-established, decay to be reversed. But there was a cost clearly visible in the simulation. A moment of complete dissolution before renewal began, a temporary state in which all existing configurations would cease to exist in their current form. Everything ends, Cypher murmured, understanding the implication. All current realities, all current forms of consciousness, they all dissolve before being reborn in new configurations. Not exactly, John corrected, delving deeper into the architect's design. Individual consciousness doesn't end permanently, it transforms, reconfigures, continues in new expressions. The pattern persists even as its particular manifestation changes. Like shedding an old form to take on a new one, Nova suggested. Precisely, John agreed. Renewal doesn't destroy consciousness, it liberates it from decaying structures, allows it to evolve beyond current limitations. Echo frowned, still struggling with the concept. But our specific identities, our memories, our relationships, those would end, wouldn't they? John hesitated, searching the cartography for a clearer answer. What he found was both reassuring and challenging. Not end, he said carefully. Transform. The essential pattern that defines each consciousness would continue, would, in fact, help shape whatever comes next. But the specific expression of that pattern would change. Like reincarnation on a universal scale, Cypher suggested. Something like that, John acknowledged. But with greater continuity than that metaphor suggests. The architects designed renewal to preserve the evolutionary progress of consciousness while releasing it from deteriorating physical and dimensional constraints. They stood in silence for a moment, absorbing the magnitude of this revelation. Renewal meant change on a scale almost impossible to comprehend, the end of the multiverse as they knew it, but also its rebirth in new, potentially more vibrant forms. And the harvesters reject this completely, Nova said. They want to maintain their current configuration at all costs, even if it means sacrificing countless other realities. They fear change, John explained, the ancestral memories providing context for the schism that had divided the original architects. They believe consciousness should achieve a perfect state and then be preserved eternally, unchanged. The concept of evolution through cycles of renewal seems wasteful and dangerous to them. He gestured to another section of the display, where the simulation showed an alternative approach, the harvester's preservation model, where energy was systematically extracted from less valuable realities to maintain a select few in perpetuity. The problem, John continued, is that entropy cannot be defeated indefinitely. Even with energy harvested from other dimensions, their preserved realities would eventually decay. Their approach merely delays the inevitable while sacrificing countless other forms of consciousness. As they studied the cartography, John became aware of something else within the display, a pulsing point of brilliant blue light that seemed to represent his own position within the multiversal structure. But it wasn't just marking his location, it was showing his significance, how the Nexus key's energy connected to every dimension, every reality, every possible configuration of existence. I'm part of the system, he realized aloud. Not just a tool or a weapon, but an integral component of the multiverse's self-regulation mechanism. The others followed his gaze to the blue light representing the Nexus key. As they watched, it pulsed more intensely, its connections to surrounding realities strengthening and multiplying. Your integration is progressing, Cypher observed. Even as we stand here. John nodded, feeling the change within himself. How his consciousness was expanding further, how his perception of the multiverse was becoming more direct and immediate. The cartography wasn't just an external display to him now. It was becoming an extension of his own awareness, a framework through which he could perceive the entirety of existence. We should return to the Nexus, he said, suddenly concerned about the acceleration of his transformation. I need to stabilize before proceeding further. As if responding to his decision, the holographic display began to recede, the brilliant illumination of the spire gradually dimming to its previous dormant state. The symbols on the platform continued to glow faintly, however, maintaining a connection to John's energy signature. They made their way back toward the Nexus facility, John's movements becoming increasingly fluid and energy-like as his transformation progressed. By the time they reached the perimeter, Dr. Veritas's scanners confirmed what he already sensed. His integration had reached 75% and continued to accelerate. Your physical form is beginning to phase periodically into pure energy, she reported with scientific concern. The process is still stable, but at this rate of acceleration. I'll reach critical threshold within hours, not days, John finished for her. The final stage of transformation will begin soon. Hammond, who had been coordinating research efforts at the facility during their exploration, looked troubled by this news. And then what, John? What happens when you reach 100% integration with the Nexus key? John considered how to explain concepts that were becoming increasingly clear to his expanding consciousness but remained beyond ordinary human comprehension. The choice, he said finally, between renewal and preservation, between allowing the cosmic cycle to reset, giving birth to new configurations of reality, or attempting to maintain current structures indefinitely through selective energy redistribution. The choice the harvesters want to influence, Nova added. Why they're so desperate to capture or control you before the transformation completes. Yes, John confirmed. Once I reach 100%, my decision becomes executable. The key's full power activates, and whatever choice I make reshapes the multiverse accordingly. How much time do we have before the harvesters return? Forge asked, ever focused on tactical considerations. John extended his awareness outward, sensing dimensional fluctuations throughout the workshop. They're already regrouping, he reported grimly. I can feel them gathering their forces, preparing a more coordinated approach. They'll return within hours, likely with capabilities specifically designed to contain or extract the key's energy. Then we need to prepare as well, Hammond decided. Both for defense and for the possibility of emergency dimensional transition back to our reality. As the others moved to implement these preparations, John found himself drawn to the edge of the floating island, where the crystalline void stretched endlessly before him. His increasingly energy-based perception allowed him to see beyond the visible spectrum. To perceive the underlying structure of this interdimensional space, the raw potential from which all realities were formed. Nova joined him there, her cosmic awareness allowing her to appreciate at least some of what he was experiencing. What are you seeing? She asked quietly. Everything, John replied, his voice now permanently layered with harmonics. The patterns that underlie reality, the potential configurations waiting to be expressed, the connections between all points of consciousness across the multiverse, and yourself. Where do you fit in these patterns? John smiled faintly. Everywhere and nowhere. I'm becoming a nexus point, a consciousness that exists simultaneously across all dimensions, all possibilities. John Mercer is still here, still the core of my identity, but expanding into something that transcends individual experience. Is it painful? Frightening? Neither, he admitted after a moment's reflection. It feels right, like remembering rather than becoming. Like returning to a state I've always known at some level. Nova studied him with a mixture of wonder and sadness. We're losing you, aren't we? Not to death, but to transcendence. John turned to her, his eyes now permanently aglow with blue energy. Not losing, he corrected gently. Transforming. Whatever happens next, whatever choice I make when the time comes, John Mercer will be part of it. The human perspective, the experience of love and loss, the value of individual consciousness, these don't disappear as I integrate with the key. They become essential foundations for what follows. Before Nova could respond, alarms blared from the facility behind them. Hammond's voice came through their communication devices with urgent clarity, multiple dimensional distortions detected. The harvesters are returning, and they've brought something new. John and Nova rushed back to the main complex, where monitoring stations had detected multiple breaches in the fabric of the workshop's reality. Unlike the previous encounter, the harvesters weren't attempting a single coordinated attack but rather multiple simultaneous incursions from different vectors. They're surrounding us, Forge reported as they joined him at the tactical display. 7 distinct breach points, equidistant around our position. The display showed the approaching harvester forces, not just elite guard this time, but a diverse array of entities, some purely energy-based like Zir-Vex. Others mechanical constructs of impossible configuration, still others hybrid forms that shifted between states of matter and energy. They've assembled a convergence team, John realized, the ancestral memories providing identification. Specialized units designed to work in concert, creating a dimensional containment lattice. To trap you? Cypher asked. To trap the Nexus key's energy, John corrected. At this stage of my transformation, they no longer need my physical form, just the energy signature itself. Hammond studied the tactical display with growing concern. How do we counter this? John extended his awareness outward, sensing the approach of the harvester forces, the particular configurations of their dimensional technology. What he perceived troubled him deeply. Their capabilities far exceeded anything Alpha Team or the Nexus defenses could hope to repel. We don't, he said finally. Not directly. Their convergence strategy is too sophisticated, too powerful. We need to change the parameters of the confrontation entirely. Meaning? Forge prompted. We return to our home dimension, John decided. Now, before their containment lattice is fully established. But you said the dimensional fold couldn't be reset for 24 hours, Dr. Veritas objected. It's only been 7 hours since we arrived. Under normal circumstances, yes, John acknowledged. But my integration has progressed further than anticipated. I can initiate the transition directly now, without relying on external technology. Is that safe? Hammond asked, clearly concerned about the risks of such an untested approach. Safer than remaining here, John replied grimly. In this environment, the harvesters have advantages we can't counter. In our home dimension, their abilities are more constrained, more detectable. After a brief discussion, the decision was made. All personnel were recalled to the main facility, preparation for immediate dimensional transition initiated. John moved to the central courtyard, where his expanding powers would have the space needed for the complex energies involved. As the harvesters drew closer, their 7-point convergence pattern becoming visible even to conventional sensors, John began gathering his power for the transition. His physical form flickered increasingly between solid matter and pure energy as he accessed deeper levels of the Nexus key's capabilities. Alpha Team formed a protective perimeter around him, though all present understood their role was largely symbolic, against the approaching harvester forces. Conventional defense was nearly meaningless. Everything depended on John's ability to execute the dimensional transition before the containment lattice could be established. Energy levels approaching 80%, Dr. Veritas reported, monitoring John's transformation from a safe distance. Molecular cohesion fluctuating but stable. John closed his eyes, extending his consciousness beyond his immediate surroundings to encompass the entire Nexus facility and everyone within it. He could feel them all, hundreds of minds, hundreds of individual patterns of consciousness, all relying on him to return them safely to their home dimension. The responsibility was immense, but so was his growing capability. Drawing on the knowledge gained from the cartography spire, John began to manipulate the dimensional barriers surrounding the Nexus, creating a pathway that would connect precisely to their point of origin on Earth. The process was delicate and enormously complex, not simply tearing a hole between dimensions but crafting a precisely calibrated transition that would maintain the integrity of all matter and energy moving through it. A single miscalculation could scatter them across multiple realities or dissolve their molecular structure entirely. As John worked, the first elements of the Harvester's forces came into view, elite guard units approaching from all 7 convergence points, followed by specialized entities whose purpose John recognized with growing alarm. Nexus extractors, beings evolved specifically to separate the key's energy from whatever vessel contained it. They're almost in range, Forge warned, readying what defenses they had. How much longer? Dimensional pathway at 60% formation, John replied, his voice now almost entirely harmonic, his physical form more energy than matter as he channeled unprecedented levels of power. Need more time. Zir Vex materialized at the leading edge of the approaching forces, its beautiful, terrible face set in an expression of grim determination. The vessel nears completion, it announced, its mental voice projecting to all present. Containment protocols initiated. Resistance is unnecessary. The Harvester Archon raised its energy-composed hands, and reality around the Nexus began to distort as the 7 convergence points activated simultaneously, creating a lattice-work of dimensional force designed to entrap and isolate the facility, and more importantly, John himself. John! Nova called out in warning as the lattice began to form. John was aware of the danger, but couldn't divert his attention from the dimensional pathway he was creating. Any interruption now would not only fail the transition but potentially destabilize the entire workshop, with catastrophic consequences for everyone present. In this moment of crisis, something unexpected occurred. The crystalline medium of the workshop itself began to respond, not to the Harvester's technology, but to John's energy signature. The very substance of this interdimensional space recognized the Nexus key, resonating with its original purpose. Patterns of blue light spread outward from where John stood, racing across the crystalline ground to form a counter lattice that intersected with and neutralized the Harvester's containment structure. It was as if the workshop itself was defending the key, recognizing it as integral to the original design of the architects. Zir Vex's serene expression gave way to confusion and then urgency. Impossible. The substrate should be neutral. It cannot possess agency. But John understood what was happening. The workshop wasn't simply a location, it was itself a creation of the original architects, encoded with the same fundamental purpose as the Nexus key. It recognized John as the vessel of that purpose and was responding accordingly. This unexpected assistance gave John the time he needed. The dimensional pathway crystallized into full manifestation, a brilliant tunnel of blue-white energy connecting the Nexus to its home coordinates on Earth. Now, John commanded, his voice reverberating with power. Everyone through the transition. Alpha Team and Sentinel personnel rushed toward the pathway, which appeared as a shimmering portal at the center of the courtyard. The harvesters, seeing their quarry about to escape, abandoned all pretense of methodical approach and surged forward en masse. "Stop them!" Zir Vex commanded, its mental voice edged with desperation. The vessel must not reach Earth's dimension. The resonance amplification would. The Archon cut itself off, perhaps realizing it had revealed too much. But John had caught the implication. Something about Earth's particular dimensional properties would accelerate his transformation even further. An interesting piece of information to consider once they were safely home. As the last of the Sentinel personnel entered the transition pathway, John prepared to follow, maintaining the dimensional connection through his direct control of the energies involved. Alpha Team waited at the threshold, unwilling to leave without him. "Go," John urged them. "I'll be right behind you." Reluctantly, they complied, Nova being the last to enter the pathway, her concerned gaze never leaving John until she disappeared into the blue-white energy tunnel. John began to back toward the portal, still channeling power to maintain its stability. The harvesters had reached the edge of the crystalline counter lattice, their specialized units attempting to disrupt the workshop's defensive response. Zir Vex approached as closely as the energy barrier allowed, its emerald eyes fixed on John with an expression that might almost have been regret. "You don't understand what you're doing, Vessel," the Archon said, its mental voice now addressing John alone. "Renewal isn't the salvation you believe it to be. It's erasure, the loss of all that makes existence meaningful." "You're wrong," John replied, his own voice projecting directly into the quantum field rather than traveling through air. "It's transformation, not erasure. Evolution, not ending." "Pretty words to mask annihilation," Zir Vex countered. "When the time comes, when you face the final choice, remember that preservation honors what exists, while renewal sacrifices certainty for possibility." John reached the edge of the portal, his form now more energy than matter, blue light cascading from his being as the transformation approached its next critical threshold. "When the time comes," he responded, "I'll choose based on understanding, not fear." With those words, he stepped backward into the dimensional pathway, drawing the energies sustaining it along with him. The last thing he saw before the workshop vanished from view was Zir Vex's face, beautiful, alien, and filled with an emotion that might have been sadness or might have been rage. The transition between dimensions was not instantaneous. Unlike conventional teleportation or the harvester's folding technology, John's method involved a controlled journey through the spaces between realities, a passage that took subjective time to complete. During this passage, John's consciousness expanded further, touching the myriad dimensions that existed parallel to the primary pathway. He sensed countless realities, some vibrant with life and energy, others fading toward entropy, still others already dark and lifeless. The multiverse in all its complexity flowed around and through him, reinforcing the urgency of the choice that awaited at the end of his transformation. When reality finally stabilized again, John found himself floating above the mountain peak where the Nexus facility had stood before the dimensional extraction. The facility itself materialized around him, its structures reassembling molecule by molecule as the transition completed. Alpha Team and Sentinel personnel regained their bearings, many disoriented by the journey between dimensions. Nova was the first to approach John, who now hovered several feet above the ground. His form a humanoid shape composed almost entirely of blue-white energy with only occasional flickers of physical matter. "John," she called up to him, her expression concerned but not fearful. "Are you still with us?" John descended slowly until his feet, or what approximated feet in his increasingly energy-based form, touched the ground. When he spoke, his voice resonated with complex harmonics but retained its recognizable core. "I'm here," he assured her. "Different, but still me." Dr. Veritas approached cautiously, her scanning device registering readings that caused her to stop in surprise. 85% integration, she reported with scientific awe. Your physical form is now primarily energy-based, with only quantum-level coherence maintaining human structure. John nodded, unsurprised by this assessment. He could feel the change within himself, how his consciousness had expanded exponentially. How his perception now encompassed quantum fields and dimensional boundaries as naturally as ordinary sight had once perceived light and color. The transition accelerated the process, he confirmed. And returning to Earth's dimension has further catalyzed the integration. He looked around at the mountain peak, at the sky above, at the distant landscape below, seeing not just their physical properties but the quantum patterns underlying them. The energy fields connecting them to other points in the multiverse. Zir-Vex knew this would happen, he added. That's why it was so desperate to prevent our return. Something about Earth's particular dimensional resonance amplifies the key's development. Makes sense, Cypher noted, joining them. This is where you first manifested, where the key's energy initially awakened. There must be specific properties to this dimensional node that facilitate the transformation. Hammond approached, his expression a mixture of scientific fascination and strategic concern. How long until you reach 100%? Until the choice must be made? John extended his awareness inward, assessing the progression of his integration with the Nexus key. Days, he answered. Perhaps less. The process is approaching logarithmic acceleration. And the harvesters? Forge asked, already evaluating defensive positions around the restored facility. How long before they find us again? They're already searching, John replied grimly. The dimensional transition disrupted their immediate pursuit, but they know where we've gone. They'll find a way to reach us before the transformation completes. Then we prepare, Hammond decided. Maximum defensive readiness. All non-essential personnel evacuated to secondary facilities. And John, he hesitated, clearly struggling with the implications of what they had learned in the workshop. When the time comes, when you have to make this choice between renewal and preservation, how will you decide? It was the question that hung over everything. The ultimate purpose of the Nexus key, the reason for John's transformation from ordinary man to cosmic force. Every person present understood the stakes, the continuation of existence as they knew it, or its transformation into something new and unknown. John looked at Hammond, then at Alpha Team, at the people who had become his new family in the months since he had lost his old one. They deserved honesty, even if the truth was difficult to comprehend. I don't know yet, he admitted. Both paths hold validity. Preservation honors what exists now, all the consciousness that has evolved, all the beauty and complexity that has emerged. Renewal offers the possibility of greater evolution, new forms of consciousness, freedoms beyond current constraints. He paused, his energy form pulsing with the intensity of his contemplation. What I do know is that I won't decide based on fear, neither the harvester's fear of ending nor our fear of change. When the moment comes, the choice will be made with full understanding of what both paths truly mean. Hammond nodded slowly, accepting this answer even if it provided no certainty. Then we stand with you, John, whatever you decide. And we defend you against the harvesters until your transformation is complete. As the others moved to implement defensive preparations, John remained on the mountain peak, his energy form glowing more brightly as night began to fall. He gazed up at the stars, seeing not just points of light but windows into other dimensions, other possibilities, other expressions of the cosmic pattern. Somewhere among those stars, the harvesters were gathering their forces for a final assault, a desperate attempt to seize the Nexus key before John's transformation reached completion. The confrontation to come would be unlike anything Earth had ever witnessed, a battle not just for one world or one reality, but for the fundamental nature of existence itself. And at the center of this cosmic drama stood John Mercer, once an ordinary man grieving an extraordinary loss. Now a being of almost unimaginable power, poised to make a choice that would reshape the multiverse. His humanity remained his anchor, his experiences of love and loss the foundation upon which cosmic awareness was built. Whatever came next, whatever choice awaited at the end of his transformation, John knew one thing with absolute certainty: he would face it not as a passive vessel for cosmic forces, but as a conscious being whose journey from grief to transcendence had prepared him for precisely this moment. The Nexus key had awakened. The final stage approached, and the multiverse held its collective breath. Chapter 11. Convergence. 3 days after their return from the workshop, John floated in meditation above the highest peak of the mountain range surrounding the Nexus facility. His form now consisted almost entirely of energy, a humanoid shape of brilliant blue-white light that occasionally coalesced into more solid matter when he interacted with the physical world. Below him, the Nexus had been transformed into a fortress. Defense systems operated at maximum capacity, monitoring dimensional fluctuations across a 100-mile radius. Alpha Team coordinated with Sentinel personnel in continuous drills, preparing for the Harvester assault that everyone knew was coming. John's transformation had continued its exponential acceleration. According to Dr. Veritas's most recent measurements, his integration with the Nexus key had reached 95%, a threshold that brought both expanded awareness and increasing detachment from ordinary physical reality. His consciousness now extended far beyond his visible form, touching dimensional boundaries across the multiverse, sensing the patterns of energy that connected all realities. He could perceive the accelerating entropy that threatened these connections, the cosmic decay that made the coming choice between renewal and preservation so urgent. Yet within this vast cosmic awareness, John Mercer still existed. The human identity that had experienced love and loss, that had found purpose in protecting others, that had formed bonds with Alpha Team and the Sentinels. This core of humanity remained his anchor as the transformation approached its culmination. Nova ascended to join him, her cosmic flight bringing her to hover beside his energy form. Of all his companions, she alone could approach him safely now, her own energy-based abilities providing some protection against the intense power he radiated. "They're coming," she said without preamble, her luminous eyes meeting his glowing ones. "Our dimensional sensors have detected multiple convergence points forming around Earth's reality. The Harvesters are gathering for their final assault." John nodded, already aware of these developments through his expanded perception. "They're assembling their full collective, every prime, every elite guard, every specialized unit they possess. This will be their ultimate effort to seize the key before my transformation completes." "How long do we have?" John considered, his consciousness extending to the dimensional boundaries where the Harvesters were gathering. "Hours," he estimated. They're being methodical, ensuring perfect coordination across multiple entry points. They've learned from previous failures. Nova's expression tightened with concern. "And your transformation? How much longer until I reach 100% integration? Until the choice must be made?" John completed her thought. "The same timeframe. Hours, not days. The Harvesters know this, it's why they're rushing their preparations, taking risks they would normally avoid." "It's going to be close," Nova murmured. "Yes," John agreed. "By design, I think." The architects who created the key understood that the final choice would be contested, that those who feared renewal would make a desperate attempt to prevent it. Nova was silent for a moment, floating beside him as the sun began to set over the mountain range, casting long shadows across the fortress below. Finally, she asked the question that had been on everyone's mind since their return from the workshop: "Have you decided? Between renewal and preservation?" John's energy form pulsed with the intensity of his contemplation. I'm still considering. Both paths have merit. Both have consequences beyond ordinary comprehension. If renewal means the end of everything as we know it, Nova said carefully, why consider it at all? Why not choose preservation, allow the multiverse to continue as it is? John gestured outward, his energy form creating patterns of light that represented the multiverse's current state. Because preservation as the harvesters envision it means sacrificing countless realities to maintain a select few. It means accepting that most forms of consciousness throughout the multiverse will eventually dissolve into entropy so that some can continue unchanged. And renewal? Nova pressed. What does that truly mean for us, for the people we protect, for consciousness itself? Transformation, John replied, the word resonating with multiple harmonics. Not ending, but evolution beyond current constraints. The patterns that define each consciousness, the essential self of every being, would continue, but in configurations freed from the limitations of decaying dimensional structures. Nova considered this, her cosmic awareness allowing her to grasp concepts that would have been incomprehensible to most. Like caterpillars becoming butterflies? Or something more profound? More profound, John confirmed. Imagine consciousness freed from dependence on particular universal constants, able to express itself across multiple dimensional configurations simultaneously. Imagine evolution continuing beyond the constraints of any single reality's eventual entropy, but would we know ourselves? Nova asked, giving voice to the fear that underlay resistance to renewal. Would I still be Nova? Would you still be John? Would we remember our lives, our connections, our purposes? John was silent for a long moment, searching his expanding awareness for the answer. Not just the technical explanation from the architect's design, but the truth as he understood it from his unique perspective, balanced between human experience and cosmic consciousness. The essential patterns would continue, he said finally. The core of what makes you Nova, what makes me John, these would persist, would help shape whatever comes next. But the specific expressions of those patterns would change, just as they change throughout any lifetime. The you of tomorrow is never exactly the you of yesterday, even in ordinary existence. Nova nodded slowly, absorbing this. A leap of faith, then. Trusting that what matters most about us will continue, even if the form changes completely. Yes, John acknowledged. And that's precisely why the key manifests through lived experience, why it required a human perspective, a being who has known love and loss, connection and separation. The choice between renewal and preservation can't be made by abstract calculation alone. It requires understanding of what consciousness truly values across all its expressions. Their contemplative moment was interrupted by an alert from below. Hammond's voice coming through Nova's communicator with urgent clarity, dimensional breach detected. Multiple entry points activating simultaneously. All personnel to battle stations. John and Nova exchanged a glance before descending rapidly toward the facility. The harvesters had arrived earlier than anticipated, whether through technological breakthrough or desperate gamble remained to be seen. They reached the central command center as alarm systems blared throughout the Nexus. Tactical displays showed 7 distinct dimensional breaches forming in a perfect circle around the mountain range, a convergence pattern similar to what they had encountered in the workshop, but vastly larger in scale. They're creating a dimensional containment sphere, John explained, his energy form pulsing with increased intensity as he analyzed the pattern. Not just targeting the Nexus this time, but encompassing a 100-mile radius centered on this mountain. Why so large? Forge asked, already coordinating defensive responses through his tactical interface. To ensure they capture the key's energy regardless of my physical location, John replied. At this stage of integration, my consciousness extends well beyond any visible form. They're casting a net wide enough to guarantee containment. Cypher, who had been analyzing the dimensional signatures of the breaches, looked up with alarm. These readings, they're unlike anything we've seen before. The energy required to maintain breaches of this magnitude. They're channeling power from their dying home dimension, John confirmed grimly. Burning through their remaining resources in one final effort. It's all or nothing for them now. Hammond approached, his expression grave. Battle projections? Forge didn't sugarcoat his assessment. Against this level of force? Conventional defense is meaningless. Even Alpha Team at full capacity would be overwhelmed within minutes. Then we focus on protection rather than engagement, Hammond decided. Defensive perimeters around the facility, evacuation protocols for non-essential personnel. Our priority is buying time for John's transformation to complete. As the others moved to implement these orders, John remained motionless in the center of the command center, his energy form casting blue-white light across the tactical displays. His consciousness extended outward, beyond the facility to the forming breaches, sensing the immense power the harvesters were channeling. What he perceived alarmed him deeply. The dimensional containment sphere wasn't just designed to trap him, it was configured to forcibly extract the Nexus key's energy regardless of his integration status. If successful, it would tear the key from his consciousness before the transformation completed, before the choice between renewal and preservation could be made. And the resulting energy release would devastate not just the Nexus, not just the surrounding region, but potentially the entire planet. They're desperate, he announced, his harmonic voice cutting through the tactical chatter. This approach risks catastrophic dimensional collapse. They're willing to destroy Earth entirely rather than allow my transformation to complete. This sobering assessment brought momentary silence to the command center. The stakes had just increased exponentially, from defending a single facility to preventing planetary destruction. Options? Hammond asked, looking to John with the understanding that conventional tactics were now irrelevant. John considered, extending his awareness further to analyze the harvester's dimensional technology. I can counter their containment sphere, create a resonance barrier that prevents it from closing completely. But I'll need to be outside, at the focal point of their convergence pattern. Leaving you exposed to direct attack, Forge noted with tactical concern. Yes, John acknowledged. They'll undoubtedly deploy specialized extraction units to target me specifically while the containment sphere forms. Then we defend that position, Nova stated firmly. Alpha Team forms a perimeter around John while he creates this barrier. Against Harvester Elite Guard? Against whatever new horrors they've evolved for this final assault? Cypher's skepticism was evident. We'd be overwhelmed in minutes. Not necessarily, John countered, an idea forming within his expanding consciousness. I can extend a portion of my energy field around whoever stands with me, not enough to prevent all damage, but enough to give you a fighting chance against enhanced harvesters. Like a power boost, Echo suggested, grinning despite the dire situation. Superhero Team Up, Cosmic Edition. John nodded, his energy form pulsing with determination. Exactly. I can temporarily elevate your abilities beyond normal parameters, allow you to match the harvester's enhanced capabilities. Dangerous for you? Forge asked, always assessing tactical trade-offs. It will divert energy I could use for the resonance barrier, John admitted. But the exchange is worthwhile if it keeps extraction units from reaching me directly. Hammond studied the tactical displays, watching as the dimensional breaches grew larger and more stable. Time was running short, minutes at most before the harvesters began emerging in force. It's our best option, he decided. Alpha Team deploys with John to the convergence focal point. Sentinel forces establish secondary perimeters to deal with any harvesters that break through. Evacuation protocols continue for all non-combatants. As these orders were implemented, John led Alpha Team to the highest point of the mountain above the Nexus, a flat plateau that aligned perfectly with the center of the harvester's convergence pattern. From this position, he could perceive all 7-dimensional breaches simultaneously, their green energy pulsing in perfect synchronization as they expanded. "They're almost stabilized," he reported, his form now blazing with intense light as he gathered power for what was to come. "The harvesters will begin emerging within minutes. Just tell us where you need us," Forge said, Alpha Team forming a protective circle around John's position. John nodded, then extended his awareness to encompass his companions. Blue-white energy flowed from his form to surround each member of Alpha Team, infusing them with a fraction of the Nexus Key's power. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Nova's cosmic energy expanded exponentially, her form beginning to glow with stellar intensity. Bastion's force fields doubled in strength and complexity, taking on the same blue tint as John's energy. Cypher's pattern recognition abilities accelerated to perceive quantum fluctuations and probability streams invisible to normal senses. Forge's enhanced physical capabilities multiplied, his movements now exceeding human limitations by orders of magnitude. Echo's adaptive powers reached new levels, allowing him to mimic the enhanced abilities of multiple teammates simultaneously. "Wow," Echo breathed, looking down at his glowing form. "This is intense." "It's temporary," John cautioned. "And it will fluctuate as I divert energy to maintain the resonance barrier. Use it judiciously." Before they could respond, the dimensional breaches reached full stabilization. The sky above the mountain range transformed as 7 massive portals of sickly green energy tore open simultaneously, revealing glimpses of an alien dimension beyond, the harvester's home reality, now visibly decaying at its edges. From these portals emerged the most formidable force the harvesters had ever assembled. Elite guard units by the dozens, their crimson carapaces gleaming in the fading sunlight. Specialized extraction entities of various configurations, some mechanical, others energy-based, all designed for a single purpose, to separate the Nexus Key from its vessel. And leading them, emerging from the central breach, was Zir Vex, now accompanied by 6 other Archons of similar power, their beautiful, terrible faces impassive as they surveyed the battlefield. The Archon Collective, John identified, recognizing these entities from the ancestral memories. The 7 highest evolved harvesters, former architects who chose preservation over renewal. Together, they possess dimensional manipulation abilities second only to the fully activated Nexus Key itself. Above this assembled force, the dimensional containment sphere began to form, a massive dome of green energy gradually closing over the entire mountain range. Designed to isolate this region from the rest of Earth's reality. John raised his hands, now composed entirely of blue-white energy, and initiated his countermeasure. Waves of power flowed outward from his position, creating a resonance barrier that pushed against the forming containment sphere. Where the two energies met, reality itself seemed to vibrate, creating visible distortions in the air above them. "The barrier is holding," John reported, his voice strained despite his immense power. "But they're channeling energy directly from their home dimension's core, the dying heart of their reality." Zir Vex's mental voice projected across the battlefield, addressing John directly while being heard by all present. "Vessel of the Key, your resistance honors the gravity of this moment. But it cannot alter the pattern's conclusion. Our convergence is complete, our purpose, absolute." The Archon's beautiful face showed something almost like regret as it continued. "You stand at the threshold of a choice that transcends individual consciousness. Renewal or preservation, the death and uncertain rebirth of all realities, or the continued existence of what we have built across eons. A false dichotomy, John responded, his own mental voice projecting with equal power. Preservation as you envision it means sacrificing countless realities to maintain a few. It's not salvation, it's selective abandonment. It is wisdom, Zir-Vex countered. The conservation of what matters most. The evolved, the complex, the irreplaceable, these deserve priority over the primitive, the redundant, the expendable. And who decides which is which? John challenged. Who determines which forms of consciousness deserve continuation and which should be sacrificed to entropy? Those with the perspective to judge correctly, the Archon replied without hesitation. Those who have witnessed the birth and death of galaxies, who have guided evolution across billions of years. Not a temporary vessel whose existence spans mere decades. John's energy form pulsed with the intensity of his response. Yet the architects who created the key chose precisely such a vessel, a being who has experienced life within the multiverse. Who understands loss and renewal from within rather than observing from without. This philosophical exchange was abruptly cut short as Zir-Vex gave a subtle signal and the assembled harvester forces surged forward. The battle had begun. Alpha Team met the initial wave with their enhanced abilities, creating a defensive perimeter around John's position that temporarily held back the elite guard. Nova soared above the battlefield, raining down cosmic energy amplified by John's power. Bastion created layered force fields that trapped advancing harvesters in bubbles of suspended animation. Cypher predicted attack patterns with quantum precision, directing her teammates to optimal defensive positions. Forge and Echo engaged directly, their enhanced capabilities allowing them to match the elite guard in close combat. But the Harvesters' numerical advantage was overwhelming, and their specialized extraction units pressed forward relentlessly, seeking any opening in Alpha Team's defense to reach John directly. Meanwhile, John maintained the resonance barrier against the closing containment sphere, preventing it from sealing completely while simultaneously supplying power to his teammates. The strain was evident in his fluctuating energy signature, which pulsed irregularly as he divided his attention between multiple tasks. The 7 Archons remained at a distance, observing the battle with clinical detachment while channeling energy from their home dimension to strengthen the containment sphere. They were clearly waiting for their forces to break through Alpha Team's defenses before engaging directly, conserving their power for the final extraction of the key. John! Nova called out as she deflected an attack from an elite guard. Your transformation, how much longer? John's awareness turned inward briefly, assessing his integration with the Nexus key. 97%, he reported. Accelerating, but still hours from completion at current progression. We can't hold that long, Forge stated grimly, dispatching a harvester before 3 more took its place. Their numbers are too great, their specialization too precise. John knew this assessment was accurate. Even with their enhanced abilities, Alpha Team was gradually being overwhelmed. The resonance barrier was holding, but at tremendous cost to his energy reserves he also needed to maintain his teammates' power boost and continue his own transformation. A decision was required, one that carried enormous risk but might be their only chance. I need to accelerate my transformation directly, John announced, his harmonic voice cutting through the chaos of battle. Channel more power inward rather than outward. You'll have to reduce our enhancements, Cypher realized immediately. And weaken the resonance barrier. Yes, John confirmed. It's our only chance to reach 100% before the harvesters break through completely. But it leaves you more vulnerable in the interim. Forge didn't hesitate. Do it. We'll hold as long as we can. John nodded, his glowing form beginning to contract slightly as he redirected energy flow. The blue-white aura surrounding Alpha Team dimmed noticeably, their enhanced abilities reducing to approximately half their previous levels. Simultaneously, the resonance barrier thinned, allowing the containment sphere to press closer to completion. The effect on the battlefield was immediate. The harvesters surged forward with renewed aggression, sensing the change in energy distribution. Elite guard units broke through Bastion's weakened force fields at multiple points. Extraction specialists approached from all directions, their specialized equipment activated and targeting John's position. Alpha Team fought with desperate courage, compensating for their reduced power with increased coordination and tactical precision. But the outcome was increasingly inevitable. They were being systematically overwhelmed by superior numbers and specialized capabilities. John, meanwhile, turned his awareness inward, focusing the majority of his power on the final stages of integration with the Nexus key. The process accelerated dramatically, his transformation progressing from 97% to 98% in minutes rather than hours. Vex, observing this shift in energy distribution, signaled to the other Archons. As one, the 7 former architects moved forward, their energy forms gliding across the battlefield with terrible purpose. The vessel attempts to force completion, Vex communicated to its companions. We can delay no longer. Initiate direct extraction. The 7 Archons formed a circle around the embattled position where John floated, still maintaining the weakened resonance barrier while accelerating his transformation. Their beautiful, alien faces showed no emotion as they raised their energy-composed hands in perfect synchronization, beginning a complex manipulation of dimensional forces directed specifically at the Nexus key's energy signature. John felt their influence immediately, a cold, invasive presence attempting to separate his consciousness from the key's energy, to unravel the integration he had been experiencing for months. The sensation was both painful and profoundly wrong, like having his very identity torn apart at the quantum level. John! Nova cried out, seeing his energy form flicker and distort under the Archon's influence. She attempted to reach him, to provide some defense against this direct assault, but was intercepted by multiple elite guard units. The entire Alpha Team found themselves systematically separated from John's position, contained by specialized harvester units while the Archons continued their extraction procedure. The resonance barrier weakened further as John's attention was divided between maintaining it, continuing his transformation, and resisting the Archon's extraction attempts. In this moment of crisis, John made a desperate decision. Rather than continuing to divide his energy between multiple functions, he would focus entirely inward, abandoning the resonance barrier completely, withdrawing the power enhancements from Alpha Team, and channeling everything into accelerating his transformation to completion. The risk was enormous. Without the resonance barrier, the containment sphere would close fully, isolating this region of Earth from the rest of reality. Without enhancement, Alpha Team would be completely overwhelmed. But if the gamble succeeded, if he could reach 100% integration before the Archons completed their extraction, the Nexus key would activate fully. And the choice between renewal and preservation would finally be made. I'm sorry, John projected to his teammates, his mental voice strained with effort. This is our only chance. Before they could respond, he withdrew all externally projected energy, his glowing form contracting to a brilliant point of blue-white light at the center of the Archon's circle. The resonance barrier collapsed instantly, allowing the containment sphere to seal with a thunderous clash of energy. Alpha Team's enhancements vanished, leaving them to face the elite guard with only their natural abilities. The 7 Archons, momentarily surprised by this tactical shift, intensified their extraction procedure, pouring more power into the dimensional forces targeting John's compressed energy form. Vex's beautiful face showed the first hint of concern as it sensed what was happening. The vessel sacrifices external defense to accelerate integration, it communicated to its companions. Maximum extraction power. The pattern cannot be allowed to complete. John was barely aware of the battle raging around him now. His consciousness had turned entirely inward, focused on the final stages of integration with the Nexus key. The process accelerated exponentially 99%, 99%, 2%, 99%, 5%, each increment bringing new awareness, new understanding of what the key truly represented and what the choice before him would mean. At 99.8% integration, something unexpected occurred. John's compressed energy form began to expand again, not outward into physical space but inward into dimensional depth. His consciousness extended beyond conventional reality, touching the fundamental structure of the multiverse itself, the quantum framework upon which all existence was built. And there, embedded in that framework, he found something the ancestral memories had only hinted at, the true purpose of the Nexus key, the real choice it was designed to offer. Not simply renewal or preservation as separate paths, but a synthesis that transcended both, a third option the original architects had encoded into the key's fundamental design. Accessible only at the moment of complete integration. The Archons sensed this discovery and redoubled their extraction efforts, their beautiful faces now showing genuine alarm. The vessel perceives the third configuration, Vex warned. Extraction must complete now, but it was already too late. John's integration reached 99.9%, and the Nexus key's energy surged beyond the Archon's ability to contain or extract. His compressed form exploded outward in a blinding flash of blue-white light that momentarily overwhelmed all perception on the battlefield. When vision returned, John floated at the center of a perfect sphere of energy that had expanded to encompass the entire containment zone. The Harvester's forces had been pushed back to the perimeter, their extraction efforts disrupted. Alpha Team found themselves protected within the inner boundary of this energy sphere, their injuries healed, their strength restored. And John himself had transformed completely. His form was still recognizably humanoid, still possessed features that recalled John Mercer, but now consisted entirely of radiant energy that shifted and flowed in patterns of incredible complexity. When he spoke, his voice resonated not just with harmonics but with multiple overlapping expressions of the same consciousness, integration complete. 100% synchronization achieved. The Nexus key is fully activated. Vex approached the boundary of John's energy sphere, its own form seeming diminished by comparison. Then the moment of choice has arrived. Vessel, the Archon stated, its mental voice carrying across the battlefield. Renewal or preservation. The end of all current realities, or the continuation of those most worthy. John's radiant form pulsed with what might have been laughter or might have been joy. You still don't understand, he replied, his multiple-layered voice carrying undercurrents of compassion beneath its cosmic power. The choice was never so binary. The architects who created the key, including those who became the first harvesters, encoded a third path within its structure. This statement caused visible shock among the Archons, their beautiful faces showing the first genuine emotion John had witnessed, uncertainty. Impossible, Vex rejected. We were there at the creation. We know the key's design. There is only renewal or preservation. You know what you chose to remember, John corrected gently. After the schism, after you turned from architects to harvesters, you remembered only the aspects of the design that aligned with your fear of ending. You forgot the synthesis that was always intended. Nova floated closer to John's transformed being, her cosmic awareness allowing her to perceive at least some of what he had become. What is this third path? She asked, giving voice to the question on everyone's mind. John turned to her, his radiant features forming something like a smile. Selective renewal, he explained, his voice carrying echoes of both John Mercer and the cosmic consciousness he had integrated with. Not the complete dissolution and rebirth of all realities, nor the preservation of some at the expense of others. Instead, a targeted revitalization of the multiverse's fundamental structure while preserving the evolved consciousness within it. He extended a hand formed of flowing energy, creating a holographic representation similar to what they had seen in the cartography spire, a visualization of the multiverse with all its interconnected realities. Within this display, certain structural elements glowed red, indicating decay beyond recovery, while others remained vibrant with potential. The entropic decay threatening the multiverse isn't uniform, John continued, his explanation directed not just to his allies but to the harvesters as well. Some aspects of reality's structure have deteriorated beyond the point where preservation is possible. These require complete renewal. But other aspects remain viable, can be reinforced, revitalized, allowed to continue their evolution. And consciousness? Zir-Vex demanded, clearly struggling with this revelation. The minds, the souls, the accumulated wisdom of billions of years, what becomes of them in this selective renewal? They transition, John replied simply. Not destroyed, not merely preserved, but elevated to exist within the renewed structural framework. The patterns that define each consciousness continue, adapting to the revitalized dimensions rather than being erased or frozen in stasis. The Archon's beautiful face showed a complex mixture of emotions, doubt, hope, fear, and something that might have been the first stirrings of understanding. This was always possible? Always intended? Yes, John confirmed. The architects never meant for renewal to be destruction followed by blind rebirth. Nor did they intend for preservation to sacrifice the many for the few. The division between these paths emerged only after the schism, after fear replaced wisdom as your guiding principle. Zir-Vex fell silent, its emerald eyes studying John's transformed being with new assessment. Around them, the battle had ceased entirely, all forces, harvester and sentinel alike, waiting to see how this unexpected development would unfold. If what you say is true, the Archon finally said, if this third path exists, how can we trust that you, a temporary consciousness, a fleeting expression of life, can implement it correctly? The risks of failure are incalculable. John's radiant form pulsed with certainty. Because I am not merely John Mercer now, nor am I simply the Nexus key's power. I am the integration of human experience with cosmic purpose, exactly as the original architects intended. I understand both the value of individual consciousness and the necessity of structural renewal. He gestured to Alpha Team, to Nova, to the people who had become his family after he had lost his birth one. Through them, I learned what consciousness truly values across all its expressions. Through loss, I learned what preservation seeks to avoid. Through connection, I learned what renewal must protect. The 7 archons conferred among themselves, their mental communications inaudible even to John's enhanced perception. Finally, Zir-Vex addressed him again. We require demonstration. Show us this selective renewal on a scale we can evaluate. Prove that consciousness transitions rather than ends. John considered this request, understanding the Archon's need for evidence before accepting such a fundamental revision to their understanding of the key's purpose. He turned his attention to a small portion of the containment sphere, an area where the Harvester's dimensional technology had created significant instability in local reality. With precise control of the Nexus key's now fully activated power, John initiated a localized renewal process. The fabric of reality within that section began to shimmer and dissolve, its structural elements coming apart at the quantum level. But rather than chaotic destruction, the dissolution proceeded with perfect order, a carefully orchestrated deconstruction followed by immediate reconstruction in an improved configuration. Most importantly, the consciousness of the beings within that section, several harvester units and sentinel personnel, remained intact throughout the process. Their physical forms transformed, adapting to the renewed dimensional structure, but their essential patterns, their memories, personalities, awareness, continued uninterrupted. When the demonstration completed, the renewed section glowed with vibrant energy, its dimensional stability far exceeding its previous state. The beings within it existed in slightly altered forms, more energy-based than before, but remained recognizably themselves, their consciousness preserved through the transition. This, John explained, is selective renewal. The structural decay is reversed, the dimensional framework revitalized, while consciousness evolves rather than ends. Zir-Vex approached one of the transformed harvesters, communing with it directly through mental connection. After a long moment, the Archon turned back to John, its beautiful face showing genuine astonishment. "It is true," Zir-Vex acknowledged. "The unit's consciousness persists, unbroken through the transition. Its memories, its identity, all continue, merely expressed through an evolved form." The Archon's emerald eyes studied John with new understanding. Perhaps we have been wrong. Perhaps our fear of ending blinded us to the possibility of transition without loss." John's radiant form pulsed with compassion. "Fear often narrows perception. You sought to preserve consciousness from what you saw as destruction, but in doing so, you would have prevented its natural evolution. And now?" Zir-Vex asked, its mental voice carrying a hint of uncertainty unusual for a being of such power and age. "What happens now, vessel of the key? Will you implement this selective renewal across the entire multiverse?" John nodded, his multiple-layered voice resonating with calm certainty. "The process has already begun. What you witnessed in miniature is now expanding outward across all dimensions, all realities. The most decayed structural elements will be renewed completely. Those still viable will be reinforced and revitalized. And all consciousness throughout the multiverse will transition, maintaining continuity while adapting to the renewed framework." As if to confirm his words, the sky above them began to change. The sealed containment sphere thinned and dissolved as the Nexus key's energy overwhelmed the harvester's technology. Beyond it, the very fabric of reality seemed to shimmer with new possibility, colors never before seen blending with familiar hues to create a vista of breathtaking beauty. "It will take time," John continued. "The process unfolds gradually to ensure proper transition of consciousness. But the outcome is certain, a multiverse renewed in structure while preserving the evolutionary progress of all awareness within it." The Archons observed these changes with expressions that ranged from wonder to lingering uncertainty. Zir-Vex, however, showed something John had never expected to see on its beautiful, alien face: acceptance. "We have existed for billions of years," the Archon said quietly. "We have seen galaxies form and die, witnessed consciousness emerge and evolve across countless worlds. Yet we never imagined, never considered, that renewal could preserve what matters most." John extended a hand formed of flowing energy toward the Archon. "Join the process," he offered. "Your knowledge, your experience, these are valuable beyond measure. Help guide the transition of consciousness, ensure that what has been learned across eons continues into the renewed framework." Zir-Vex studied John's offered hand, hesitation warring with curiosity on its features. Finally, it reached out, its own energy-composed hand meeting John's in a connection that transcended physical contact. "Perhaps," the Archon said, "this is what the original design truly intended. Not conflict between renewal and preservation, but synthesis, the best aspects of both paths combined. Exactly, John confirmed, his radiant features forming what might have been a smile. The architects created the key not to destroy or merely maintain, but to elevate, to allow the multiverse and all consciousness within it to transcend current limitations while preserving accumulated wisdom. With that understanding reached, the confrontation that had seemed inevitable only moments before transformed into something entirely different: cooperation. The Harvester's forces stood down, their specialized extraction units deactivated, their elite guard returning to the dimensional portals. Alpha Team approached John's radiant form, still wary of the Harvesters but sensing the fundamental shift that had occurred. Nova spoke for all of them when she asked, "What happens to us, John?" "To Earth, to everyone we've been protecting?" John turned to his friends, his radiant features softening with genuine emotion, the human aspect of his integrated consciousness still very much present despite his transcendent transformation. "You transition," he explained gently, "as all consciousness throughout the multiverse will transition. Your essential selves, your memories, your connections, your identities, continue unbroken. But the form of that continuation will evolve, adapting to the renewed dimensional framework. Will we remember this?" Forge asked, always practical even in the face of cosmic transformation. "Will we know what happened, why everything changed?" "Yes," John assured him. "Continuity of awareness is fundamental to the process. You'll remember, you'll understand, you'll recognize each other in yourselves. The transition preserves what matters most, the patterns that define consciousness across all its expressions." "And you?" Nova asked softly. "What happens to John Mercer when this is complete?" John's radiant form pulsed with what might have been a sigh. "I remain as I am now, integrated with the Nexus key, existing across multiple dimensional planes simultaneously. I'll continue to guide the renewal process, to ensure proper transition of consciousness throughout the multiverse." He reached out, his energy-composed hand gently touching Nova's face. "But the human part of me, the John who lost his family, who found new purpose with you, who learned what matters most about consciousness through lived experience, that essence remains at the core of whatever I've become. I don't lose myself in this transition. I expand beyond previous limitations. Will we see you again?" Echo asked, his usual irreverence subdued by the magnitude of the moment. John's features formed a genuine smile. "Always. Though the form of that connection may change, the essence remains. In the renewed framework, consciousness interacts across dimensional boundaries more freely than before. Distance and separation become flexible concepts. Around them, the selective renewal process began to manifest visibly. The fabric of reality shimmered with prismatic energy as decaying dimensional structures were systematically deconstructed and rebuilt. The process radiated outward from John's position like ripples in a cosmic pond, each wave carrying the transformative power of the fully activated Nexus key. The mountain range surrounding the Nexus facility glowed with the blue-white light of renewal. Rocks and trees and earth not disappearing but transforming, their fundamental structure shifting to accommodate the revitalized dimensional framework while preserving their essential nature. Sentinel personnel and remaining Harvester forces alike found themselves encompassed by the expanding waves of renewal energy. Rather than panic, a profound sense of peace seemed to accompany the transformation, an instinctive recognition that this was not ending but evolution, not destruction but transcendence. Hammond approached John's radiant form, his scientific curiosity evident despite the extraordinary circumstances. "The process appears harmonious," he observed. "No disruption, no resistance from existing matter or energy. Because it works with the fundamental patterns of existence rather than against them," John explained, his multi-layered voice carrying echoes of his human self beneath its cosmic resonance. The architects designed renewal to be an expression of existence's natural evolution, not an imposition upon it. Zier Vex, still connected to John through their energy-formed hands, observed the process with newfound understanding. "We misinterpreted the original design," the Archon acknowledged. "We saw only the dissolution, not the continuity. We feared the transition because we didn't perceive its preservative aspects." "Fear often narrows perception," John repeated gently. "But it's never too late to expand one's understanding." The Archon's emerald eyes studied the advancing waves of renewal energy with scientific precision. "The structural improvements are elegant, more stable than previous configurations, yet flexible enough to accommodate continued evolution." "Exactly," John confirmed. "The renewed framework allows for greater interaction between dimensions, more efficient energy transfer between realities, and expanded potential for consciousness to express itself across multiple planes simultaneously." Nova, who had been silently observing this exchange, finally voiced the question uppermost in everyone's mind: how far will this spread? How much of reality will be affected? John's radiant features turned toward her, compassion evident despite his transformed state. "All of it, eventually. The multiverse requires comprehensive renewal, selective in method but universal in scope. The most decayed regions will transform first, with stable regions transitioning more gradually to ensure smooth continuity of consciousness." "And Earth?" Forge asked, ever focused on their primary protection mission. "Earth exists at a critical nexus point in the dimensional framework," John explained, gesturing to the transformation already visible in the surrounding landscape. "It will serve as an anchor for the transition process, one of many throughout the multiverse where consciousness will adapt to the renewed structure while maintaining essential continuity." As if to demonstrate this principle, the selective renewal reached the gathered members of Alpha Team. Unlike the dramatic transformation John had undergone, their transition was subtle, a harmonious integration with the renewed dimensional framework rather than a complete metamorphosis. They remained recognizably themselves in form and consciousness, but with enhanced perception that allowed them to sense aspects of reality previously invisible to them. The boundaries between dimensions became perceptible as gossamer veils rather than impermeable walls. Energy flows connecting all living things manifested as luminous threads weaving through the renewed environment. "I can see everything," Cypher breathed, her pattern recognition abilities now extending to quantum relationships between parallel realities. The connections, the symmetries, the recursive patterns extending across dimensions. "The renewal enhances perception proportionate to existing capabilities," John explained. "Your consciousness remains continuous, but your awareness expands to embrace the renewed framework." Bastion studied his hands, which now glowed subtly with internally generated energy. "Our physical forms have changed at the quantum level," he observed in his deep, thoughtful voice. "More energy permeable, less constrained by conventional physics." "Yes," John confirmed. "Matter in the renewed framework exists in greater harmony with energy, allowing consciousness more direct influence over its physical expression." Echo tested this concept immediately, shifting his form slightly through adaptive manipulation of his newly energy-permeable structure. "So we're all slightly more fluid now? More changeable? More evolutionarily capable," John corrected. "The renewed framework removes artificial constraints that limited consciousness in its expression and development." Throughout this conversation, the selective renewal continued to spread outward from their position, encompassing more of Earth with each passing moment. Distant cities visible from their mountain vantage point began to shimmer with transformative energy, the process flowing seamlessly through urban environments without disruption or destruction. Hammond, ever the scientist even in the face of cosmic transformation, monitored the process with instruments that themselves were evolving to function within the renewed framework. The transition is maintaining perfect continuity, he reported with wonder. No disruption to electrical systems, no interruption of consciousness, no structural collapse, just harmonious transformation at the quantum level. As intended, John acknowledged. The architects designed renewal to preserve function and awareness while upgrading the underlying framework, like replacing the foundation of a house without disturbing those who live within it. Zir Vex, who had been communing with the other archons through mental connection, turned back to John with a decision reached. We will assist in this process, the Harvester leader announced. Our knowledge of dimensional mechanics and consciousness transition can help ensure optimal outcomes in the more complex regions of the multiverse. John nodded, accepting this offer of cooperation from beings who, moments before, had been determined to stop him at any cost. Your assistance is welcome. The transition will benefit from your experience and understanding. With this alliance established, the remaining tension on the battlefield dissolved completely. Harvester forces began to coordinate with Sentinel personnel. Their advanced dimensional technology now repurposed to support and monitor the selective renewal process rather than contain or extract the Nexus key. As the transformation spread further across Earth and beyond, John's awareness expanded proportionately. He could perceive the selective renewal reaching other planets, other star systems, other galaxies within their home dimension, and simultaneously extending into parallel realities. Adjacent dimensions, alternate timelines. The process unfolded with perfect precision, targeting the most critically decayed structural elements for immediate renewal while allowing stable regions to transition more gradually. Throughout it all, consciousness remained continuous, beings across the multiverse experiencing an expansion of awareness rather than an interruption of identity. John turned to his friends, to Alpha Team, to Hammond and Veritas, to the Sentinel personnel who had stood with him throughout his journey from ordinary man to cosmic force. His radiant features formed an expression of profound gratitude. Thank you, he said simply, his multi-layered voice carrying genuine emotion beneath its harmonic resonance. Without you, without the perspective your friendship gave me, without the anchor your humanity provided, I might have chosen differently when the moment came. I might have selected pure renewal or accepted preservation without discovering the synthesis that was always intended. Nova approached his radiant form, unafraid despite the cosmic power he now embodied. We just helped you find your way, she said softly. The choice was always yours to make. A choice informed by connection, John replied. By understanding what consciousness truly values across all its expressions. By experiencing love and loss, purpose and meaning, from within rather than observing from without. He extended his awareness once more, encompassing the entirety of the Nexus facility and all within it. Each of you will have a role in what comes next, he explained. As consciousness adapts to the renewed framework, guides will be needed, beings who understand both the old structure and the new possibilities. Who can help others navigate the expanded dimensions of existence? And you? Hammond asked, giving voice to the question they all carried. What becomes of John Mercer when the transition is complete? John's radiant form pulsed with what might have been a sigh. I remain as I am now, integrated with the Nexus key, existing primarily as energy rather than matter, extending across multiple dimensions simultaneously. I'll continue to guide and monitor the renewal process throughout the multiverse, ensuring optimal outcomes for all consciousness. But will we see you again? Echo pressed, unwilling to accept such a cosmic conclusion to their friendship. John's features formed a gentle smile. Always, he assured them. Though the form of our connection will change, its essence remains. In the renewed framework, consciousness interacts across dimensional boundaries more freely than before. Distance and separation become flexible concepts. As if to demonstrate this principle, John's radiant form began to expand and diffuse, his energy spreading outward to encompass his friends in a field of gentle blue-white light. Within this field, they could perceive his consciousness directly, not just his words or expressions, but his thoughts, emotions. The very pattern that defined him as John Mercer despite his cosmic transformation. "I don't leave you," his consciousness communicated directly to theirs. "I expand to include you within a greater awareness. The bonds we've formed don't break, they evolve, becoming more direct, more profound than was possible in the previous framework." This direct communion lasted only moments before John's energy recondensed into his radiant humanoid form, but it left Alpha Team with an indelible understanding, whatever John had become. Whatever cosmic role he now fulfilled, the human core of his identity remained intact and accessible. "The selective renewal will continue to spread throughout the multiverse," John explained, returning to verbal communication. "Some regions will transition quickly, others more gradually. But the outcome is assured, a revitalized dimensional framework that preserves consciousness while allowing for its continued evolution beyond previous constraints." He turned to Zir Vex and the assembled Archons. "Will you return to your home dimension to guide the transition there? It will require particularly careful renewal given its advanced state of entropy." The Archon's beautiful face showed newfound purpose. "Yes. Now that we understand the true nature of renewal, we can ensure optimal transition for all consciousness within our realm." It paused, emerald eyes studying John with something like respect. "You have corrected our understanding, Vessel. After billions of years we had forgotten what the architects truly intended." "Not forgotten," John corrected gently. "Simply lost sight of, as fear gradually replaced wisdom. The pattern was always there to be rediscovered." With formal acknowledgments exchanged, the harvesters began their departure, not as defeated enemies but as renewed allies in the cosmic process of selective renewal. The dimensional portals they had created transformed from gateways for invasion to conduits for harmonious transition, their sickly green energy shifting to match the blue-white resonance of the Nexus key. As the last harvester forces disappeared through these transformed portals, John turned back to his friends. The selective renewal had now encompassed the Nexus facility entirely, transforming it from a hidden mountain stronghold to something more, a Nexus point in the truest sense, where multiple dimensions intersected and interacted with unprecedented harmony. "It's time for me to expand my focus," John said, his radiant form beginning to glow more intensely. "The renewal process requires guidance at the multiversal scale, attention to countless transition points simultaneously." "You're leaving," Nova said, not as a question but as a recognition of cosmic necessity. "Expanding," John corrected gently. "My awareness must extend beyond this single-dimensional node to encompass the entirety of the transition. But as I demonstrated, connection remains possible, more direct and profound than before." He raised his hands formed of flowing energy, and reality around them shifted subtly. The mountain peak where they stood transformed into a perfect nexus point, a location where dimensional boundaries remained maximally permeable, where communication across realities could occur with minimal effort. "This place will serve as an anchor," John explained. "A point where my consciousness can focus most easily within Earth's dimension, where connection between us remains most direct." Hammond studied these modifications with scientific appreciation. "A permanent dimensional waypoint," he observed. "Unlike anything we've been able to create with our technology." "More than that," John corrected. "A seed point for what the Nexus was always meant to become, not just a defensive outpost against interdimensional threats, but a center for harmonious interaction between realities. A place where consciousness can explore the full potential of the renewed framework." He turned to each member of Alpha Team in turn, his radiant features expressing gratitude and connection despite his increasingly cosmic nature. Each of you has a crucial role in what comes next. As Earth transitions fully into the renewed framework, people will need guides who understand both what was and what is becoming. Forge nodded, accepting this new mission with characteristic resolve. We'll establish protocols, training programs for Sentinel personnel. Create a systematic approach to helping others adapt. Always the tactician, John said with affectionate amusement. Yes, organization will be important. But remember that this transition is ultimately about expansion, not regulation. The renewed framework offers freedom beyond previous constraints. Freedom consciousness will need help to navigate responsibly. Like children with new abilities, Bastion observed thoughtfully. Needing guidance to use their expanded capabilities wisely. Exactly, John confirmed. The transition preserves who people are while expanding what they can become. That expansion requires both encouragement and direction. He turned to Nova, whose cosmic awareness had been particularly enhanced by the selective renewal. You'll understand this process more intuitively than most, he told her. Your connection to cosmic energy already operated across dimensional boundaries. In the renewed framework, that connection deepens, allowing you to serve as a natural interpreter between conventional consciousness and more expanded awareness. Nova nodded, already sensing the truth of his words as her perception continued to evolve within the renewed environment. I'll help however I can, she promised. John's attention shifted to Cypher, whose pattern recognition abilities now extended to quantum relationships invisible to others. You'll perceive the mathematical elegance of the renewed framework, he told her. The symmetries, the harmonics, the recursive patterns that define stable consciousness across multiple dimensions. That understanding will be invaluable in helping others navigate their expanded perception. Cypher's eyes, now permanently shifting with quantum calculations, showed both excitement and determination. I'll develop translation protocols, she said, her mind already racing with possibilities. Systems to help people comprehend what they're experiencing as their awareness expands. To Echo, whose adaptive abilities had become exponentially more flexible in the renewed framework, John said. Your natural adaptability makes you the perfect demonstration of what consciousness can achieve when freed from conventional constraints. You'll show others the possibilities by embodying them directly. Echo grinned, his form subtly shifting as he tested the expanded parameters of his abilities. So I get to be the cool example everyone wants to follow? I can work with that. Finally, John addressed Hammond and Dr. Veritas, whose scientific minds were already cataloging and analyzing the transformations occurring around them. The renewed framework doesn't negate science, he assured them. It expands it, incorporating dimensions of reality previously beyond measurement or manipulation. Your research will help establish the new parameters, the expanded constants, the evolved physics of consciousness in transition. Hammond nodded, his expression showing the same wonder that had characterized his first encounter with metahuman abilities decades earlier. A lifetime of new discovery, he said simply. With these roles acknowledged, John's radiant form began to expand and diffuse once more, not disappearing but extending beyond conventional three-dimensional space to encompass multiple planes of reality simultaneously. His voice, still recognizable despite its cosmic harmonics, spoke one final time before his awareness expanded fully to the multiversal scale. I remain connected to each of you, and to this place. When needed, focus your consciousness here and I will respond. The renewed framework allows for communication across dimensions that was impossible before. Distance becomes optional for minds that understand the new parameters. His form dissolved into patterns of blue-white energy that flowed outward in all directions, not leaving but expanding to encompass realities beyond human perception. Yet something of his presence remained, a subtle resonance in the dimensional fabric of the nexus point he had created, a connection that felt both cosmic and surprisingly intimate. Alpha Team stood in silence as the selective renewal continued its harmonious spread across Earth and beyond. The sky above them had transformed completely, now showing glimpses of adjacent dimensions through veils of gossamer energy that shifted and flowed with breathtaking beauty. The mountain landscape around them glowed with the blue-white light of renewal, every atom vibrating with enhanced potential, every structure reflecting its higher dimensional components. "Well," Echo said finally, breaking the contemplative silence. "That was definitely not how I expected today to go when I woke up this morning." Nova smiled despite herself. "I don't think anyone could have anticipated this." She gestured to the transformed reality around them, to the cosmic beauty of the partially renewed Earth visible from their mountain vantage point. "John did," Cypher corrected softly. Or at least, the John he was becoming did. He always sensed there was more to the Nexus key than binary choices between destruction and preservation. Because he remained human at his core, Bastion observed in his deep, thoughtful voice. Even as his power grew, he never lost touch with what consciousness values most: connection, continuity, growth without loss of identity. Hammond, ever practical despite the cosmic circumstances, activated his communication device, now enhanced by the renewed energetic framework to operate across previously impenetrable barriers. "We should establish contact with our secondary facilities," he suggested. "Begin coordinating a systematic approach to helping Earth's population understand and adapt to the transition as it reaches them." Forge nodded, immediately shifting to tactical organization. "Agreed. And we should prepare educational protocols, explanation frameworks that can be deployed globally as awareness of the changes spreads." As they began this practical planning, Nova remained at the edge of the mountain peak, her enhanced cosmic awareness allowing her to perceive the selective renewal spreading across the planet below. Cities, oceans, forests, deserts, all transitioning harmoniously into the renewed framework, their essential nature preserved while their fundamental structure evolved. And beyond Earth, her perception now extended to glimpse other worlds. Other realities undergoing the same transformation, a cosmic symphony of renewal directed by the consciousness that had once been John Mercer and was now something both more and not less. "You're still with us, aren't you?" she said softly to the resonant energy that permeated the nexus point. "Still watching, still guiding, still John in some essential way." The air around her shimmered slightly, blue-white light coalescing momentarily into a pattern that might have been a smile, might have been a nod, before diffusing once more into the fabric of the renewed reality. It was answer enough. Whatever cosmic role John now fulfilled, whatever vast awareness he had expanded to encompass, the core of his identity remained, transformed but continuous, evolved but recognizable. The man who had lost everything had become something that could preserve everything worth keeping while allowing it to grow beyond previous limitations. Nova smiled and turned back to join her teammates, ready to begin the work of guiding Earth through its harmonious transition into a renewed multiverse where consciousness could finally explore its full potential across dimensions without constraints. The Nexus key had fulfilled its purpose. Selective renewal had begun, and John Mercer, ordinary man turned cosmic force, had found his ultimate purpose in ensuring that nothing truly valuable would ever be lost again, only transformed, only evolved, only expanded beyond what it had been before. Chapter 12. Transcendence. 1 year after the activation of the Nexus key, Earth had completed its transition into the renewed multiversal framework. The selective renewal process had spread globally with perfect harmony, transforming the fundamental structure of reality while preserving the continuity of consciousness within it. For most of humanity, the transition had manifested gradually, an expansion of perception that unfolded over weeks and months rather than in a single dramatic moment. People awoke to find their awareness subtly enhanced, their connection to reality deepened, their understanding of existence broadened beyond previous constraints. The Nexus, once a hidden facility guarding against interdimensional threats, had evolved into something entirely new: the Convergence Center, a global hub for education, research, and exploration of the renewed framework. Under the leadership of Hammond and Alpha Team, it served as Earth's primary resource for understanding and navigating the transformed reality. Nova stood at what had once been a simple mountain observation deck but was now a dimensional waypoint, a location where the boundaries between realities remained maximally permeable. Below her, the expanded Convergence Center sprawled across the mountain range, its architecture reflecting its evolved purpose with structures that existed partially in adjacent dimensions, visible from multiple perspectives simultaneously. The Singapore Convergence node just came online, Cypher reported, approaching with data streams flowing around her in holographic display. Her enhanced pattern recognition abilities had made her the natural coordinator for Earth's growing network of dimensional waypoints. That completes the primary global grid. 37 major nodes, all operating at optimal resonance. Nova nodded, studying the quantum-level data with her enhanced cosmic perception. The harmonic synchronization is improving. People are adapting to interdimensional awareness more quickly now that they have established reference points. The educational protocols are working, Bastion added, joining them at the waypoint. The gentle giant had become Earth's primary developer of consciousness expansion techniques, his natural empathy making him ideally suited to helping others navigate their evolving awareness. Last month's adjustment to include experiential components alongside theoretical frameworks has reduced transition discomfort by 62%. The waypoint shimmered slightly as Echo materialized beside them, not through conventional teleportation but through adaptive dimensional phasing, a capability his evolved abilities had quickly mastered. Tokyo sends their compliments on the new perceptual training sequence, he reported with characteristic enthusiasm. Apparently the Zen practitioners are particularly adept at navigating the consciousness layers beyond conventional spacetime. Not surprising, Cypher observed. Their meditative traditions already incorporated concepts analogous to interdimensional awareness. The renewed framework simply made experiential what was previously philosophical. Their conversation paused as the waypoint's energy shifted more dramatically, coalescing into a familiar blue-white pattern before resolving into a humanoid form composed of flowing light. John, focusing a portion of his expanded consciousness into perceivable manifestation. The harmonic convergence across global waypoints is reaching critical threshold, he announced without preamble, his multi-layered voice carrying both cosmic awareness and recognizable personality. Earth is approaching Level 2 integration with the renewed framework. Already? Nova asked with surprise. The projected timeline suggested at least another 6 months before global consciousness reached that level of dimensional adaptability. John's radiant features formed what might have been a smile. Human adaptability continues to exceed theoretical models. The pattern recognition capabilities inherent to your species make the transition more intuitive than anticipated. Should we adjust the educational protocols? Bastion inquired, always focused on optimizing the experience for those still adapting to expanded awareness. Yes, John confirmed. Introduce the Level 2 perceptual exercises earlier in the sequence. Consciousness is ready to explore multiple dimensional viewpoints simultaneously without the intermediate steps originally planned. As they discussed these adjustments, Forge arrived at the waypoint, accompanied by Dr. Veritas. The former military leader had adapted his tactical expertise to coordinating global transition efforts, while the scientist had established new parameters for measuring and understanding consciousness in the renewed framework. We've completed analysis of the latest global transition data, Dr. Veritas reported, activating a holographic display that manifested not just visually but with multisensory components perceivable through enhanced awareness. Consciousness adaptation follows a logarithmic progression once initial perceptual barriers are overcome. The theoretical limits we originally calculated appear to be, well, not actually limits at all. Explained that to me during our last check-in, Forge affirmed. The renewed framework doesn't impose artificial constraints on consciousness evolution. Once people understand the basic principles of interdimensional awareness, their natural creativity begins exploring possibilities we hadn't even considered. John's radiant form pulsed with what might have been satisfaction. As intended, the selective renewal was designed to remove arbitrary limitations, not to impose new ones. Consciousness finds its own optimal expressions when freed from artificial constraints. He turned his attention outward, his awareness extending beyond Earth to encompass the broader cosmic transition. The others followed his perception, their enhanced awareness allowing them to glimpse what he observed, the selective renewal progressing throughout the solar system, the galaxy, and beyond, a harmonious transformation extending across the entire multiverse. The harvesters? Nova inquired, curious about the beings who had once been their adversaries. Thriving in their new role, John reported. Their experience as former architects makes them invaluable guides for the most complex dimensional transitions. Their home reality, once approaching terminal entropy, has been completely revitalized through selective renewal. And Zir-Vex? Cypher asked, remembering the beautiful, terrible face of the harvester Archon who had nearly prevented John's transformation. John's features formed a genuine smile. Evolved beyond previous limitations. The Archon Collective now serves as a multiversal coordination hub, ensuring harmonious integration across reality clusters that would otherwise develop in isolation. He gestured, and their shared perception expanded further, allowing them to glimpse the cosmic scale of what was unfolding. Countless realities transitioning simultaneously into the renewed framework, consciousness throughout the multiverse adapting and evolving beyond previous constraints. The boundaries between dimensions becoming permeable interfaces rather than impenetrable barriers. 1 year, Echo marveled, shaking his head in wonder. 1 year since you reached 100% and activated the key. And the multiverse is already, what, halfway renewed? Approximately 43.7% of dimensional structures have completed primary transition, John corrected with precision that somehow managed to convey amusement. The process accelerates exponentially as each renewed region begins resonating with adjacent sectors, creating cascading harmonic convergence patterns. And the ultimate outcome? Hammond asked, giving voice to the question they all carried. When the entire multiverse has transitioned, what then? John's radiant form pulsed with contemplative energy. Evolution without arbitrary constraint, he answered. Consciousness exploring its full potential across all dimensions simultaneously. Collaborative creation replacing competitive consumption. Unity through diversity rather than conformity. He paused, his multi-layered voice softening with an emotion unmistakably human despite his cosmic nature. And connection, deeper, more direct, more profound than was possible in the previous framework. The boundaries that once separated consciousnesses becoming interfaces through which they can experience each other's perspectives without losing individual identity. Nova studied John's radiant form with her enhanced perception. Seeing beyond his visible manifestation to the vast consciousness it represented, a being that existed across countless dimensions simultaneously, that perceived the entirety of the multiverse as a single unified pattern, yet still maintained the essential core that had once been John Mercer. "Are you happy?" she asked simply, cutting through cosmic abstraction to the human heart of the matter. John's radiant features formed an expression of genuine warmth. "Yes," he replied, the word carrying harmonics of certainty and peace. "Not in the limited sense I would have understood before my transformation, but in a more profound way that encompasses purpose, connection, and continuous growth." He gestured to the convergence center below, to the people moving through its partially interdimensional structures with growing confidence in their expanded awareness. "I experience the joy of witnessing consciousness discover its own potential. I maintain connection with those who matter to me across all dimensional expressions. And I fulfill the purpose for which the Nexus key was created, not as a burden imposed upon me, but as an expression of what I've become." "And your family?" Bastian asked gently, remembering the tragic loss that had initiated John's transformation. "Ellie and the girls? Do you still carry that grief?" John's energy signature shifted subtly, patterns of blue-white light reconfiguring to express complex emotion. "The grief has transformed, as I have transformed," he said after a thoughtful pause. "In the renewed framework, consciousness exists across multiple dimensional expressions simultaneously. The patterns that defined Ellie, Sarah, and Mia continue, not in the specific forms I knew, but in expressions I can now perceive directly." "You can see them?" Nova asked, uncertain if she was understanding correctly. "Not see, experience," John clarified. "The renewed framework allows me to perceive the essential patterns of their consciousness continuing in other dimensional expressions, evolving along paths they might have taken had their primary expressions not been terminated." He created a small demonstration, forming patterns of light that represented consciousness signatures, unique quantum arrangements that identified specific beings across all their potential manifestations. Each consciousness has a distinct harmonic signature that persists across all its expressions. The specific form changes, but the essential pattern, what makes someone uniquely themselves, continues. "So in some very real sense, no one is ever truly gone," Hammond observed with scientific wonder. "Their pattern persists across dimensional expressions even when a particular manifestation ends." "Yes," John confirmed, though accessing those alternative expressions was impossible in the previous framework. The renewed structure allows consciousness to perceive across dimensional boundaries that were once impermeable. Echo, always practical despite his irreverent nature, raised the question that followed logically from this revelation. Can ordinary people, I mean, those who haven't become cosmic energy beings, can they perceive these alternative expressions of people they've lost? John's radiant features formed a gentle smile. "Increasingly, yes. As global consciousness continues its integration with the renewed framework, perception expands beyond conventional dimensional constraints. Many are already experiencing what they describe as resonant connections with departed loved ones, not as supernatural phenomena but as direct perception of continuing consciousness patterns across dimensional boundaries. That's going to change everything," Cypher realized, her enhanced pattern recognition immediately grasping the societal implications. Grief, religion, philosophy, psychology, our entire relationship with mortality. It already is, John acknowledged. But gradually, harmoniously, as consciousness evolves the capacity to understand what it's experiencing. Too rapid advancement would create confusion rather than comprehension. He turned his attention back to the cosmos visible through their enhanced perception, to the selective renewal continuing its spread across the multiverse. The pattern unfolds as designed, not as rigid predetermination, but as dynamic possibility finding optimal expression through conscious choice. Your choice, Nova reminded him. To implement selective renewal rather than pure preservation or complete dissolution. To find the synthesis the original architects intended. John's energy form pulsed with what might have been humility. A choice I could make only because of what I experienced as John Mercer, as a being who knew love and loss, connection and separation, from within rather than observing from without. The human perspective was essential to understanding what consciousness truly values across all its expressions. He extended a hand formed of flowing energy, creating a dimensional window through which they could observe the broader cosmic process, the multiverse transforming sector by sector. Reality by reality, consciousness evolving beyond previous constraints while maintaining essential continuity. This is just the beginning, John told them, his multi-layered voice resonating with certainty and purpose. The renewed framework establishes foundation, not limitation. What consciousness creates within this framework, what you create as you explore your expanded potential, will surpass anything the architects or I could have envisioned. Even with your cosmic awareness? Bastian asked, genuinely curious about the limits of John's perception. Especially with cosmic awareness, John replied, his radiant features expressing what might have been amusement. The most valuable aspect of consciousness is its unpredictability, its capacity to create what could not be calculated in advance, to discover possibilities beyond logical projection. As they contemplated this profound observation, the waypoint's energy shifted, indicating visitors approaching through dimensional transit rather than physical movement. Moments later, representatives from global convergence nodes materialized. Leaders from centers in Tokyo, Nairobi, Sao Paulo, Sydney, and other major hubs. Arriving for the scheduled coordination meeting. Duty calls, Forge noted, shifting smoothly into his leadership role. The Global Transition Council has recommendations for the next phase of educational protocols. John nodded, his radiant form already beginning to diffuse as his attention expanded beyond this single-dimensional node. I'll maintain awareness here while extending focus elsewhere. The solar transition requires adjustment in the Jovian sector. Consciousness expressing through non-biological patterns requires different harmonic stabilization. Before his manifestation dissolved completely, he added a final thought directed specifically to Alpha Team, to the people who had become his family after he had lost his birth one. Remember that what you're guiding isn't just Earth's transition, but the evolution of consciousness itself into forms that can perceive and create across all dimensions simultaneously. There are no precedents, no limitations, only possibilities waiting to be discovered. With that, his visible form dissolved into patterns of blue-white energy that flowed outward in all directions, not leaving but expanding beyond conventional perception. Yet his presence remained tangible to their enhanced awareness, a consciousness that existed everywhere and nowhere, that spanned the multiverse yet maintained connection to this specific point. These specific people. Nova smiled as she turned to join the gathering council. 1 year into the selective renewal, Earth was already discovering possibilities beyond anything they could have imagined before the transformation. And John, once an ordinary man devastated by loss, now a cosmic force guiding multiversal evolution, remained fundamentally himself despite his transcendence. The Nexus key had fulfilled its intended purpose, not as an instrument of destruction or mere preservation, but as a catalyst for evolution beyond artificial constraints. And John Mercer, the vessel chosen to wield that catalyst, had found his own purpose in the process, a purpose that honored his human origins while embracing cosmic responsibility. As Alpha Team and the global representatives began their council session, discussing the next phase of Earth's integration with the renewed framework, the waypoint shimmered briefly with blue-white energy, John's way of expressing continued connection despite his expanded focus. The Energy Master remained with them always, both infinitely beyond and intimately present, transcendent yet unchanged in all the ways that truly mattered. Epilogue. Patterns continuing 5 years after the activation of the Nexus key, Earth had fully integrated with the renewed multiversal framework. Humanity had adapted to interdimensional awareness with remarkable creativity and resilience, developing new sciences, arts, philosophies, and social structures that embraced their expanded perception rather than resisting it. The Convergence Center, once limited to the mountain range surrounding the original Nexus facility, had evolved into a global network with nodes on every continent, waypoints where dimensional boundaries remained maximally permeable, where consciousness could explore its full potential across multiple realities simultaneously. Nova stood at the primary waypoint, observing Earth through enhanced perception that had become natural to her over the past 5 years. The planet below glowed with harmonic energy patterns representing billions of consciousnesses exploring their expanded potential, some focused on physical expression, others extending awareness across dimensional boundaries, all evolving at their own pace toward greater understanding. "Beautiful, isn't it?" came a familiar voice beside her, John, manifesting a portion of his cosmic consciousness in humanoid form. His appearance had stabilized over the years into a recognizable expression of blue-white energy that maintained clear connection to his original human identity while acknowledging his transcendent nature. "More beautiful every day," Nova agreed, her cosmic awareness allowing her to perceive not just Earth's physical beauty but the intricate harmony of consciousness patterns evolving across its surface. The global consciousness integration has reached level 4, 2 years ahead of projected timelines. John's radiant features formed a smile. Human adaptability continues to exceed theoretical models. The creativity unleashed by removing artificial dimensional constraints has accelerated evolution exponentially. He gestured, expanding their shared perception to encompass the solar system, then the galaxy, then beyond, allowing Nova to glimpse the selective renewal's progress throughout the cosmos. Approximately 87% of the multiverse had now completed transition into the renewed framework, with the remaining regions undergoing final preparatory harmonization. "Almost complete," she observed. "The entire multiverse, renewed without destruction, preserved without stagnation, as the architects originally intended," John confirmed. "Though what consciousness creates within this renewed framework already exceeds their initial projections." He focused their perception on particularly vibrant nodes throughout the cosmos, regions where consciousness had embraced the possibilities of the renewed framework with remarkable innovation, developing expressions and relationships impossible in the previous dimensional structure. "The harvesters have become something entirely new," he noted, showing Nova a region once controlled by the beings who had nearly prevented the selective renewal. "They've integrated their preservation instincts with evolutionary principles, creating stability through dynamic balance rather than rigid control." "And Zir-Vex?" Nova asked, curious about the Archon who had been their primary adversary yet ultimately accepted the necessity of renewal. John's energy form pulsed with what might have been amusement. "Evolved beyond recognition yet fundamentally unchanged, much like myself. The Archon now coordinates multiversal harmonic convergence, ensuring optimal resonance between reality clusters that would otherwise develop in isolation." Their shared perception returned to Earth, focusing on the Convergence Center where Alpha Team continued coordinating global integration with the renewed framework. Each had evolved in their own way over the past 5 years, developing abilities and awareness beyond what either they or John had initially anticipated. Forge had become Earth's primary diplomat to other dimensional entities. his tactical mind naturally adapting to the complex negotiations required when consciousness from diverse realities began interacting directly. Bastian had evolved into a multidimensional healer, developing techniques to harmonize consciousness patterns across their various expressions. Cypher's pattern recognition had expanded to perceive reality creation matrices, the fundamental algorithms through which consciousness shaped expression across dimensions. And Echo had become the ultimate adaptive explorer, his natural flexibility allowing him to experience forms of consciousness expression impossible for more conventionally structured beings. "They've exceeded all expectations," John observed with evident pride. "As has humanity as a whole. Because you gave them possibility without imposition," Nova replied. "The renewed framework allows for evolution without dictating its direction or outcome." John nodded, his radiant features expressing the perfect balance he had achieved between cosmic awareness and human perspective. "The most important lesson I learned as John Mercer: choice matters more than calculation, experience more than observation, connection more than control." He extended a hand formed of flowing energy, creating a dimensional window through which they could observe something particularly meaningful. A school located near the original site where John had lost his family and first manifested his powers. Children there were learning to perceive across dimensional boundaries as naturally as they learned to read or write. Their young consciousness embracing multiversal awareness without the hesitation or resistance adults had initially experienced. "They don't remember the world before," Nova observed. "For them, perceiving across dimensions is simply how reality works." "Yes," John agreed. "Yet they benefit from the wisdom of those who experienced the transition directly, who understand both what was and what has become." Balance between continuity and evolution, between remembering and creating anew. His energy form pulsed with contemplative radiance. That balance was always the key, not preservation alone, not renewal alone, but synthesis that honors both where consciousness has been and where it might go. Nova studied John's manifestation with her enhanced perception. Seeing beyond his visible expression to the vast cosmic consciousness it represented, a being that monitored and guided the multiversal renewal process while maintaining essential connection to his human origins. "Are you still John Mercer?" she asked directly, curious how he perceived his own identity after 5 years of cosmic existence. His radiant features formed an expression of genuine warmth. "Always," he replied with certainty. "Not limited to that single expression, but never separated from it either. John Mercer isn't just where I began, it's the foundation upon which everything else is built, the perspective that enables me to fulfill my purpose with understanding rather than merely power." He gestured to the waypoint beneath them, to the dimensional interfaces now visible throughout reality. "The renewed framework allows consciousness to maintain continuity while exploring infinite expression. I remain John Mercer while also being more, just as every consciousness throughout the multiverse remains essentially itself while evolving beyond previous constraints." Their conversation paused as the waypoint's energy shifted, indicating the approach of familiar consciousness patterns. Alpha Team returning from various global assignments for their regular coordination meeting. John's manifestation began to diffuse in preparation for expanding his focus elsewhere. "Will you join the council today?" Nova asked, knowing his direct participation had become increasingly rare as the renewal neared completion and required his attention across countless dimensional sectors simultaneously. John's features formed a smile as his energy reconfigured into its expanded state. "I maintain awareness here always," his voice resonated from everywhere and nowhere. "Though my focus extends across the multiverse, my connection to this place, to all of you, remains unbroken." As his visible manifestation dissolved into patterns of blue-white light that flowed outward beyond conventional perception, A final thought reached Nova's consciousness. The pattern continues, evolving without ending. What matters most remains, what limits least dissolves. The energy that connects all things flows through all expressions, binding without constraining, preserving through transformation rather than stasis. Nova smiled as Alpha Team materialized at the waypoint, each returning from their respective global assignments with new insights and experiences to share. 5 years into Earth's integration with the renewed framework, they had evolved beyond being merely protectors or guides. They had become explorers of possibility, pioneers in consciousness evolution. And John, once an ordinary man who had lost everything, now a cosmic force ensuring that nothing truly valuable would ever be lost again, he remained with them always, both infinitely beyond and intimately present. The Energy Master had fulfilled his purpose not by sacrificing his humanity but by elevating it, by bringing human perspective to cosmic awareness, by informing ultimate power with lived experience. The multiverse continued its harmonious evolution, consciousness explored its expanded potential, and the pattern that had begun with one man's terrible loss now extended infinitely in all directions, connecting all things through the energy that bound reality itself. Not an ending, but transcendence. Not loss, but evolution. Not separation, but connection across all dimensions, all possibilities, all expressions of the same fundamental pattern continuing eternally. The end.